Hello there, and good morning from Renton. We're here for the Community Cup. Brian David Marshall, Sutcliffe, and we are into day 2 here. I want to take a minute here, BDM, to look back at day 1 before we set you up for what's going to be happening on a pretty exciting and interesting day 2. And you can take a look at the schedule here. Yesterday, we did a Legacy Cube stipulation draft, which was really fun. That was followed up by straight-up Battle for Zendikar sealed deck. That was also with live, real cards. It was pretty exciting, although I will say it was a bit of a challenge on the commentary since we don't know the cards yet. But it was great to see all those new cards in action. We even got to see an expedition cracked by the dock.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. I took a picture of that yesterday. I think it's gorgeous.
It was
turn
also
out
Howard
well.
Fountain.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was
like,
gorgeous.
Not just an expedition.
Check this out, VDM. Things did not go well for the community team down the stretch yesterday. They came in tied going down the stretch on the last few rounds of the sealed, and it kind of fell apart on them.
Well, I mean, to set it up, you say came in tied. I mean, the community team came out thumping in the stipulation draft.
Yes.
And they were out to a 12-point lead.
You can see that. They were up 42-30 coming out of it, which is a solid start.
But you see a 24-point swing in Battle for Zendikar paper sealed. So closed the 12-point gap and then opened up a 12-point gap of their own. The Community Cup, the community team has
It's kind of a crazy event. It's not something that we normally do. It's a judged event.
Yes.
That also has a complement of playing the games. But this year, they're ready to go? All right, well, let's send it down. Let's send it down to Ironroot Chef, and they're going to explain how it works down on the floor.
I am personally very worried that Ironroot Chef will be something outside of standard, because then we're just hosed. We're hosed.
It's going to be very different for me trying to build a deck flavor-wise while still being competitive.
It's really going to come down to can I hit the flavor that the judges are looking for.
I think that falls more in line with my sort of what I like to do as a player.
For Ironroot Chef, I am just going to be totally relying on my teammates. I am not a flavorful person when it comes to Magic.
The Ironroot Chef is actually the event that I'm most looking forward to because I think I'll do the best in that since I don't actually have to win to get a lot of points there.
I'm not going to name names. Reed Duke, 2 years ago, built just a straight standard deck and then added 4 of a copy for Ironroot Chef. So I'm hoping that we can get some more flavor next time.
That's definitely going to be a challenge for me, I think, but it's going to be fun.
Hopefully I get something spicy. I'd love to cook up something really fun and pull off like a commander level combo in Ironroot Chef. I think that would be the ultimate dream.
For Ironroot Chef, I'm actually very excited. I'm very excited about like the storytelling aspect of a deck. I don't usually call myself a Vorthos, but for this, it's pretty exciting.
I'm gonna put
exciting
onions in my deck.
Why?
Because it's like being a chef, and I want to make people cry.
Nailed it.
Okay.
Nailed it.
An appetizer, a main course, and a dessert. That's 3 different decks in 3 different formats. And now, without further ado, we'll reveal the secret ingredients. For an appetizer, the judges and I would like a standard deck. Okay, this is minimum 60 cards as normal. The sideboard is optional, not necessary. You're not allowed to sideboard out the main ingredient, and you must have 4 copies of the main ingredient in your deck. Now, when building each of these decks, you will assign a head chef to each deck to lead in the creation of that deck, and also to stand before the judges and explain the choices that you've made. So, for our appetizer, we would like a standard deck themed on Avarice Amulet. Now, you've been playing with Battle for Zendikar all weekend, but we're going to use the Farewell standard format. As you can see, it's an M15 card, and like I said, 4 copies, and assign a head chef to build your standard deck. Then you will choose a player to play this deck against the other team's corresponding deck in a single match. Okay, we'll get to scoring in a bit. So that's our appetizer. For the main course, the judges and I are very hungry. We'd like something with a large portion, if possible. So, of course, we chose Commander. Yeah! So for your Commander decks, each team will choose one of the 5 following commanders. As the community team is losing, they will have the option of choosing the commander first if they wish, or if they wish, they can also choose second. So, which commanders are we talking about here? For your first choice, you could make a deck about Kervek, the Merciless. You could make a deck centered on Safi, Eriksdotter. I believe it's the correct pronunciation. You could make a deck based on Medamai, the Ageless One. You could make a deck centered on Rada, heir to Keld. And lastly, you could build a deck centered on Ramirez de Pietro. Okay. So we are hoping you'll give us 100 reasons to smile. For dessert, you'll see that there are no more secret ingredients to reveal. We'd like a modern deck for dessert. And we'd like you to choose a themed ingredient. Like for standard, you must have 4 copies of your themed ingredient in your deck, and you may not sideboard them out between games. So there's been some confusion in the past, and I want to make this crystal clear. When we talk about flavor, we're talking about the story of the ingredient. What is the overall theme of your ingredient? What parts of the card illustrate the story that you want to tell? What cards complement that story that you will be adding to the deck? All right? So think about those things. We're not so much interested in the rules text, for instance. And God help you if you add cards like Tarmogoyf or Lightning Bolt or Swords to Plowshares or any of the other typical tournament cards that we've seen 1 gazillion times before. Of course, if you're making a commander deck that is somehow themed on farming or retired soldiers or men with beards, then please, by all means, include Swords to Plowshares in that deck. But if not, and we catch you trying to snipe easy match points, you will pay a price for that. Thank you. This is one of the judges, by the way. Give it up for Graham Stark. There we are. Okay, more rules. Each judge will award 0 to 5 points based on flavor for each deck. Each deck will play a single exhibition match where the winner gets 3 points. So if you're good at math, you will realize that there are 5 times as many flavor points up for grabs as match points. So hopefully you will know where your bread is buttered. I'm looking at you, community team. There has been some gamesmanship in the past that we're hoping to avoid this year. Okay, so the judges will be awarding these points based on creativity, boldness, and the adherence to the theme of the card. So think about those things: creativity, boldness, and adherence to the main ingredients themes. You will have 60 minutes to build these decks. That may seem like a long time. It's not at all. So please, work quickly and efficiently. If you spend 20 minutes deciding who's going to work on which decks, or who's going to be the head chef for this or that, or how long it takes you to pick your modern main ingredient, or if you have not enough people working on the commander deck, those are your choices, your risks, and your problems. We won't take any excuses about the time limit come judgment time. You've been warned. Other notes, the commander deck is a single game in match play, 40 life. So there will be no 2 out of 3 commander. So if you have any other questions, you can direct them to Lee Sharp, who will be handing out handouts. It's typically what you do with handouts, is hand them out. Or you can approach me as well during the competition. And there will be some Tim Wilbarrow, what's her name? Wheelbarrow? Okay. Tim Willoughby will be going around interviewing you during the deck building as well, so that the lovely people watching at home can see what you guys are up to. All right. Without further ado, you have 60 minutes. Begin!
You guys, you should let Maria and I just take the standard one, and the two of us.
Wait, we can make
That's something there. I was gonna make a Ramirez deck anyways.
Do you want to
Just.
And welcome back to the desk here. So, you heard it. Ironroot Chef Challenge has been issued. 3 different formats. And the teams are now going to break into groups to actually build those. You can see.
So
is that what an Ironroot Chef looks like?
Yeah, that is exactly what he looks like.
All
so
right.
the modern deck,
Yeah.
it's dessert. Does it have to be a sweet deck?
Yeah, actually, that I think that is exactly what they were going for with that, because they said we don't want to see anything that we've seen before, right? In modern, like that's the criteria that they're going to be judged on is, are you building us a deck that we've seen before? And oftentimes the sweet decks are the ones that are a little under the radar. You don't see them as much.
Now, do you feel like there's an opportunity there to? There's a little like wiggle room in the criteria.
Is that a desert?
That's not how you spell it.
That's just wrong. Who did this?
So you have to build around a card, and you have to build flavor, and you have to build flavor.
Sorry, just having a little mic issue there on BDM side. Are you loud enough that you can hear me? That got pretty loud there.
I can hear you fine.
Yeah, good.
I don't know if anyone can hear me or not.
No, maybe we should just get close.
All right, I'm going to talk into your mic right here.
Yeah, there we go. Nice and snuggly. Anyway, so that's the dessert phase,
but here's
which is modern.
A question. So, do you think I could build like a training grounds deck here? Like build a deck around training grounds?
Yes.
But do I have to tell the story of training grounds, or can I like build the pack rat combo in there, where you're suddenly getting to discard cards to pack rat for 1 mana, and then the sweet guild mages that come to play at the training ground.
That defines sweet.
Yeah, but is it telling the story of the secret ingredient? That's where the judging wiggle room is going to come in here.
Choose a card to build a modern deck around that has unique flavor to the judges haven't seen before. So you were saying with training grounds?
I'm saying with training grounds. Let's say I chose training grounds. It's a card I want to play with in modern, and then there's some decks that have floated out there.
No, man, no, you're good. You're 100%. If you did that and you presented it and it worked, they would love that deck. They would love you.
Yeah, you think, but narratively, like, why are rats coming to the training grounds? Is that? Do you know what I mean? Like,
I don't see anything about that.
All right, that would be my concern.
Oh, because you're saying that it's for rules purposes, like,
right?
And basically to make the deck good.
Yes, I'd be putting.
But training, like, why would the rats be training?
Correct.
It's hard to make a rat train.
Yes.
I would run it.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably what I would run. But I mean, that's not where I'm excited. Like, if I was playing in this right now, I'd be building. I'd be building Commander.
Okay,
but the appetizer is standard.
The appetizer standard. My amulet. Take a look at the Avarice amulet there. Build a standard deck whose flavor is based on Avarice amulet. So if you don't remember what it does, you can see it on your screen. 4 colors for an artifact equipment, 2 to equip. And the creature gets +2 with +0 and has vigilance. And at the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card.
It's really a
But
shame that this
if
is...
it dies, you have to give your amulet to your opponent.
It's really a shame that this is standard, because there's a lot of like cheap artifacts that you can break for effects, and you have to break a lot of eggs to make an amulet.
Oh, come on. How long?
Not very long. It just occurred to me right now.
That is. It's even slightly broken. It's got a crack, as you can see. But yeah, so they're going to have to build an entire deck around that. Now, the main entree here.
This is exciting.
What do you think about this, BDM Commander?
I think some of these commanders are not like the others.
So let's take a look at some of the opportunities that people have to pick here. Now, they're going to each team's going to pick one. And I want to remind you that these are the only 3 decks that are being made, and that the teams are going to group off into 3, 3, and 2 to build these together. It's not just one person building each. But what would you pick out of the commanders that we have available?
Well, Karavik the Merciless and Safi Eriksdotter are both go-to commanders already.
They're already good commanders in Commander?
Yeah, I mean, I've played against multiple people playing builds around these cards in my Commander experience. I mean, look at Karavik the Merciless. This card's insane.
That card looks ridiculous.
5/4 for 7 mana, but whenever an opponent casts a spell, Karavik the Merciless deals damage to target creature or player equal to that spell's converted mana cost.
By the way, Ramirez DiPietro, that card is the weird... What is happening here? It's a blue-black first striker? I mean, black does get a little first strike mixed in there, but what is going on here?
Legends was kind of a dark time. There was like basically Mana Drain, Killer Bees, and 300 other cards.
It's a 6-mana 4/3 first strike that's 2 different colors.
Yeah, and it's got sweet Filfolio art.
Right, and...
we can agree to agree on that?
Yeah, sure. So the question I have, though, for this is, let's say you were in the judge seat, BDM.
Yeah.
And one of the teams decided to take Ramirez DiPietro.
Yes.
And build around that. Would you be willing to give... Remember, this is subjective. Would you give extra points for just, like, level of difficulty?
I would. And I would also give super extra points for using a card like Seafarer's K, or any kind of boat-themed cards.
Because of the pirate
Barbed Sextant would be worth tons of points for me. Any kind of flamboyant pirates, any kind of flamboyant piracy.
Flamboyant piracy is bonus points
yeah,
in the Ramirez deck. I mean, I would take Metamai the Ageless just because that card's sweet.
That's a card that's looking to be broken, right?
Yeah, get some, maybe some like lightning greaves on that thing and just jam it in there. I like that card.
Safi Eriksdotter, though, seems like the card that, like, if you're able to go deep, like if you have some sense of what this card can do in Commander already, it seems like there's an opportunity to go to really go a little crazy.
Yeah, and this is a card that has been broken a bit before, right? I
mean, I mean, this is a big combo piece,
right?
In a number of Abzan colored combo decks, creature based combo decks.
That's a thing that I'm really interested in when it comes to how the judging goes, because like we look at those last 2 commanders that we saw, Ramirez and Safi. And
they are an opposite ends of the power spectrum.
Because if you take Safi Eriksdotter, you can kind of show your stuff when it comes to deck building, combos, cool interactions, and really kind of maybe sell it a little bit in that way. But if you take Ramirez, you're taking a completely different tact where you're kind of saying, read the cards in my deck and what they do, and look at my pirateness.
You are locking yourself into Skeleton Ship,
yes.
Ghost Ship, Barbed Sextant.
Ooh, we have our picks in, BDM.
Okay.
Are you ready for this?
I am.
So, Wizards of the Coast, they took Ramirez.
Yes!
And hilariously, the community team took the one I liked.
Oh, interesting.
Metamai.
Interesting.
Metamai the Ageless. So,
is the flavor element going to be taking extra turns? They can play Time Warp, Time Stretch.
I think I would probably lean in that direction, or enabling Metamai, multiple attacks, or to get in there as often as possible, that kind of thing. It looks like Tim is standing by with the community team. Let's send it down to him.
I'm down here in the trenches with the community team. They have 1 hour to build their 3 decks. They've already split into 3 separate groups. I'm here with the command zone guys, I guess. Jimmy Wong in charge of the command zone here. The first big choice the community team had was to figure out their general. They had first refusal on which general they wanted. It was a bit of a hotly contested decision. The choices really for them were between Medamai the Ageless and Ramirez Di Pietro. Ramirez the pirate, obviously lots of lore there, but ultimately they've gone with Medamai the Ageless, and that means that the Wizards team have snapped up Ramirez Di Pietro. Now, early on, it's all about coming up with the big idea for their decks, so right now, they're crazily going through Gatherer, trying to get a feel for exactly what Medamai the Ageless is all about. Now, Jimmy Wong, do we have an initial idea, initial sort of concept for Medamai?
Yeah, so Medamai's whole thing is when he swings, you get an extra turn, but Medamai cannot attack during that extra turn. So if you're a spiky player, it's like you're going to abuse extra turns, you're going to do silly things, you're going to lock people out of the game. We're not about that. This is about having fun, but also using the idea of a Sphinx and the idea of being a teacher to essentially use the extra turns in a way that's the least spiky thing possible. So we're going to play with a lot of hidden information. We're doing stuff with clues. We're doing stuff with riddles. We're giving the opponent as many choices as possible. So we want to play cards like Fact or Fiction, the Sphinx of Uthin, stuff that will let them choose the piles and stuff. And we want to basically do a lot of extra turn shenanigans and fun stuff.
Since Medamai is ageless, right? He has no idea of time anymore. He has lived for so long. So time is very reversed within his spectrum. So we have time reversals and we have time warps and stuff is happening all over. Yeah. So that's the idea.
It's kind of interesting. Joel Larson came into this one Pro Tour champion, but not necessarily so worried about the lore of the game, but actually just throwing out card ideas left, right, and center over here. Now let me just jump across here to Wedge. Wedge, you consider yourself a big flavor guy. How happy are you with Medamai the Ageless to work with? There's lots going on here.
Yeah, I was basically between Ramirez and Medamai. We decided to go with Medamai because Ramirez is in some colors that I don't think the story we wanted to go with couldn't go with in blue-black, really. But Medamai is perfect for what we're doing, and there's absolutely no way that they're going to think this is spiky at all. So I think we're fine. And it kind of, I guess it makes it really easy for us to go with the whole time theme. Creatures or cards from every set, like basically take like, Tameo, an observer of the world, just travels, sees everything. Basically that, and then just questioning everything and trying to teach people. It's a really good theme, I think.
Yeah, you've got an awful lot to work with, but not a huge amount of time to work on it. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of time to figure out, but I'm sure we'll come back and see how your cooking's going soon enough. We're going to pass things back to the booth briefly now, but I'll be back with more information from down here in the trenches very, very soon.
So the way this is going to work is Tim's going to be kind of moving through each of the teams and each of the groups and getting some thoughts like that. So he's probably just repositioning himself right now with another one on the camera, and once he's ready, we're going to head down. And we're going to be checking in with Tim a lot during the course of the deck build.
So two thoughts about that little interview there. One, pretty big coup to have Jimmy Wong on your team. For having to build a commander deck.
Yeah.
Two, I'm really curious to see how you use extra turns in the least spiky way possible, which is what Jimmy claimed that they were going to do. Well, we're going to use the extra turns in the least spiky way possible.
I actually like where he's gone with that, right?
I do.
Because
I do.
I'm
I'm
trying to
curious.
wrestle between the two things.
Yeah.
But now that you say that, I'm thinking, now wait, what if they use the extra turns to do really flavorful things? Right? Like they don't actually win the game off of them, but they, whatever.
Well, they said they're going to do a lot of stuff like asking riddles of the, that's going to put a riddle in their opponent's path.
Is that a Sphinxy thing?
That's a Sphinxy thing. The Sphinx asks you a riddle.
Okay.
No,
I don't know. Is that true?
It is
or was
true.
that a riddle?
No. I was trying to remember the exact Sphinx's riddle, but I decided I'll wait till I have another cup of coffee.
Sometimes the answer to the riddle is have another cup of coffee.
Yes, well, it's actually always the answer to the riddle.
Yeah. I have asked you many riddles, and that was always been the answer. Now,
I'm really excited to see the pirate deck. That's the only thing it can be, right?
I think so. Like, you can't really build it
The
around
word
flavorful mechanical stuff in blue-black with a first strike random pirate.
The words flamboyant pirate appear
Piracy.
Flamboyant. I think they say flamboyant pirates.
Tim has something? All right, let's send it back down to Tim. He's with another group of players building their deck.
I'm down here in the Wizards construction area with the Wizards team working on Commander. Now, Robert, you had second choice in terms of general for your Commander deck, and you ended up with Ramirez Di Pietro. Was that what your first choice was anyway?
Yes, and that's why we were so anxious for the community team to pick first, because if we were off of Ramirez, we were going to have to change our game plan. I feel pretty confident about making a Ramirez deck. He's a commander that I've seen played against me a lot. I apprised a little bit of his backstory. I'm joined with Allison here, who knows a little bit more about the lore behind Ramirez. So we're trying to put together a crew that would sail with Ramirez on the high seas for some piracy, hijinks, and probably some amazing parties as well.
So, Ali, can you tell me a little bit about the history and lore of Ramirez de Pietro? What are we working with here?
There's not a lot known about him. What we're working with is very significantly flavor text. We know that he's a bit of a liar. He tells a lot of tall tales. He's somewhat ancient. He's been around a long time. He doesn't like talking about it. And on top of that, he's a flamboyant pirate. So anything on the ocean, we've got boats, we've got stories, we've got all sorts of tall tales, and we're going to make sure that the deck reflects all these things.
All at sea, but plenty of hijinks going on out there.
I mean, if you're not doing hijinks on the sea, you're doing something wrong.
So, had you even thought about a second choice for your commander deck, or was it just a matter of this was plan A and plan B would have to sort itself out?
I really enjoyed the time travel themes within Magic. So we probably would have gone Metamai and then gone with a time travel thing of Metamai's been around in his lore. He's ageless. He has been around forever, plans to be around forever, and has these long-reaching plans, and he sort of sees time bend around himself. So that probably would have been our second choice, but I didn't want to seem like the people that were going for time walk effects to win. I just kind of like that sort of, immortal is going to live forever. Let's plan to do something while we're living forever. But we're all in on pirates now. I'm pretty happy with it.
And with 100 cards to figure out for your commander deck, there's an awful lot of work to be done here. You're going to be using every minute of that full hour, I'm sure. I'm going to leave you guys to it. We're going to see if we can check in with some of the other teams building now for the other two courses in our meal, but we'll send things back to the studio just for now.
This is the community team's modern take. Now, do we know what card they picked?
Well, I'm going to assume that they're building a food-themed deck. Eater, Hungry, World Eater.
Okay, but is it Hungry Spring? Like, what was their...
I think Eater of Days.
Eater of Days is their card?
Eater of Days may be their card.
Yeah, we'll get confirmation from that down. But I think you're right. I think that's great.
Eaten by spiders. They're devour. Look at this. Devour now is the word that they're looking for. Gluttonous slime they have pulled aside. This is, I love this. So they've looked for words like devour, eat.
Right, and now
Gluttony.
After typing in the word devour, they've got every devour card that was printed back in the Shards of Alara block now in front of them, which that seems good. That fits.
Yeah, very Kamigawa-y.
This is great.
This is very cool. What does Hungry Spriggan do?
Oh, that's the one that when it attacks, it gets +3/+3, and it's got trample.
Oh, nice.
It's like a 1/1 for 3 or whatever, but when it beats down.
Oh, and then the whole devour mechanic.
Yeah, that's what they're looking at here from Shards.
Yeah. I thought you were talking about like Champions, where you had Devouring Greed, Devouring Rage.
I didn't know those.
Yeah, Devouring Greed was in
the
Modern
one
Masters
to
too.
sack a bunch of spirits. Yeah, I've lost that card. I'm talking actual Devour. Like Dragon comes down, gobbles you up, gets fat and happy off of
I mean, that's pretty sweet. We haven't seen that in Modern for sure.
That's true.
Faceless Devourer. That seems awkward.
That's awkward. This is great. I love this. Gluttonous slime.
So it's almost like very interesting to see which team can like get the furthest away from a competitive deck, because there's so many more points available for being on theme than there are for building a competitive heads up deck. Right?
Now, did they? I don't know how much they went over how the scoring worked in the opening, but did you get a vibe for that? There's significantly more points available.
They said 5 times as many points available for flavor or something like that.
It's 45 to 9 total points available for judging versus playing.
Yeah.
So that means that the matches themselves have an impact on the outcome, but not nearly as much as the judge part.
Right. Now, do you then shy away from a card like Pelucranos World Eater? I mean, it is very on flavor. Like, you don't not use foie gras in your dish.
No, I
if
think
it's
you do.
you still get to use good ingredients.
Yeah, I think you play it. Yeah,
You know.
and additionally, remember this is for modern, and Pelucranos is not a modern staple
Right.
at all. They said they wanted to see things that they haven't seen very much in modern. I think that counts for that.
Sounds like we have Tim on the floor ready to bring us a little more insight into how this is all going to work with the wizard. So if we want to just send it down to the floor, Tim is standing by with a little interview for us.
I'm here with the chairman of the judges here on Ironroot Chef, and this year there's been a few little twists in the tale for the teams on the Community Cup. This is a real challenge to their creativity. What sort of things are you really looking out for in this event?
Well, in the past, they've each had to build their own deck, but part of the fun of watching a kitchen at work is the teamwork between the head chef, the line cooks, the sous chef, however they want to organize themselves. So by presenting only 3 decks, the appetizer, main course, and dessert, we will see a lot more cohesion as a team. People will be divided into doing little mini tasks. I mean, if they want one person's on Gatherer looking only for homunculi, they can do that. They can get away with that. So we like this format a lot better for those reasons. But also, I find it just more flavorful when you can really focus in on a dish. I mean, having 16 different dishes in one meal may sound good for, I don't know, a growing teenager or whatnot, but we adults, we like to take our time, savor the flavors of each dish, and so I look forward to seeing what the head chefs cook up for us and how they can explain their creative choices.
And with a few extra cooks on each meal, do you have slightly higher expectations from every deck?
Absolutely. See, in the past, this is no slight against the amazing Ironroot chefs of previous years, but there's only so much you can do with 30 minutes by yourself. It felt a little bit like a prepackaged TV dinner in the past, maybe a high-quality TV dinner, like a Stouffer's or like a Marie Callender's, if you have those. Not the ones that are on sale all the time. I mean the ones you actually have to pay like $9 for. So they're decent, but I'm actually hoping for grade A fine dining cuisine this year. So I'm very eager to see what flavors they bring to the forefront.
And of course, you are one of 3 judges for this event.
That's right.
Do you each have slightly different things that pique your palate, if you will?
Sure. That part of the challenge is that there will be 3 judges. In addition to myself, there's also Graham Stark, who is not only running this entire show, but he makes about 1 billion hours of content every year. You know him from Loading Ready Run, Friday Nights, all these places. So he has excellent taste in flavor, has been a judge in previous years. But we're also welcoming a new judge this year. She is Kimberly Kryness, and she is a world builder for Magic the Gathering, working in the creative department at Wizards of the Coast. We had to make sure that if we selected someone from Wizards that they would be impartial and unbiased and not give preference to the Wizards team. But there was no chance that she would compromise her creative integrity to load the score in their favor. She's been vetted very well for those reasons. So I don't know exactly what tickles Kimberly's fancy or what kind of flavors Graham is partial to. I know what I'm partial to, but I'm going to keep that a secret because I don't know if these fellows and ladies might be listening right now. But suffice it to say, I have very strong opinions on flavor and story.
And there is, of course, the potential that someone could walk away from any one of the judgments with 0 points if they really don't tickle your fancy.
That's right. This has happened in the past. Most infamously, Reed Duke made a junk reanimator deck, crater hoof behemoths and everything. I can't even remember what the secret ingredient was because it was a generic standard stock list. He was the worst player in the building on that day, and perhaps the worst flavor cook of all time. It's a very harsh criticism. He got 0 points, of course. I'm sure he's worked on his flavor game in the meantime. I'm sure that's his highest priority, but there is much precedent for giving straight zeros across the board.
So lots of pressure on both of these teams. Of course, the community does need to win back a few points if they are going to succeed in this Community Cup, and there are more points in this event potentially than any of the others in the entire Community Cup.
Right.
So they're going to have to be working really hard. We're going to head back onto the floor and see a little bit more about how their cooking is going very, very shortly. But for now, we'll head back to the booth.
All right, so it looks like we're still popping in, yes, on the Hungry Spriggan deck here.
I love it.
Yeah, so that was the card that they chose to build around for Modern. Aggressive little creature, and if you look at the artwork, oh, he's hungry, all right, and he's kind of mad about it too.
What's kind of a little sad here, perhaps, is this is not going to be Battle for Zendikar cards are not going to be. That's probably good actually, because Ingest is kind of a layup here.
Well, I mean, they got to choose, like. Yeah, you see the Hungry Spriggans in there.
Ooh, Demonic Appetite.
Sprout.
That's
the appetizer salad.
Oh my gosh,
how
that's
cute
awesome.
is that?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, there's plenty of salad that they could make.
Really? Did you just say that?
Yeah. It's an all-you-can-eat salad bar. Look at this.
Is that what they're looking at? Oh no, they're having a sprout and a sprout salad for appetizers. That's their one drops.
I think so.
That's ridiculous.
Now, Necrogenesis, I'm not seeing that as a.
I'm
not seeing that as a very flavorful ingredient.
No.
No, but you're putting a
sap.
sapling.
You're like farming. I think the idea is that you're.
Oh, you're going farm to table.
Yes, it's like a hip new York restaurant where you're farm to tabling, all organic. It's a stretch for me.
I think Necrogenesis is right there. That's a ding.
The Tuca Tongue salad though with the sprout is really good.
Yeah. Sprout Swarm. Maybe a little too powerful. I would love to. I would really love to see how the commander decks are coming along. I don't know if we could get a look at one of those.
Those are the ones that have the most work to do.
Yeah.
Right? Hunter Card Singleton, it's not like you can just be like, oh, we'll take 4 Pluchronos, 4 Eater of Day. You don't get that flexibility to just. I mean, how many choices do you really have to make in a 60-card deck? 10? 10-ish, if you want, maybe 12.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
14.
If you look at this, we're already at 32 cards in this deck,
and there's
not a lot
singletons
of
in there.
and there's not a lot of cards here.
Yeah,
Vicious Hunger's
yeah.
nice.
You're making 10 to 14 different card choices somewhere in that range. When you go over to the commander side, you have to make 60-ish. Like it's a huge chore for sure. So we'll be checking in with that as we go.
I like Tribute to Hunger as just. Since you're doing a very themed deck, it's
like
a tribute
that
to
too.
Hunger.
All right, well, why don't we send it down to Tim? It looks like he's got something down in the feature match area.
Hello, and welcome to the standard area in our deck construction for the community team. Now, Gabe, going into the Ironroot Chef format, you said to me that you were a little bit worried because you do not consider yourself a flavor guy. How happy were you to find out that it's teams of chefs building meals rather than working on your own?
Very happy. I get to sort of play the cards, and we just kind of get to figure out what we're doing in terms of flavor on our own.
Now, you guys are working on standard, so you have Avarice Amulet to work with. Not necessarily a card that's seen a huge amount of play in standard. I don't want to go into too many details about what the deck is. We're going to have a big reveal on that soon enough, but how challenging are you finding this?
Honestly, I'm loving it so much. I know you don't want to get too much into it, but I'll just say this, I'm a big classics fan. So we're attacking it from that angle.
Yeah, I majored in classics in college, so that's helping me here, believe it or not. It's the only time it's ever helped.
I mean, it seems to me like there's quite a lot of story just in the amulet itself. It's a very evocative name, and obviously it does things in-game, but for this, in-game isn't necessarily the most important thing, right?
No, absolutely not. Gabe is taking the hit on playing this deck. So we get to have a ton of fun building it, and then he's going to be the one who gets out there and tries to win some games with it.
But who is the head chef in this section?
That would be me.
So you're going to have to explain everything about this deck to the judges. Some pretty intimidating faces on the judging panel.
I think you mean that I get to explain this deck to everybody on the judging team. very, very excited.
But I know there's a lot of time. I don't want to trouble you guys for too long because, I mean, the devil really is in the details in this sort of thing. Getting the seasoning right, getting each individual card choice just perfect. And I can see that there's already a relatively detailed recipe being formed on this computer and on your notepads here. So I'm going to leave you be, let you carry on with your cookery, and we're going to head things back to the booth for now.
All right, welcome back here. And so what we're looking at now is the Wizards Commander deck. Now, we had a chance to have Tim with a little chat with them earlier. Remember, they're the ones that took Ramirez de Pietro here. And what are we looking at here, BDM?
We are looking at Skeleton Ship.
Skeleton Ship.
Siren
right
of the Silent Song. Shipwreck Singer.
Launch Party.
I like
That's
Disciple.
great.
I like Disciple of Deceit too. That's kind of nice. You know, talked about the idea that Ramirez is known for telling lies.
Oh, this is great.
Infected vermin. Old Man of the Sea.
Typhoid rats.
The Rishadan Port, of course.
I like the Harbor Bandit too. That's really good. So I'm assuming that a lot of what that middle row of artifacts are is like a bunch of treasure.
Yeah.
Is that what that is?
Sure. The Elixir of Immortality, the Fountain of Youth. That's what people
Chalice of Life.
sailed on their pirate voyages to find. You know.
Siren Song Lyre.
Yeah. This is sweet.
Now, what about the blue cards? What are you seeing over there that's catching your eye? Looks like a bunch of sea themes.
Yeah, Sea's Claim, Piracy Charm. I mean, Piracy Charm's a little bit of an obvious.
All right, looks like Tim's got something for us down in the feature match here. Let's head down there.
I'm here in the deck construction area with Wizards on their standard deck for Ironroot Chef. Now, Ryan Spain, you're the head chef of this section. Tell me a little bit about the process that you guys are going through to find your perfect meal.
Well, it started with reviewing the story behind the Avarice Amulet, which was from a Penny Arcade design based on their back and forth of murderous desire for this Pac-Man watch. And we've translated into magic with this Avarice Amulet. And so the story of the amulet is wizards who desire the possession of an Avarice Amulet more than anything else. And so we're approaching this with the winner of this is the player who dies with the most amulets, not the player who wins the game. You know, so we're just we want amulets, and that we want flavorful, the thieves, we want to anything we can do flavorfully that says we'll take this amulet, we're doing it. We're doing in Sultai colors because Sultai is the greediest clan, and it has dragons who are inherently greedy, who also steal things. So anything that is about greed and the ability to switcheroo and you take this thing and we'll take your amulet. We just want anything that'll get us amulets is a flavor win for us.
Now, it's interesting to me, looking at the way that a lot of the different kitchens are working on their various decks, people tend to, start with Gatherer, a very good place to find out about any number of different magic cards. But Mike, you're also on dictionary.com and looking up thesaurus items for Avarice.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the things is because we want to be looking at flavor text, it's like, okay, how do you play off of Avarice? Like, what does that mean? Like, it's like, oh, this lust for gold and just, this miserly, accumulation of riches. And so, we really wanted to look at that as a way to inspire our deck to find, just like, okay, like how can we truly bring through this Avarice and this amulet and pull it together into a delicious meal, or a delicious course, as it were.
And in terms of actually playing this deck, it sounds like it's going to be kind of a blast to play. Which one of you is that going to be?
I haven't decided. Yeah, we haven't got in there yet. It has blue in it, so it may because it has blue, it may not be me. But we'll see when we get there. We'll see when the whole course is assembled.
Well, clocks are ticking. We're about halfway through our time in terms of building now, I believe. So I'm going to leave you guys to it.
Yeah,
Best of luck.
Already at that stage.
We're just trying to figure out what's a 1 of, 2 of, 3 of.
Well, the devil is very much in the details with this. So best of luck, guys. And we're going to head things back to the studio now.
All right, thank you, Tim. And checking back in with the modern deck from the community team. Again, this was the dessert portion. Now they were able to
Deserters' Quarters. Oh, it was right there.
What? There's Deserters' Quarters?
Deserters' Quarters was in, but I think they maybe thought it was a little too cute, a little too truffle oily. and they and they
Look,
took it
this
out.
is Ironroot Chef's been around for a couple of years, but I don't think it's developed its truffle oil yet. Which is, of course, you're referencing
Chopped,
where they kind of go to that too often, and the judges, it gets a little eye roll out of them, like you're doing the truffle oil thing. That's so yesterday. Or
Exactly.
whatever. I don't think we're there yet. I think you could get away with a little punchy, corniness here. Butcher's cleaver. These are great.
I like that they've put the dark steel plate in there. That's
your plate?
That's your plating. If you're going to judge on plating.
I got to say, they are really crushing it. Let's see, who was who's the head chef for the modern one? Let's see, it was dessert is Maria.
Yeah.
We had a chance to chat with them Tim had a couple of chats with them a moment ago.
Yeah, tribute to Hunger
And
Urge
she
to Feed.
is great.
Oh yeah, they need to get a chalice in here.
That's your drink. That's
yeah, you
your-
definitely
your
need to have
water.
a cup.
Yeah, all right, sure. How about marble chalice? I like that. It's uncastable, but
yeah. Chalice of life, not chalice of the void. Oh, elsewhere flask. I like the flask.
No, you don't take a flask to dinner.
Oh, sometimes you do.
No, it's to a party or to a place the movie theater, someplace you're not supposed to have a flask. But to dinner, you can just have a drink.
But if you go over someone's house and they keep a dry house,
then don't bring a flask into
well,
there.
you do.
Especially not that one.
Yeah.
All right. It looks like Tim Willoughby has something down in the feature match area.
I'm down here with the community team working on their modern deck. Now, this modern Ironroot Chef challenge, something really quite different to anything that we've seen before, because here there are no prescribed ingredients. You have to choose your own flavor and then just play that flavor up as much as you possibly can. Community team, how big a challenge is it having to just start from nothing on this?
Very hard. Very hard.
We have about 25 minutes to go here. I mean, I'm guessing that you have settled on a theme here. Any clues as to which direction we might be going?
Yeah, we opted to go with the Hungry Spriggan, which is the 1 green, 2 colorless, 1/1. And, he's very hungry. When he attacks, he gets a lot bigger. So we've kind of decided to go with that gluttonous theme. A lot of, things that can get eaten. I think a lot of saprolings, right? Maria's going to be doing the explaining, so it's going to be on her to show the judges that we got what it takes.
Maria, the head chef, and choosing the sort of food and hunger theme for these Hunger Games. Very smart. And presumably this is, with 3 of you on this, you have a little bit more opportunity to go pretty deep on finding interesting cards that are going to be going into this deck. And with a modern card pool, plenty to play with.
Yeah, so we're stretching it a little bit, but not too far. But I'm pretty proud of the fact that this was a kind of a food-themed challenge, and we have a food-themed deck. So pretty proud. But like I said, this is not easy.
Yeah, absolutely for professionals only. And I'm just going to sneak around here. Stibbs, I can see that there's 2 computers down here, but 3 of you. How have things worked in terms of splitting out the tasks with these 3 chefs? Have you been sort of one person on Gatherer, one person bringing it together? What's going on?
I've been kind of chipping in back and forth. Kenji's kind of digging deep. We've been searching off a lot of card names and kind of flavor and looking for the effects that we want to kind of find that all jive with being hungry. And so we've just been going back and forth. You can only use one computer to build the deck at the end of the day. So really it's just about cooperating and trying to keep everybody finding the next card.
And of course, while it's certainly not the main focus, someone is going to end up playing these decks. When it comes to the modern, who's going to be behind the helm?
We haven't decided.
We know Maria is doing the explaining, though.
Yeah, I'm explaining, so probably not playing this monstrosity.
But it looks like.
What do you think? What are your initial thoughts here?
I don't want to give too much away because there's going to be the big reveal, and I know you're going to do a great job with it. But there's a lot going on here. Wow, and the cool thing about this format is, in terms of finding the story, literally just going through the card names, it shouts at you. You can see exactly what this deck is going for without even having to worry about what it does in play, and certainly a very innovative option taken here by the community team. We're going to let them carry on building because time is a ticking and every single card counts on this. It's all about putting together a perfect, long, sort of carefully constructed dish. This is Michelin star stuff. We're not talking about fast food here. So I'm going to let you guys carry on working, and we're going to head things back to the booth now before we get a chance to see the Wizards team.
All right, you heard it, Michelin star stuff happening down in the feature match area. Let's take a look though at what the community team has come up with for their entree, which is of course their commander deck. Now they chose Metamai the Ageless. You can see Metamai sort of snugged over on the right hand side of your screen there, and they've gone heavy blue. My goodness! Now what do you see here? Is there anything that really jumps out to you, BDM, as far as being on theme for Metamai?
I love the traveling philosopher.
That's
who has
cool.
to answer the riddle of the Sphinx.
Okay.
I like Preordain. I like Ponder. I like these cards, even though they're, I guess not super powerhouses in Commander.
Now, what about I see a
Future
delay.
Sight is terrific.
What is delay?
Well,
why do we want to delay?
Well,
in this deck?
the Sphinx is always sort of forestalling you and trying to, keep you. Oracle's Insight. I'm excited about that.
Okay. I see a Seagate Oracle. You mentioned him. Plea for Power. Intuition.
Divination is fantastic.
What is the theme here? Seeing the future?
The theme, it's time travel.
Okay.
Time travel, riddles, fate, extra turns.
I'm skeptical. I'm not seeing this. I don't. There's some things in here that I'm a little like evangelize.
Evangelize, I don't see. I think evangelize is a little bit
fiction.
loose.
That's kind of cool.
Factor
right?
fiction is definitely good.
Foresee again. That looking to the future. Oracle's Insight you mentioned.
Plea for guidance is kind of nice.
Plea for power.
Yeah, I think they're a little. I think they're a little loose here on.
It's not quite as tight, right?
Yeah.
As the pirate theme that we saw from the Wizards team. If I had to guess, I'd say the Wizards team would get a better grade at this point.
Yeah, and remember, the community team chose first on
they
Commander,
did have pack one,
and
pick
I
one,
think
yeah.
they chose the more difficult ingredient. I think they're like making risotto here
in
20 minutes,
and they knew it, and
yeah.
they had the confidence that they could do it, and then
yeah, I think that the ingredient that really lends itself to finding a lot of flavor in a short period of time is Ramirez. And
wait, so you think that's the easier one?
I think that's if you're looking strictly to build something.
I think you're saying that after seeing the Wizards team make it look easy. That card is like, what is going on?
It's a pirate. I mean, it's just there's
just doing pirate stuff.
You just have to do pirate stuff. You just have to throw all the ships in there, all the rats in there. I think it's a little more intuitive than this is.
All right, let's send it down to Tim Willoughby. He's once again down in the feature match area.
I'm down here in the build area with the Wizards of the Coast team. Now this is the modern deck. This is the one where there was absolutely no guidance beyond do something new and do something flavorful. Now, Sam Stoddard, you're our head chef for the Wizards team in modern. What sort of dish might we be expecting here?
So what we're looking at right now is a story, as old as time, of course, the story of the Phyrexian invasion of Mirrodin. So the main card we're working with here is Corrupted Oil, which is our Glistening Oil, which is a card that tells what the Phyrexians did when they took over. And then we are filling the deck with a lot of the results of that. So we have cards like Glissa and Glissa the Traitor. We have cards like Glinthawk, and there's a Tine Strike, which is the version of that. Shattered Angel, and another card that is the kind of the pre-version of that. Blink Moth Nexus, Ink Moth Nexus. And we're trying to kind of pare that down to something that really tells a story of just how awesome the Phyrexians are and how awesome they're going to make everybody else.
So kind of taking on the role of the bad guys a little bit for the Wizards of the Coast team here in the Community Cup.
Well, it's only the bad guys if you think the Phyrexians are doing bad things. I think they're the good guys. They're bringing order to things, which is important.
Fair enough. Hard to argue with that one. How many of you are working on the modern deck? How did you split up your team?
Aaron, myself, and Worth started working on it, and now I'm kind of been focusing on it. And I know Melissa has also brought a lot of ideas to this.
So in some respects, this is the one that you've put the most bodies on. Worried about too many cooks spoiling the broth?
I just don't think that you can never have too many cooks.
Too many cooks?
Too many cooks.
Now, you're going to be the one explaining this deck to the judges. Have you picked out who's going to be playing it yet?
Aaron will be playing it.
Aaron Forsyth, obviously highly invested now in making sure that this deck is a powerhouse while actually playing. I'm sure this is not a man who likes to lose. And And at the moment, it's interesting looking at these decks sort of going around the room. You've got sort of 20 minutes or so left, so plenty of time to do final tweaks. How much of it for you at this point is adding new cards, or is it more about cutting them and just making it really sort of refined?
It's more about cutting them and refining it and making it to, something that it's not just a mishmash of like all the possible cards. We're not looking to make a, just like, oh, get it. So it's like a, one of those scary movie type things where it's like reference. We want something that really feels like we're trying to do the thing that we're trying to do and show off the Phyrexian invasion.
Plenty of space there for the main theme to really come through and sort of hit the judges in the face pretty hard.
Right.
So I'm going to leave you guys to it. I'm going to let you carry on with your honing and refining. I know that there's plenty still to do and a little bit of time to do it. I mean, this, of course, is against the clock, so not necessarily the easiest of tasks whatsoever. But we're going to head things back to the area now so they can sort of give you a bit of an overview. And I'm going to see if I can catch up with some more of our judges here at the Community Cup.
All right, thank you, Tim. And I like what he said, BD.
I
Did you
too.
like what Stoddard said about it's
loved
not
what he
just
said.
the referential cards, but the feel of what the deck's doing?
Right. It's not just throwing a bunch of ingredients on the plate and saying, see, look at all these great ingredients I use. It's about creating a refined, cohesive dish, to extend the cooking metaphor. But
Do you
what
think
I
the judges have the palate to pick up on that?
I'm worried. I'm really worried.
Like it's
I
hard
think
to get into that level of a knowledge of what these cards do and how they interact.
In past years, they would not. And in fact, I think sometimes the judges miss the mark judging in the past.
And we're going to see if they're going to hit the mark this time.
Now with just 3 decks on each team to judge, just a total of 6 decks that need to be tasted and appraised, I think there's more time to actually find that refinement and really, the nuance of these chefs.
All right, so let's check in, though, with the Wizards team with their standard deck.
Now, there's a lot of cards here in the standard deck. This is the amulet deck.
This is actually their entree here, I believe, their standard deck. Is that right?
No, this is appetizer, right? This is standard. It needs to be built around Amulet of Avarice or Avarice Amulet. And there are a lot of cards here. There are currently 63 cards on their prep station.
Wow! So they've gone to the refrigerator, to the pantry.
Yeah,
they hit the bakery up, and they've just sort of brought everything that they may need.
Yeah, they've brought out the Ras Al Hanout. They've gone deep here, looking for ingredients. Murderous cut. I'm curious to see how they're going to tie this all together. And I think a thing like Traveler's Amulet is tricky. I think that's kind of what Sam was referencing. A card that's just like, it's a reference. It says Amulet, so you're going to put it in there. No, you can't. I think that's a trap card.
That's the kind of thing that you want to avoid.
Yeah.
All right.
We're going to find out what the judges are actually thinking.
You just mentioned that, right? That the judges are. They're under a certain challenge here as well. Let's see what Graham Stark has to say about it from Tim Willoughby.
I'm here on the floor with Graham Stark, one of our judges for the Ironroot Chef competition. Graham, are you hungry?
Very hungry. I'm really looking forward to seeing how these decks turn out.
And this quite a departure from previous years of Ironroot Chef. Some interesting rules changes that have really thrown these teams for a loop. Are you expecting quite different results based on these different rules changes?
I think so. We wanted to give them more time to build the decks, and what the way that we came up with doing that was not explicitly giving them a longer period of actual time for deck building, but allowing them to break into teams and focus more on fewer decks. So rather than every person on every team building their own deck and then us having to judge all of that, really embracing the idea that this is a cooking show and going with the appetizer, entree, dessert idea. And I think that from what I've seen so far just walking around the room, I think it's definitely an improvement.
A little bit of prejudging almost, getting a feel for what you might be seeing. I'm sure that there will be some surprises in the big reveal, though. Each of the 3 judges, I'm sure, have slightly different tastes. Are there any particular things that are real flavor wins or losses for you? Are you looking for more in the Magic storyline flavor, or are you just, as long as there's a clear story, are you happy?
Yeah, I think as long as there's a clear story, I'm happy. I know that I was talking to Stibbs, and he was saying that if he'd been on the commander team for the community, he would have wanted to go with Kervek because he actually knows Kervek's whole in-universe story, which is fine. But I'm just as interested in seeing what you can do just within a deck, and especially with cards from different sets that were never intended to be thematically linked, that when put in the same deck you're sort of like, oh, I like that, that's funny. I appreciate the humorous juxtaposition.
And the thing that I'm kind of excited to see with this is we're going to have a match with each of these decks. How much is the flavor of the deck going to come out while it's being played, just naturally through the cards that are being played as they're coming through?
That'll be interesting to see. Luckily for the teams, they're not going to be judged flavor-wise on how the decks perform. They will not be expected to play in character. The actual matches are just match points, try to win. But I'll be interested to see what flavor does come through just by the nature of the decks, if there is some entertaining stuff that happens during the course of gameplay. But we'll have to find out.
Can't help but think that when you've got two Avarice Amulet decks playing against one another, there's going to be some artifacts flying around the table like nobody's business.
I'm really looking forward to that. I think that was a good choice for the ingredient for the standard deck. We threw around a lot of ideas. We wanted it to be an artifact so that they weren't restricted on colors, and we talked about Profane Memento, or what were some of the other weird ones we talked about? But we kept coming back to Avarice Amulet as just like, no, this seems in keeping with the concept of the Community Cup, with these two teams really going at one another.
Yeah, Mike and Jerry at Penny Arcade, if you're watching, this is the time for Avarice Amulet to shine. Very interested to see how that one goes, and of course how all of these decks go. Commander, a new one in the mix, and potentially a massive flavor win because so many cards in every Commander deck.
Yeah, I mean, you can craft a whole rich narrative with a Commander deck. You have a lot to work with there, and I'll be really interested to see. I've seen a little bit of the Wizards deck with Ramirez. I haven't had a chance to really look at the Metamai deck, but I'm very curious. And again, like it's a hard build because you've got so much to work with. So I'm looking forward to it. Let's put it that way.
And of course, this year you have a head chef for each deck that's going to be presenting those decks to you, sharing the story with you, so that in case you weren't being beaten over the head with it with the deck list, there's a little opportunity to share exactly what's going on there. Now with Commander, where you've got 100 cards, well, 99 cards that you're unaware of before you sit down, they're going to have to think quite carefully about how they prioritize telling that story, because there's just too much to go through.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to look at every single card in the deck, but as long as they can give sort of an impression and sort of, this is what we were intending. You see, we have cards like this, cards like this. This is the sort of the world we are building within this Commander deck. Then I think that I hope that they'll be able to get their point across.
I can't help but think that we're going to have a delicious meal coming up. Not that long left on deck construction, so we might see if we can get back to just see how the final little finishing touches on these meals go. But for now, we're going to head things back to the studio here at the Community Cup.
All right, let's check back in here in BDM with the Wizards team Commander deck.
I think lands are a real huge opportunity in terms of really nailing down your flavor. Especially in Commander, we have this wide range of non-basic lands to choose from, and can really, get a lot of sneak a lot of cards in there. I think that one of the things that was really interesting, when Graham referenced a conversation he had with Adam Staborski.
These are so good, by the way, BDM.
Yeah.
Fogbank, Lighthouse Chronologist. Anyway, go ahead.
But Staborski talked about how Karavik comes with this very detailed backstory. And maybe you're almost locked into that if you choose a card like Karavik, or any of the newer cards which have more developed, built worlds around them. But Ramirez, coming from an era where cards, they just made the cards and then they figured out some story later, or the story is just contained within the flavor text. Mm-hmm. You have a lot more of a blank canvas to work with in terms of just building your own now. Dregs of Sorrow.
Now, am I seeing this correctly, BDM, that we've got 199 cards currently in the...
There are a lot of cards there.
Going up to 200 here?
Yeah, you are not allowed to have more than 99 cards in your deck, so I think we're going to start seeing some cuts. Yeah, like Fog Elemental.
Yeah, like Fog Elemental goes away. Fog Bank
is fine.
Yeah, we got the point with the Fog. Now Elemental needs to go.
I like Lonely Sandbar a lot.
Oh, yeah. You said the lands you thought were a Tidal Wave. Traveler's Cloak I would lose.
Treasure Mage?
I would lose that. Just because it has the word treasure on it, I'm out.
Too obvious.
Yeah, I'd cut Wake Threat. Like, that's kind of cool. I get it. Like, they definitely have a whole lot of things to do. Again, anything that says siren on it doesn't necessarily make the cut for me either.
Sure.
I want the sirens that are down on the rocks, singing to us or whatever, not the flying attacking
I do
ones.
like Old Man of the Sea.
Oh, that's a great one. That is a great one.
Capsize?
Sea Singer, that makes sense. For Capsize, wow. This is just great.
I like Brian Sear.
You like Brian Sear?
But yeah, there's plenty of room to cut. I mean, I think you have
I'd
to
cut
be
Cloaked Siren.
You just need a really sophisticated palette here at this point.
I agree.
You really just need to be on point. Coastal Discovery is excellent.
That's fantastic. Are you allowed to use it?
Oh, is that one of the new cards?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if you are allowed to use it.
I don't think you're allowed to use it. I really like it though.
Yeah, I do.
I hope they just wouldn't
You get me
notice.
with any of the Rishiden.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
That stuff works for you?
Yeah, Rishiden footpad.
All right, we've got another interview with our judge. Tim is down there with Kimberly right now.
I'm here with Kimberly Cronus down on the floor here at the Community Cup. And Kimberly, there's only 5 minutes left on deck construction for these teams. They've got lots to think about, but you've got lots to think about too. From the world building panel, I saw that you have a huge amount of experience in the flavor of this game. Are there any particular things that you're going to be looking out for in this Ironroot Chef challenge?
I am most interested to see teams that really embrace the story behind the card. It's not just the flavor, it's really the story that we've created for these characters. We spend a lot of time going really in depth behind the characters and even the details of the world, like the amulet. So I want to see people who embrace that, who get into the spirit of what this challenge is really about.
And certainly it seems like going around the room, there's a lot of different interpretations on exactly how those stories go. I guess one of the cool things about Magic is you can take things in lots of directions, but here there's kind of a strength of purpose needed, a really clear flavor needed in these decks, right?
Yeah, I would say that, while I encourage creativity always, I would like to see people who do not try to stretch it too far, do not try to take it beyond what we could really envision the card being. So stay on point, but be creative within that.
I mean, with Commander, so much space to be creative because 100 cards to work with, that's an awful lot. I mean, were there any generals that you were particularly hoping to see decks built with in this tournament?
Let's see. Well, the choices were quite interesting this year. The Flamboyant Pirate is a very interesting choice. I was excited to see that was chosen. I'm very curious to see. There's lots of different ways that deck could particularly go. I think that has great flavor in that card. Metamai, one of my favorites. I'm actually also very excited that card was chosen, and hungry to see what the teams, what the chefs might come up with.
Yeah, Battle for Zendikar, not available for this challenge, but Ulamog would approve.
Ulamog, well, he is ceaselessly hungry, so I think he would have made an excellent judge here today.
Yeah, I think there's a very real chance he might not have worried so much about the flavor so much as the quantity of cards available, so he may have been more excited about Commander than most, but I'm sure that any tournament involving food, he would love it.
Oh, definitely. I think he would just devour that main course and, he'd stomp through the appetizer and not even settle down after dessert, really. I mean, that guy he's going and going.
Yeah, just queuing up for as many dishes you want to put in front of him. But there's just minutes left on deck construction. We're going to hand things back to the booth here because very, very shortly we're going to get a chance to see exactly what these teams have cooked up here at the Community Cup.
All right, speaking of cooking stuff up, let's take a look at the dessert here for the Wizards team. Now, they got to pick what their main ingredient was. The community team took Hungry Spriggan, and they have really crafted kind of a meal theme throughout the deck. It looks really cool. But on the other side, Wizards, maybe they had already had breakfast or just didn't feel that well. They took Glistening Oil as their card, and they're building around that.
Now, I do like the idea of Glistening Oil for a food-based deck building competition. Think about it. When you finish a dish, you put a nice finishing oil on top of it.
But you're not making me hungry by saying this.
Really? No, really. See, I think about a nice little finishing, like extra virgin olive oil.
Oh, man.
Really high grade.
Also,
good.
have you seen the artwork on Glistening
No, well,
Oil?
Glistening Oil. Now, No, glistening oil, I'm a little less excited to see on my dish.
It's not quite as high grade as the stuff you use in your kitchen or on your cooking show.
No, that's fair. So I think so. My just looking at these things quickly, I have no real sense of how the standard deck's going to rank. But I think that's where this really who comes out ahead is going to be determined in standard, because I feel like Wizards has the edge right now.
Do you think this modern deck is ahead?
I feel like Wizards has the edge in Commander.
I agree.
By a wide margin.
Okay.
I think they're going to get crushed in Modern.
The food deck was unreal.
I think the food deck is unreal, and I think this deck is
Well, what is it? Go through it for me here. Like, what are we just seeing a whole bunch of poison counter
This
stuff?
is a story about Phyrexia, is what Sam Stoddard told us. He's telling us the story of new Phyrexia.
We know that story.
I don't think this is as compelling as the.
I played that story for 10 months. I know what happens at the end and everything.
I don't feel like it's as compelling as what they're doing. So I feel like the judgment, like who comes out with the most points in this, is going to really come down to how these two teams have approached Avarice Amulet.
So that's going to be the.
I mean, just me. Like me, if I was judging right now, I would have Wizards team ahead on Commander. I would have Community team ahead on Modern, and I don't have a sense of who's ahead on Standard right now.
Amulet, yeah.
I feel like that's going to be the breaker.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if the judges appreciate the Phyrexian flavor here, but
you know what?
All I'm seeing is a bunch of infect creatures.
Although we don't even know if the Wizards team is going to get their commit. They still had to cut 100 cards with like less than 5 minutes to go.
Oh yeah, good point.
You've got to get your dish in on time.
That's right. I've seen those shows. They always have the clock and they show the chef
hands up.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know that they're going to have time to get it done. Yeah, I think that they've done a good job, right? I think it's a middle of the road.
Do you really?
I think they've done a good job. I mean, like
is this
in terms
nice
of
booth BDM.
No,
if we were at dinner,
no.
would you say, Marshall, I think they did a good job?
I think they did an okay job. I think it's a middling, flavor attempt.
Sure.
I think that
it's reasonable.
They got it done.
Right?
It's like they made they got a steak in their basket and they made a steak.
Yeah. and you put a steak in front of one of the judges.
Yeah,
and
it's gonna be fine.
They're gonna say, okay,
yeah,
you cooked it well. It was fine. But you're just not really impressed.
And again,
right?
we haven't seen plating yet, right? We don't know how Sam. These guys get to go up and plead their case. We don't know how Sam is gonna pitch this, tell the story. He might have some insights into the Phyrexian story that we don't have as someone who's inside R&D.
All right.
We'll
keep an eye on
it. I don't. How is he going to beat the Hungry Spriggan deck?
The Hungry
He might beat him.
It has appetizers. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll be back after a few messages with more Ironroot Chef.
Enlist the land itself in the battle against the Eldrazi with Zendikar Expeditions. See more amazing previews of Battle for Zendikar at magicthegathering.com. Face unnatural disaster in the newest Magic the Gathering set, Battle for Zendikar. Join the battle at pre-release events on September 26th and 27th. Visit locator.wizards.com to find a store near you. Watch the best players in the world battle for fame and glory on October 16th to 18th at Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar. See the impact of the new set on Standard and Booster Draft, with complete video coverage streamed on twitch.tv/magic. Join the battle with the new mechanics like Rally and Converge to help the people of Zendikar rise up against the alien threat of the Eldrazi. See more amazing previews of Battle for Zendikar at magicthegathering.com. Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Put your game to the test at a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix include Madison, Sydney, Quebec City, and Beijing. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule. Watch top players compete to become the Super League champion. The current season features players such as Luis Scott Vargas and Cedric Phillips playing Modern, Watch every Tuesday night on twitch.tv/magic. Face unnatural disaster in the newest Magic Online set, Battle for Zendikar. Join the battle at pre-release events October 9th through 12th on Magic Online. Download Magic Online at mtgo.com to play. The Legacy Cube returns to Magic Online from September 23rd until October 9th. Draft with the best Legacy cards throughout Magic's history. Download Magic Online at mtgo.com to play. Qualify for the next Pro Tour on Magic Online. Go 5-0 or 4-1 in one of 10 preliminaries to advance to the finals. See the full schedule at mtgo.com. In The Art of Magic the Gathering Zendikar, you can experience the danger and beauty of Zendikar like never before. This lavishly illustrated hardcover book features the award-winning Art of Magic the Gathering and gives you an insider's look at the secrets of Zendikar, its people, continents, and creatures. Available everywhere January 5th. The world's best strategy game is now letting you play free. Magic Duels Origins delivers an entirely new digital Magic experience. Available now on iPhone, iPad, Xbox One, and PC via Steam. Visit magic.wizards.com/duels to download the game today. Friday Night Magic has expanded to include all formats. Be ready for Standard, Commander, Legacy, or even Conspiracy drafts. Check out your local store for details and share your FNM stories by using the hashtag MTGFNM. Visit magic.wizards.com/FNM for more information. Start on your road to the Pro Tour by playing in a preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. With more than 2,000 locations running events, you're sure to find one near you. Visit magic.wizards.com/PPTQ for schedules and information.
Hello there. Welcome back to the booth here at the Community Cup. Brian David Marshall Sutcliffe with you. And that was fun, right?
Yeah,
we got
absolutely.
to check in on a whole bunch of different decks. We got BDM's initial opinions on them, and I tend to agree with him. I thought that there was kind of one team ahead in one category, another team ahead in the other category, and that leaves the middle one where it's kind of, I don't know. But, of course, this is all up to the judges. It's not up to us in the booth here, and they're the ones who that have to be impressed. If they're
Frankly, that's a lot of BS.
It's true.
All judging decisions should be judged in the booth.
Wow. He's just taking over here, this guy. I would just put it in your hands. I like the way that you approach these judge scenarios. Let's take a look at the score, right? We got to get back to the tournament now.
Oh, yeah. And this with these 3 rounds have huge scoring implications.
I think this is the biggest jump that you can make in the tournament is the Ironroot Chef here. So right now as we come in, 78 points for the Wizards team ahead of the community team, that's frightening. The community team had a great start, started out 42-30 after the Legacy Cube stipulation draft, and then they fell off. They got smashed in the sealed event, and now they find themselves behind and need to make up a lot of ground.
And keep in mind, they got thumped in Battle for Zendikar Sealed. The last 3 rounds are Battle for Zendikar Draft. So they need to make up as many points as possible here in the flavor rounds.
That's right. Now take a look at the scoring for the Ironroot Chef. Appetizer, entree, and dessert are how these were pitched. And you can see 3 points to the winner of each match. Now that part's easy. Right, there's 3 different matches. I will note that the entree, the Commander game, is just a 1 game. It's not a best 2 out of 3. But that's it. It's your team can get 9 points total here, if your team sweeps wins in each. But the really important part, of course,
is the other 45 points you can get for flavor.
Yeah, so you could get 0 to 5 points per judge. There's 3 of them per deck.
Yeah.
15, 15, 15. You can get up to 45 points based on the judge scoring. So you can see that the players are heavily incentivized to make a deck that really impresses the judges and maybe can cast some spells and win a match, right? And it's skewed heavily towards that.
So no, I do feel like, you still have to be able to eat your dish, right? Like just to extend that metaphor, like I feel like you still have to put together a functioning deck. You can't just throw all the flavor components in there and go, right? There still needs to be some eye towards curve, some eye towards playability, right? Like,
hold on, I wanted to. Can we run that one more time? I'm sorry, Rashad. I didn't mean to cut you off. Decks will be judged on creativity, boldness, and adherence to theme ingredients. So those are the criteria that the judges.
So
were
mana
given.
curve's just not a consideration.
You know, that's all right. That's my question. I'm really curious because I'm with you on that. I think that part of the beauty of making one of these decks is that they still play out, right? It's not just a pile of cards. It's still a magic deck that actually has to work. All right, let's head down now for our first feature match area of the Ironroot Chef Challenge right now. Hello and welcome to coverage of the Magic Online Community Cup. We're in Renton, Washington at headquarters of Wizards of the Coast, and we are covering the Ironroot Chef Challenge for this round. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Brian David Marshall, and we've got a Hall of Famer.
Pro Tour champion, five-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor, Mike Turian.
Yeah.
He's facing off against a doctor in the house.
Yeah, the doc, the MTGO doc. That's Gabe Reale. You'll know him from his popular stream on Twitch.
I'm sorry. Every time I've looked at Gabe's face since a flavor component was introduced into this tournament, it has been like he tasted something sour. Yeah. He's like, I'm not a flavor guy. Right? He's just said that like that's been his mantra this weekend. But he is a standard guy. He plays a lot of Magic. So he is in here during the appetizer round playing standard. Even though he was not the head chef on this. So, and the Avarice Amulet was the theme ingredient here. So these players had to both build standard decks based around 4 copies of Avarice Amulet. Pretty interesting. It's just going to be kind of interesting to see how that plays out. And we're already
it looks like they're
here.
just on turn 1 here. Yeah, and I got it up on my screen now so we can come over to that where we've got the doc versus Mike Turian, and they're in the early stages of the game here.
Got a Tormented Hero attacking here for 2 on turn 2. Not quite sure how a Tormented Hero
You'll have to take our word for
fits in with the theme of an Avarice Amulet. Not sure, other than being a 1-drop 2-power creature.
We're actually just gonna stop the play here for a moment to make sure that we can bring you guys the actual match rather than relaying it to you verbally. But yeah, I can tell you that the only creature on the battlefield is a Tormented Hero. And that one's for Doc. On the other side of the table, Mike Turian has played 2 temples. He's played a Temple of Malady and a Temple of Deceit to kick things off.
And there's also a Temple of Deceit on Doc's side of the table.
Mm-hmm.
So they've all sort of decided that was...
yeah, when you see Avarice Amulet, what's your... what comes to mind for you?
I immediately think about greed.
Greed is the thing.
Greed, avarice, right? Like, coveting things. And so, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe the Tormented Hero feels bad. That
he's guilty?
That he's guilty.
Kind of like that.
Feels greed is one of the 7 deadly sins, and he feels bad about it. He's tormented, he's conflicted.
By the way, that look you have on Mike Turian where he's just sort of aloofly joking around with his opponent, he has that whether he's smashing you or the less likely option in which you're beating him.
It doesn't happen very often, but he enjoys losing as much as he enjoys winning.
He probably
and perhaps that's why he can have such a good attitude about it.
It doesn't happen that often, yeah. If you only lost 1 out of 4 matches for your career, you'd be happy too. All right, well, we're gonna come back up to Brian and I for a minute while we make sure to get this thing sorted out so that you can actually see the match as it goes. But Rashad and Ian are hard at work on that. We'll have that up for you once it's ready. But yeah, so these are the pilots for the Avarice Amulet standard deck,
right?
The main one. But while this is happening, we're also going to have the other matches going, which is going to be the Commander
No, these are going to get run over 3 rounds.
Yeah, over 3 rounds.
Right,
but I'm
yeah.
saying, like, we're looking forward to seeing.
Oh,
those happen.
absolutely.
So the commander deck, and then the last one is dessert, which is the
I can't wait
modern
to see
deck.
the commander battle.
I want to see the modern one.
Yeah.
The Hungry Spriggan deck. Like, I have to say that one stands out to me as the best one that we've seen so far. Like, that we got to check in on when we were looking at the ingredients.
Here's a question: the judges are going to hear from the head chefs when they were doing scoring, and it's going to affect it. So they'll have a chance to watch the matches play out. If one deck just kind of stomps the other deck, right? Like the Glistening Oil deck just stomps on the Hungry Spriggan deck, does that, I don't know, lend like some
It would
extra,
to me.
right? Do you feel like
it would
like,
to
wow,
me? It
these guys,
shouldn't.
These guys, you'd give more points to the Glistening Oil deck. You'd be
If
more
it
flavor.
won.
If it won, interesting. I
I
almost
just
feel
like that.
I almost feel like
reward
I'm the
winning.
opposite way. Like I'd be like, wow, these guys really adhered to flavor, and they got
And they
stomped
took
here,
one for the
and they
team.
took one for the team here.
That makes sense,
I
too.
honestly felt like Wedge should have gotten some flavor points today for his draft, for his stipulation draft. Like he was so good about staying on point.
That's
like
great.
I feel like they should throw him
carryover points?
Yeah, just throw him like 3 points. Just give him one win on flavor for
just
that.
on flavor adherence.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he can. I think that Matt Tabak might disagree with you. He's giving a little stern look from the side. Matt, no?
I mean, I'm fine deducting.
Hi, guys.
You say no.
I'm fine deducting points across the table on it. Either way.
Yeah, and that is that is the big X factor here too, though, right? Are the judges and how they approach it? Because you and I just had a different take on how that might go, and theoretically, it's not supposed to be that way either way, right? Like the win and loss, I don't think should factor in at all,
right?
To how the dish is. The other thing that I'm curious about is how it's going to play out as far as the presentation. Now, if you watch a cooking show, the chef gets a little. Right, they don't get to say, well, so what I did is I took the sugar and then I layered it and then I did this. They'll get to say, this is what I've presented for you. And then maybe one of the judges will ask them a question like, why did you do it this way? Or I like how you did this. And they'll say, yeah, I was going for this.
Think about it.
But they don't get to do like a 5-minute spiel about, the layers of depth in their awesome, dish.
Have you watched the documentary series Chef's Table on Netflix?
No.
It's great. 6 episodes. They follow like these 6 different chefs who all have very distinct culinary voices.
Okay.
And one of the chefs is a chef from Patagonia.
Okay.
He really liked burning his food. He would get stuff scorched.
You're not supposed to burn.
Exactly. So if this guy served a burnt orange to you without explanation or without context, you'd be like, "Oh, my food is burnt."
Right.
Right.
You screwed up.
You screwed up. But if he comes to you and says, "Here's my dish, burnt orange," over blah 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 blah, but explains it very consciously that this is a burnt orange, and that there's a specific contextual experience that I want you to have around this. The burnt flesh of this orange, but this, imparting its smoke into the meat of the fruit.
Yeah, but see, what I usually see on that is that the judge will, the chef will say burnt orange over, and then that kind of tweaks the.
Yeah,
they're like,
that's what I'm
wait a minute.
saying.
But then they'll say, now, you burned this orange, and now he can say, I love the way the ash meshes with, or whatever, and then you have a thing. Okay, so let's head back down now to the feature match area for the first round of action.
No
here
burnt
from
oranges.
Ironroot Chef. Hello and welcome to coverage of the Magic Online Community Cup. We're in Renton, Washington, and it's time for Ironroot Chef Challenge. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Brian David Marshall, and we've got our appetizer here.
Burnt orange.
Burnt orange. Now, both of these decks were given the secret ingredient coming in of Avarice Amulet, right, which is an artifact that you can actually see up in Mike Turian's hand, where, again, we've got Mike Turian versus Gabriele, a.k.a. the Doc.
Oh, the Opulence Palace, of course. Oh, Temple of Abandon.
And you can see that we've listed the chef, the builder of each deck here.
Right.
Chef Ryan Spain has prepared a little ensemble here for Mike Turian. Hey, I've got a deck list here in front of me, BDM. Do you want to take a little gander at
I
those?
do.
And then on the bottom, Megan Wolf is the designer and the chef for Gabe's deck. Now, these decks the instructions were to design the deck around the card Avarice Amulet.
So
and you kind of have your own free will to do what you want with it. Now, what does Avarice Amulet actually do for people that don't remember?
So it's a 4-mana equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has vigilance. And at the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card.
Now, I like where you're going with that.
When equipped creature dies, target opponent gains control of Avarice Amulet.
You just have to give it to them.
Yeah.
No, that's
Equip
just,
2.
I can't do
We had
this.
that on our list also.
I can't give away my cards. I mean, if I'm going to cast them, they have to be mine. By the way, this was one of the community designed, the guest game designer game cards. This one was by Penny Arcade.
Right.
Yeah. From Magic 2015.
Well, we got our first Avarice Amulet on the stack.
And there's a Jessian Thief. Now, you were saying that, your kind of idea for the deck, the things that it evokes in you are greed, stealing, taking, coveting, right?
Yeah.
And so it looks like both of them have gone somewhat down this road. I see a Dragon Lord Silumgar in hand for Doc. Well, that guy steals things.
Both players have Dragon Lord Silumgar.
Okay. And looking at the top, let's see what Ryan Spain came up with for Turian's side of it.
Interestingly, both players seem to end up in very, very similar places. I see King Makar, the Gold Cursed, in both decks.
Okay, I like that.
Goldforge Sentinel. Oh, Goldforge Sentinel is a nice touch in Doc's deck. Hoarding Dragon. But both players seem to have gone. Well, Mike Turian's gone Sultai, and Megan has gone in a more Grixis direction. I guess actually she's gone 4-color here.
Yeah, it does look like
greedy,
she's
which
4
is
colors.
greedy, which I think I think a greedy mana base.
Wait, that's funny.
I think a greedy mana base is really exciting for the Avarice Amulet.
Now here's a Zathrid Slyblade. What do you make of the Slyblade here?
I mean, now that feels like it's hexproof. That's why it's there.
Because it can pick up an equipment.
Because it can pick up the equipment and you can't lose your amulet.
Okay.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Okay.
The trade. Let's find out.
As you put on your judge hat.
Yeah,
you're kinda thinking,
I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, obviously, from a deck design perspective, you want to have hexproof creatures with Avarice Amulet.
By the way, here comes Dragon Lord Silumgar. That is about to go on the stack here for Doc, and it's kind of all he has at the moment. He's got a pair of Heroes Downfall, but he's going to steal this Jessian Thief here and put himself in the driver's seat. Now, is there a glint? I see a glint in hand, but no mana for it?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
What happened to the Slyblade? You got countered?
I don't know. Let me take a look in the graveyard here. Yeah, there's just a Bloodstained Mire down there. Maybe it traded?
I guess it just traded, yeah. It traded with the Unicorn. See, I do like the Dragon Lord here.
You like the Dragon Lord. What about Daring Thief?
I like Daring Thief.
Okay.
Yeah, I like thieving, stealing.
Daring Thief?
Whirler Rogue?
When it becomes untapped, I can exchange.
It's kind of sneaky, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not as excited. So just looking.
It's here.
Quickling. It's interesting. I'm not sure I'm feeling a theme necessarily for either of these as clearly. Bathe in Dragonfire? How does that work with Avarice Amulet?
Bathe in Dragonfire.
3 copies here in the
is our
community
palette
deck.
just not sophisticated enough to understand what's happening here?
No, I don't know.
Villainous Wealth. Now we like that.
Yeah, Villainous Wealth. I'm all over that.
By the way,
I'm
why
going to
is
steal your Avarice Amulets with Villainous Wealth. That seems like I think if you get to control all the Avarice Amulets,
Oh, then you should get like some type
Oh
of
yeah,
bonus
you get
points?
super points. Yeah, you want them all.
Now that is interesting though when we look at some of the choices that Ryan made at the top, because he knew he would be facing down
An Avarice Amulet.
the mirror match,
Yeah.
an Avarice Amulet deck, and he's got Glint and Quickling and things that can protect his equipped creatures so that it can't be stolen from him. That's kind of interesting to me.
Mike Turian attacks with his Daring Thief.
Snap blocked by Gabe.
Yeah. Just saves his Daring, but he really wants his Daring Thief to untap, right? It has Inspire.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Well, so he's basically traded his Glint for that opportunity.
I don't want to give him Vigilance.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
Just a little bit of a number.
Whirler Rogue is also a card he could play there to get his Daring Thief in for some damage. And tap it. Maybe a better option.
I think we're going to see that come online right now.
Right. Right? Yeah,
He could have done it. He could have tapped the Avarice Amulet, one of the Thopters, to give his Daring Thief unblockable. Attack that way he doesn't have to use his Glint, and he can keep that up now.
You know Mike likes to just attack in and see if you're going to block.
Yeah, I think he might have missed it there.
I'd like to draw a card.
3 heroes down. Now I'm
There's
not,
the Bathe.
I'm just not seeing heroes downfalls and Bathe and Dragonfires as flavorful ingredients here from the
not at
community
all.
team.
No.
Like what is their flavor here?
No problem.
Removing
I mean,
things
it'd
so
be
I
a
can
bad
steal your
mistake,
Avarice
but
Amulet?
no
Yeah, I
problem.
mean, I think if maybe the idea is that you take a big picture view on what the deck's trying to do. I don't know. I'm not buying it. I'm trying BDM, but
I'm not buying
it's not
this
really
at all.
sticking when I'm selling here.
And Mike gets punished for his Glint there.
Oh, he sure did. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
he
was a mistake. He should have played the Whirler Rogue, tapped the Thopter, tapped the Amulet, attacked, and kept Glint available. That gets his guy tapped and lets him have protection as well. And he didn't do that. Instead, he ran it in and turned his Glint into, I get to, oh. Hi, Mike Turian. Does this have you become a Hall of Famer? Draw Dragon Lord
But
Selling.
again, you really want...
There's a lever behind you.
Uh-oh. What are you smiling about, Doc? You're not going to be happy
Well,
with the way this turns out.
Yeah, well, he's got 3 heroes downfalls. I'd be smiling too.
Fair enough.
How does this work?
Yeah, Doc is in a commanding position here.
Gets
He's
to
going to steal the
he
other
gets
one.
to steal 2 creatures
So
here.
he needs to kill this with the trigger on the stack here, right?
I actually have an actual
Because if he takes it,
about how this works.
then Turian gets to sacrifice Doc's copy,
So
right?
let's just hypothetically say that he knows.
Oh, yes.
So he needs to kill it before that actually happens.
Right, because they're legendary.
Now, if he does, it'll just go immediately back, right?
Thank you.
So he'll just basically emerge unscathed from
It won't
this.
even change if
It won't even
both
change
targets
hands at all.
aren't. Yeah, if both targets aren't legal.
Sure. All right, so this guy dies.
Yep.
Sweet.
And Doc with a nod of approval, and he's got backups for his
Heroes downfall.
backups here as well.
I'm seeing a case being made for heroes downfall.
I'll do this
for,
one away.
you
No
know,
problem.
If you're greedy, you get punished, and you have your,
Oh.
But Bathe and Dragonfire remains a question mark. Remains a chocolate chip in our savory risotto.
Who'd you have?
Second amulet
Second
now
one. All right.
for the Doc. Oh, I like Cathafed.
Wow, all
Cathafed.
Kothafed, yeah. This is actually pretty sweet, too. Doc has
definitely
2
all-
Avarice Amulet on both, one creature each. I don't know if this is how it rates on the flavor scale, but this is pretty great. And Mike has been setting up for this Villainous Wealth for a while, and he's going to have to fire it off here for 5. He would have much preferred waiting till 6, but yeah, he just doesn't have any time.
So he's going to get to look at the top 5 cards. Basically, cast Genesis Wave for 5, except on Doc's deck.
What'd you get? King Makar,
Doesn't count lands.
Tormented Era. Okay.
Ooh, he's hit though.
You got it.
Look at
Wow.
this. You got King Makar the Gold Curse, a Demonic Pact in there. Is it enough though? Like he may be forced to chump block here if, in fact, he's just gonna lose, right? Doc gets to just go Heroes Downfall, Heroes
I
Downfall,
don't think
kill
that's going to
you.
be enough.
I don't think it
As the Jesse and Thief, he drew his 4th Heroes Downfall.
Gonna bathe that. Yeah,
I'll give you this one.
This is game. Doc wins.
Doc wins game 1 pretty handily there.
Let's take a look at what these guys have sideboard wise.
So you know what the chat thinks about the Bathe in Dragonfire?
What's that?
So when you go to steal from a dragon,
Sure.
that's the result.
Okay, I can see
It's
that.
a stretch, right? But I like that they came up with because we were just
Well,
blanks
again,
on it,
they're
right?
they're going to tell their story, right? So they're if they believe that the dragon is what's going on here with the Avarice Amulet, then that's a fine story to tell.
Is it? I like that they found something. You know, our chat's smart, but that's a tough sell to the judges.
Let's take a look at some of the cards Mike has in his sideboard. I like that Mike has like these defensive cards in his sideboard. Sentinel of the Eternal Watch.
Sentinel of the Eternal Watch.
Yeah, just in his sideboard. Like I need to protect. It's gonna bring it in out of the sideboard. Seems extra flavorful.
I don't get it.
Just like he's protecting his stuff from being stolen. Like
Oh.
he's protecting
Okay.
himself from assault.
So
you know?
we've made it a two-way street. It's
Yeah,
not just about you trying to steal or
Yeah.
thief from somebody else. It's about keeping your own stuff.
Much more Gabrielli, Tormented Thoughts, Self-Inflicted Wound, Reeve Soul, Eternal Thirst, and Defeat are his sideboard cards.
Hopefully you won't get
Bigger
those
sideboard
people. Hopefully
for
you
the
know
Ryan Spain cooked deck. 1 Mountain, 1 Eagle of the Watch, 1 Sentinel of the Eternal Watch, 1 Sultai Emissary, Sultai Scavenger, Timoret, Whirler Rogue, a Zathrid Slyblade, Briber's Purse, another Guild, Murderous Cut, Shifting Loyalty, Sultai Banner, Sultai Charm, and another Villainous Wealth in
You
the
know,
sideboard.
That is funny. One person is this is actually really interesting. Toth7 from the chat points out. So if you've seen the original, so the Avarice Amulet's based on, we're underway here, but the Avarice Amulet is based on a comic from Penny Arcade about a Pac-Man watch, like the kind you put on your wrist.
Yeah.
So he's thinking Sentinel of the Eternal Watch.
Oh.
Little play on words.
And Graham knows those guys pretty well, and he's one of the judges. He might see that connection. There might be a little nod to Graham there.
Now, Avaricious Dragon, obviously.
Right.
It has the same word in it, right?
Yeah.
Can't go wrong with that.
Ryan Spain
Traveler's
lost
Amulet's a
answers,
stretch
this
for
is
me.
not
I just think that's a
I
little
was feeling
corny.
it's a little on the nose.
Still a little corny, right?
I mean, I was even thinking Avaricious Dragon's a little on the nose. But
It is a little bit, but I kind of like it because at least it is what the deck is trying
and
to
they
do.
followed it out, right? So the Bathe in Dragonfire, trying to protect their treasure. I've become more on board as I'm seeing more of the deck here.
What about Tassiger the Golden Fang?
It's pretty greedy.
He looks greedy.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
yeah. I mean, he has zombies serve him bananas out of their skull. That's kind of greedy. Couldn't have just put him in a bowl.
Ooh, Liliana, Heretical Healer. Not quite sure where that fits in.
I'm not. When you have to think this hard,
Yeah.
or if the references go that deep, it's not on us anymore, BDM.
Here's a Sultai Charm. Gets rid of
Liliana.
there.
Yeah, it's both a charm and Sultai.
In comes the Sultai Emissary.
Sultai love gold, apparently.
Yeah.
Right.
People like
So
Silumgar
I
plus
think that's
Tassiger in the chat.
Especially.
But I don't. I like it. I think that's kind of cool, but I don't
Right.
really see the connection with the Avarice Amulet.
Makar, Gold King.
Right, well, Silumgar is wearing.
No, I know.
Tassiger as a
as
an
an
amulet.
amulet.
I guess Tassiger becomes an amulet.
He does.
after he's dead.
I can't argue that. mean, hopefully he doesn't know that yet.
No. He's worried about it, though. You can see he's a little stressed. He's
We're
like,
going to
"Oh,
see
boy."
Guild here now as well.
Goodbye.
Wow, so Mike Turian really out to a start here by removing all of the threats from Doc. The downside here, he's attacking with a 1-1.
Yeah, well.
He's not exactly backing it up with a lot of beef, you know.
All right, Sultai Lava
But
X.
he is looking to get to
Damn, the Sultai Emissary
that
can-
Villainous Wealth online. So first amulet seeing play here of this game 2.
Yes, indeed.
Comes down from Gabe.
Do you think Liliana's greedy? The chat says she's very greedy.
I mean, she's.
I thought she was just more like reckless with medicine.
I think a little more narcissistic than greedy.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. She could be greedy.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
TikTok getting toward building up towards the Villainous Wealth.
yeah, and it looks like Turian's, protecting that gold piece. He
Oh,
wants
yeah.
to use that for the Villainous Wealth. He could have equipped the amulet this turn instead of drawing extra cards. And equipping it to a Sultai Emissary is actually really nice because it's just not a target you want to actually kill. Ooh, here's Kothafed.
I like Kothafed. So right now, Mike is in a position where he can Villainous Wealth for 5 next turn.
And if he hits an untapped land, it make it 6 or what?
If he hits an untapped land, it would be 6. Yeah.
That's kind of the sweet spot, I think. I mean, we saw Dragon Lord Silumgar in his deck. I'm sure he'd love to be able to just steal a Kothafed from the dock and even up this match.
I like Custodian of the Trove. It's a nice little touch.
It's protecting the treasure.
Yeah.
I like that too. See, that I like.
Oh, look at this. And now, Avaricious Dragon. Oh, this is... Like, I don't need these cards.
Well, I'll tell you what. Mike Turian's going to need to hit a real nice Villainous Wealth to get out of this because he's now facing a ton of power and toughness in the air.
I mean, it's not unreasonable that he could hit 2 Heroes Downfalls.
I mean, does he have them? Turian?
No, but Gabe has them. Off the Villainous Wealth.
Oh, yeah, of course. We saw 4, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you're totally right.
Yes.
Wow. Palace.
Here we go. Villainous Wealth for 5.
Wealthy.
Here we go.
Getting wealthy.
5 cards enter the exile zone. What did he hit?
Sweet. What is that? Destroy target creature with power 3 less. Probably not. What's this? You need each upkeep. Each opponent.
I see that Turian's talking to somebody there.
Draws a card.
He's just him. He hit Guild to take down Kothafed. He hit another Guild
Oh my gosh.
to take down the dragon. Is this good?
Huh? I do not get your Avarice Amulet. It is true.
I think he would be happy if that's all he hit, but I am curious to see if he hit anything else.
He only...
I want to kill my guy.
He also hit Master of the Feast and Reef
Yeah, we'll
Soul.
see if he plays them. Well, they'll pop up for us here.
Yes.
Reef Soul doesn't have a reasonable target, but
You might target your own Sultai Emissary to upgrade.
Do you get a card from that?
Yeah.
That's true.
You stacked it the other
I was just, I like the Sultai Emissary with the amulet just from a gameplay perspective. Just because you equip it up and they don't really want to kill your emissary anyway, so at least you get a little something back.
Just hitting.
If you hit cancel, then that casts the spells.
Is Mike deciding if he wants to have a Master of Feast? It looks like he's declined it.
Bam.
Yeah, yeah. See, it's still in the exile zone. You guys can take a look at it here. He doesn't want to feed his opponent a bunch of cards.
Yeah. It seems not unreasonable.
Sorry, I see that it was cut off there, but it does say at the beginning of your upkeep, each opponent draws a card. So.
Well, there's Palace Siege. And he chose dragons.
So down we go.
Yeah, we're gonna basically drain for 2. It's a 6-turn clock for Mike Turian.
And he does not have the tools to close this game out quickly at the moment. You know what he needs? Another Villainous Wealth. Now he's got 2 extra gold pieces floating around there. All right, well, now this is interesting. He gets to start beating down. He's going to need help, though, because the Palace Siege is going to pretty easily erase the Sultai Emissary
Well,
here.
if he can he get his daring thief to
flip?
Can he steal?
Can he inspired something away?
He needs an enchantment of his own.
No, yeah, so target non-land permanent you control that targets permanent. So that's a tough one. There's no creatures. He can swap a gold piece for another Avarice Amulet. I don't know if that's enough.
Good, barely on the top, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to find an enchantment here.
Right. I mean, if he wants to get the Palace Siege.
Well, the card he kind of needs to get, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, he may have other plans here, too. I mean, he does have an active Avarice Amulet going.
Right.
Like, he's drawing 2 cards a turn right now, and his opponent is not. He's got him down to 6 here, and he's going to get to play another creature here in the form of Jessian Thief. Can he outrace a Palace Siege?
No one has ever outraced a Palace Siege in the history of Magic.
I mean, Avarice Amulet's doing work here.
So 8 apiece.
Oh, no. Perilous Vault off the top for Gabe. He is 1 mana short of activating it this turn, but even if he does, that solves the Palace Siege problem for Turian. So can Mike kill him this turn?
Well, Mike can also just steal the Perilous
You know
Vault.
what he needs? He needs another Avarice Amulet. Yeah, you're right. He could just steal it, too.
Right, so
This game's actually gotten really interesting. I think he just sends him a gold piece.
Sounds
though.
like Mike's like, do I steal this Perilous Vault?
I mean, he doesn't know what he's drawing, but like, for example, if he draws an Avarice Amulet, he plays it, it triggers Jessian Thief, he equips it, that becomes 4, 3, and 2. He kills him.
Right, you're on 8?
I'm on 8.
Like, he could just kill him this turn. But if he doesn't, and he lets him have the Perilous Vault, then he's going to be stuck restarting everything all, from scratch.
Oh, no.
Did he steal his opponent's Avarice Amulet?
Oh.
He did.
That also works.
Does
Oh,
it?
so
3,
terrible.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that totally works. GG.
Right.
Wow. Turian.
I need to give you Mavericks.
Flexing that brain muscle, huh?
Oh, did he? Oh, did he have? He had a guild token.
Oh, did he give him the gold for it?
I guess he did. Yes, and then he popped the vault. But Mike gets to Villainous Wealth here for 5.
Okay.
All right, I guess he'll take it. That was a very weird sequence. Did he give him the gold piece he needed to crack it? Because I only counted 4 lands for
I
Doctor.
should have given him my.
But doesn't the swap happen simultaneously? You don't get the mana, right? There's no way that Mike Turian cracked it.
Right away. Yeah. I might have gotten value.
What
I
cards
think
were
they're
exiled
talking to
then?
each other right now.
But you wouldn't have built as well.
Right. Well, I should have just swapped my.
It's just great. So what did he hit?
What does it matter? I was like, oh,
Doesn't look like he hit anything. Take a
He
look at
hit.
it.
He hit an Avarice Amulet.
Take a look. Oh yeah,
That's the only card he hit.
Let's take a look at the exiled card. Let's see, just see what he.
Well, sure, if you insist. Yeah, he just bricked.
There's King Makar.
That has Defender.
I'm feeling okay.
There's a Hoarding Dragon.
Wow, that's a good top deck there for the dock.
What is he gonna get? Oh, you got a Goldforge Sentinel.
More beats in the air.
Yeah. It's like if you deal with this, you still have to deal with that.
It's another 4/4 flyer. It basically replaces itself.
Sorry for.
It's all good.
Now, Mike's still drawing extra cards off of that
What are we waiting for?
amulet.
I'm deciding whether I want to equip this amulet or not.
And it looks like Doc is trying to decide if he wants to equip his own amulet, knowing that Mike still has that one card left. And look at Mike just gleefully.
I think I got to get greedy.
He's going to do it.
He's going to go for it.
Especially because that Guardian has...
The thing is, it says when the creature dies, and that's not actually what's going to happen.
Oh, okay.
Because Guild exiles.
Oh, look at what Mike drew.
Although it is interesting, like, does the Hoarding Dragon have to die to get the other piece? Yeah, it does. So
Okay.
even though he won't get the amulet, he does take care of it, and that leaves the Goldforge Sentinel in exile as well.
Mike also had drew Rogue's Passage that turn to sort of be able to sneak some damage through if he had needed
only
to.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it also gets King Makar inspired.
Good point. All right, double Avarice Amulet, and once again, the Doc finds himself top decking. It worked out somehow last time with that weird swap, but now there's a Custodian of the Trove with all of the world. Oh.
Oh, okay.
What do you do here? I guess you just have to take out King Makar.
You let your opponent draw 3 cards this turn?
I mean, if you take out the other guy, then you're dead in a couple of turns to King Makar anyway. I don't like either choice. This is what we call a dilemma.
Okay.
Although I guess if your opponent's trying Briber's Purse and Rogue's Gloves, you're not as sad about it.
He's all in.
What do you think about Briber's Purse from flavor perspective?
I like it.
That's cool, right?
I like it.
Yeah.
What is Briber's Purse? It enters with X.
Nope, no, it's not what you
Counters
think.
and yeah, and then you can I can bring it up after he plays it, but you can use it to tap down a creature.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
No.
11 counters on the
Target creature can't attack or block
Okay.
this turn.
Doesn't quite tap it. But
No,
yeah.
but
It would be pretty sweet in Mike's deck with the ability to tap his own inspired creatures.
oh, if it tapped,
tapped,
yeah, that would be. Wow, another Hoarding Dragon off the top for Gabe.
Uh-oh.
I mean, if his opponent wasn't drawing 3 cards a turn and had a Briber's Purse on 11, that would look really good.
I exiled Briber's Purse.
Now, the problem here, of course, is that Turian still hasn't found a way to actually win the game because the Custodian has Defender, even though it's a 6/5. This is a weird game.
Did Doc go get a Briber's Purse of his own? Is that what he put under the dragon?
That is true.
Ooh, there's a Murderous
sorry,
cut.
you got a
Is that,
Briber's
okay,
Purse
now he
over
found some action.
Hoarding Dragon dies, I get a Briber's Purse.
All right.
Yeah, he did.
Hello.
That's probably the only thing he has left. All right, so now it looks good for Turian. You see Ali Medwin there kind of helping him out a little bit, but now he's got Whirler, Rogue, Zathrid, Slyblade. The Murderous Cut probably isn't going to be used here. He's just going to use the Purse to keep the Hoarding Dragon from being able to attack.
You definitely see magic cards. There were magic cards in play here. Didn't see play in limited.
True. Bathe in Dragonfire.
Wow.
And a Hero's Downfall, so double removal spell for Doc. And I can't believe we've actually gotten a real game out of these decks. This has been great.
Well, I can't believe the Custodian of the Grove is going to get Hero's Downfall.
Yeah, it might. I don't know. The Whirler
actually,
Rogue
maybe not.
is a priority here. Like he's got to kill that. He can tap the gold coin and any number of the Avarice amulets to start giving things unblockable. That guy can't block. Or sorry, that guy can't attack, I meant to say.
Yeah.
Well, it's time to start bathing things. I think the Whirler Rogue is your main target. You can't hit the Slyblade. It may be correct to just nail the
That's what you got.
nail a Thopter at some point here.
Yeah.
But he's
You
going to...
got to get the Whirler Rogue out of the way.
That's got to go.
There's enough artifacts in play. And
Yeah, and I guess you just downfall the Custodian here. I mean, it works. Like, he gets all the amulets on his side. It busts up the card draw engine. It works. I don't know, VDM. I've never seen these cards in play. It does the trick. Those top decks were sick for Doc.
Yeah.
2 burns or 2 removal spells off the top.
so he gets some amulets back.
Oh, he even have enough mana to equip one of them. Never mind, to equip both of them. He had a gold coin there, too. Look at this.
But you know what? It might be time to Murderous Cut.
Oh, no. Look at Doc just laugh. He can't do anything else. He's just like, what am I supposed to do here? Oh, the slow roll is upon us.
Yeah, you have to. Look at this. And
Now,
then he's gonna
all
be able
the
to
amulets go back.
And he's going to be able to stack all those amulets on a Sly Blade, which has hexproof.
Is that game? That's game.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hexproof slide blade against the tapped out Doc means that's GG. And we're going to get a game 3. This has been one hell of an appetizer, BDM.
Yeah. Not quite sure where Murderous Cut fits into the dish.
Murderous. Fits for me.
Yeah, 7 deadly sins.
I don't know. Maybe that was it. Just
he didn't.
it has the feel to me of like if you're coveting.
Someone's gonna murder you.
Sometimes you kill.
Yeah,
you
you're
know,
willing.
for
You're
what
willing
you
to. You're willing to murder for your treasure.
So yeah.
What are the
Sure.
sideboard options?
I mean, I'm not.
Wow, look at this. Look at this 4 heads to take down.
Oh, jeez.
One Pro Tour champion here.
See a Maria, Jimmy Wong's in there. See a Yoel Larson. Can tell just because of the leather jacket.
But I think it might be good.
Let's hear what they're talking about.
Don't want to put this guy in there.
I mean, I took it out. I took it out. Yeah, it's over 60 card deck because that's greedy.
Okay. Yeah,
That's genius.
all right.
Let's do this. Do this. We got to take a couple things out so that we can have better land balance.
I'll take the press out. Unless you really think you need it.
I mean, it's very good against like whatever he puts on a bunch of amulets on.
Yeah.
But I think, and it's also like it's a good thing to get with the dragon. Yeah, this is pretty bad.
Meanwhile, Mike has submitted.
Maybe lose this.
You could also just get rid of all the bread and keep your mana manager.
No. It's not.
No.
It's not about that. It's about
Does he
playing the
look worried
dragons.
too?
Okay.
Yeah, we got to tell the story.
Is that the look of a worried man?
It is not.
Lose.
Doc's even better. Doc, that mic is elsewhere.
Oh, got it.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, Mike. How's it going?
Huh? Bring it.
I can take that out.
I'd recommend taking out all of your
Mike is
amulets so you
live.
get disqualified. That would be my recommendation.
If you pull out the amulets, does that affect your score?
Yeah.
That makes your deck.
It's against the rules.
All right.
There's a reason we were just
Awesome.
like
Main
amulets.
deck
amulets.
is 64.
Yeah, okay.
Like,
You feel this and wealthy.
No, well, the sideboard numbers are part of the story, but the
all right, no more.
main deck numbers
This
are
game,
not.
no misplays. Last game, misplays. First game, misplays.
You gotta sucker him in.
Yeah, I lured him in.
You hear Mike talking about misplays.
Turn 2 no matter what, right?
Yep.
And you have a.
I enjoy your RP that goes along with your prequels.
Can you beat Pro Tour champion like that?
All right, so let's get back into this one. You heard that. Mike said no more misplays this game. I still got to ask how that interaction went with popping the vault.
Yeah, I think that must be what he's talking
Yeah,
about.
I
as far
just
as the
didn't get it.
misplay.
Yeah, I normally, occasionally I'll miss something and figure it out a minute later. I still haven't figured out what actually happened there.
The full greed keep.
Top or bottom?
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, well, we've been telling each other because we don't
So
have
both
the chat.
players open on Temple of Deceit.
Now, I want to mention again, for those of you just joining us, this is Ironroot Chef Challenge. So these decks are made around a secret ingredient. That's, of course, a card. In this case, it was Avarice Amulet. And they're playing out a match here. And this match is going to be worth 3 points for whichever team wins it, the community team or the Wizards team. But there's a much bigger picture at play that we're looking forward to a little bit later, which is that these decks will be judged by a panel of 3 judges. And they're going to be judged based on flavor considerations. And while you can win 3 points for winning a match here, you can get 15 total points from the judges, 5 from each if you max out on points there. So while these decks are actually playing out in a very cool way for us, which I frankly didn't expect, they weren't built to be lean and mean and trying to win matches. They're built to impress judges. So it's kind of interesting to see how they play out here.
Go this way because they're both
Reeves Soul.
Yeah. I'll buy the Bathing Dragonfire. I've been turned around on that one.
Wow. No, you're so easily sold.
Like if you're setting up the story of the avaricious dragon.
Batty. The beatdown returns.
Okay. Graham checked in. That makes sense. So he didn't trade it for the vault. He traded a guild token. You know, the gold
for
piece.
the Avarice
Yeah,
amulet.
they gave him 5 mana.
And that gave him the 5th mana. Yeah, that was the mistake.
So that was it. Okay.
Yeah.
2 gold. Flavor win. Flavorful.
So King
You
Makar was
traded
gilded,
this.
fittingly.
That is ironic. He's supposed to be the one gilding things. That is a flavor win, though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because doesn't he ultimately end up gilding himself?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, historically speaking.
Stop gilding yourself.
Yeah.
How do we feel about shifting loyalties as a card?
I like it.
These things have been beating me down the last 2 games pretty badly.
So King Makar of his own here for Mike
One of my
Turian.
own.
That could either get bathed in Dragonfire or Reeve sold. Or stolen with Dragon Lord Silumgar. He's just going to Reeve sold. Doesn't want to wait till next turn to cast the dragon. Maybe there'll be something better.
Sultai Soothsayer?
Yeah, Soothsayer. You know,
I mean, I
Soothsayer.
love that card.
I
Like,
do too.
like it's gonna be hard to get BDM and I to say something bad about that card. But what?
I predict someone will try to steal your treasure. Thanks, Soothsayer.
Soothsaying is like predicting things, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like that's what it means. Like,
Yeah.
read my palm or whatever. No. Maybe they just took the theme a little more broad, like to the Sultai clan in general.
Yeah.
The Brood.
Glint, Polluted Delta.
Oh,
no,
maybe
no, it's
telling
at the
a
top.
story.
At the top. Sultai Scavenger, Temple of Deceit. And Glint. I don't know. They organize weirdly.
Yeah.
What is it?
All right, Goldforge Sentinel is the play here. Limited role player, Goldforge Sentinel.
But it's literally formed from
I
treasure.
don't think
Yeah.
you can see my scribes because they were very surprised when I drew
Shiny objects, right?
Oh, nice.
Is it going to be enough to get the job done? Also, Mike Turian, pick up the pace, buddy. 4 minutes left on your clock. Look at Gabe.
Oh my gosh.
He's got 12 minutes. Gabe just crossed the halfway point on his clock.
Wow.
Why Turian's under 4 minutes?
Is that a Briber's Purse with no counters on it?
All those villainous wealth decisions added up.
He's storming out.
Shifting loyalties.
Oh, you can have a Briber's Purse
Have
for
an
0.
Empty Briber's Purse. I'll take your Goldforge Sentinel. Uh-oh.
Oh, I
Even
like
though this
it.
deck wasn't built for it, Mike Turian is beating down. He will find a way. Uh-oh.
Dragon Lord Silumgar need to steal back his own Goldforge Sentinel. He doesn't want anything else.
Yes. It's also untapped, which means it can block next turn while the others can't. Oh, that was
Thought
a
about waiting,
huge
but I was
play
like,
for the dock.
You cast the dragon last turn.
And now all of a sudden it's on
Oh, and he's
Turian to
gonna be
find a
able
way to deal
equip
with
the
it.
amulet.
Yeah. Well, he wants to kill this, so maybe we.
He's like, should I equip the amulet? I can.
Yeah. No, but this has Death Touch, so.
Yeah.
So this allows this to kill this whole
He
thing.
does.
Yeah, that's better, I think.
Yeah.
Matt Tabak, can
Yes.
I ask you a rules question?
Absolutely.
So there was a Goldforge Sentinel that was swapped.
There was a Goldforge Sentinel that was swapped.
Yeah, and an exchange of control had
Yeah.
taken place. Then it was stolen back with Dragon Lord Silumgar.
Right.
What happens if Dragon Lord Silumgar goes away?
So if Dragon Lord Silumgar goes away, the control changing effect is going to wear off.
Uh-huh.
And the whatever control changing effect originally swapped it is still there.
It is still there.
Right. So that's going to take precedence.
So as far as the game's concerned, that's Turian's Goldforge Sentinel that's being borrowed at the
Yeah, I mean, each permanent has its initial controller, and then you kind of layer on those control changing effects. So if one goes away, that doesn't affect the others.
Okay, so getting that Dragon Lord Silumgar off the battlefield is absolutely critical now for Turian, and he has 3.5 minutes to do it.
Well, it might not even come to that. He is.
He's at 19. He's okay. He's got a villainous wealth. He's got hope, BDM.
He doesn't have quite enough mana for his Villainous Wealth. Even with the Traveler's Amulet, he's going to be looking at a Villainous Wealth for 4. He needs to draw a couple lands here. Finds his own amulet.
I mean, it's enough to hit a downfall or something.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if we, I don't think we're gonna get there on that.
Really?
Is that what he's going to have to do here?
Yeah.
Is he just digging for he is. He's
Yeah.
digging for Hero's downfall.
It's such a huge swing if he hits it. It puts the pressure right back on the dock. And it looks like he's going to be patient.
I don't know if he's going to be. It was the same. It's the same 6 mana.
Oh, he's just
he just-
efficient is
yeah.
more like it. Okay. Here we go. Spin the wheel for Mike Turian. Can he hit a hero's downfall?
Hit a hero's downfall. Ooh. Yeah.
He did! Mike Turian, everybody. He also hit a Master of the Feast to put out a huge target. Gabe's laughing, and so is Mike. Did it. And as
the gold
Tabak described, back goes the Sentinel with the Avarice Amulet on it still.
The delay.
And takes some damage. This is huge.
Thank you. That was pretty.
Doc has a guild in his hand, which he can use to take out the Sentinel, but then he just dies. So what's going to happen is Doc's going to have to take out the Sentinel and then draw an instant speed removal spell off the Master of the Feast.
It looks like he's playing the. He's going to go with the Avaricious
You know,
Dragon.
that does block the Goldforge Sentinel.
Right.
It's risky, but it does do it.
What is it?
He's going to.
I guess he takes the Master out here then? That has him going to 2 with a trade and needing a top deck.
He is. Yep.
Oh, I like.
He is gilding.
This
the
is
Master
not a
of
good
the
spot.
Feast.
Amulet's just going to go away anyway.
Well, I think we just do that.
To the dragon.
Or we could have it.
I was going to draw 2 cards from it anyway.
Yeah.
Mike.
Now, Mike, if Mike finds a removal spell off the top to kill the dragon, then the game's just over.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, moving around.
And it looks like Doc used up
Goodbye, your hand.
his gold coins to equip his Avarice Amulet. Sultai Charm off the top. Destroy target monocolored creature. Mike Turian with the Savage top deck.
Gets the Avarice Amulet as well, so he gets to finish off in style
in
here.
full style points with 2 minutes on the clock.
Wow.
Mike Turian wins the match. Look at him. Wow.
Look at Gabriel. Like,
What
wow.
a luck sack.
Gabriel, that was a good game. I lost, but that was a legitimate good game.
I wouldn't say that. I would look at Turian and say, huh, really? Interesting. Borrowed one of my removal spells, found one of your own. Must be nice.
We've all been in that situation with Villain as well. You're like, I just have to hope there's.
We've been in that situation, but we never passed one in draft.
Yeah.
Let's not assume that everybody is addicted
That's
to
true.
Villain as well, like we are.
That's true. We did draft all of them.
We just assume, yeah.
This greedy
like,
horde.
The fact that we drafted them means that it's less likely that anybody else has that same situation.
But you've been in that situation where you're like, I need there to be a 3-mana removal. I need there to be a Bathing Dragonfire on the top of the deck.
Got to be something.
It's got, and you never hit.
No.
You never hit.
Never. You hit their best 3
You hit
drop
3
creature.
fours. You hit, no,
that's
you
it.
hit 3 fours.
4/4 land. Or, yeah, whatever. So that'll do it for that round.
Wow.
That was just the appetizer. What was that? Oh, we've got a couple of commercials. All right, so we'll be back after a few minutes with more Community Cup here from Renton.
Our entree.
Enlist the land itself in the battle against the Eldrazi with Zendikar Expeditions. See more amazing previews of Battle for Zendikar at magicthegathering.com. Face unnatural disaster in the newest Magic the Gathering set, Battle for Zendikar. Join the battle at pre-release events on September 26th and 27th. Visit locator.wizards.com to find a store near you. Watch the best players in the world battle for fame and glory on October 16th to 18th at Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar. See the impact of the new set on Standard and Booster Draft, with complete video coverage streamed on twitch.tv/magic. Join the battle with the new mechanics like Rally and Converge to help the people of Zendikar rise up against the alien threat of the Eldrazi. See more amazing previews of Battle for Zendikar at magicthegathering.com. Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Put your game to the test at a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix include Madison, Sydney, Quebec City, and Beijing. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule. Watch top players compete to become the Super League champion. The current season features players such as Luis Scott Vargas and Cedric Phillips playing Modern. Watch every Tuesday night on twitch.tv/magic. Face unnatural disaster in the newest Magic Online set, Battle for Zendikar. Join the battle at pre-release events October 9th through 12th on Magic Online. Download Magic Online at mtgo.com to play. The Legacy Cube returns to Magic Online from September 23rd until October 9th. Draft with the best Legacy cards throughout Magic's history. Download Magic Online at mtgo.com to play. Qualify for the next Pro Tour on Magic Online. Go 5-0 or 4-1 in one of 10 preliminaries to advance to the finals. See the full schedule at mtgo.com. In The Art of Magic the Gathering Zendikar, you can experience the danger and beauty of Zendikar like never before. This lavishly illustrated hardcover book features the award-winning Art of Magic the Gathering and gives you an insider's look at the secrets of Zendikar, its people, continents, and creatures. Available everywhere January 5th. The world's best strategy game is now letting you play free. Magic Duels Origins delivers an entirely new digital Magic experience. Available now on iPhone, iPad, Xbox One, and PC via Steam. Visit magic.wizards.com/duels to download the game today. Friday Night Magic has expanded to include all formats. Be ready for Standard, Commander, Legacy, or even Conspiracy drafts. Check out your local store for details and share your FNM stories by using the hashtag MTGFNM. Visit magic.wizards.com/FNM for more information. Start on your road to the Pro Tour by playing in a preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. With more than 2,000 locations running events, you're sure to find one near you. Visit magic.wizards.com/PPTQ for schedules and information.
Hello there. Welcome back to the booth here at the Community Cup. Brian David Marshall Sutcliffe. Let's take a look at our points before we get down to the feature match area again, where you're going to be pretty excited to see who we have playing the feature match.
They're not playing
area.
in the feature match area. They're cosplaying in the feature match area.
All right. Well, not a lot of action on our scoreboards thus far. We've got 3 points for the appetite. Oh, and it disappeared. We've they.
Those are just the Ironroot Chef only scoreboards for each community, and Wizards has a different one.
All right. So let's take a look though at what our big picture scoreboard looks like, because this is the important one, right? This is what we're paying attention to. This is how you can win some unhinged lands and a promo Thalia on Magic Online. All you have to do is log in anytime that we're doing the Community Cup this weekend, which is just till the end of today when we wrap. So you're going to want to get onto your Magic Online account and get these cards, but only if the community team wins.
Just just prepare yourself for Drown in Sorrow.
Drown in Sorrow.
Yeah, this is
now,
not looking good.
I should say that if the Wizards team wins, you're going to get a Drown in Sorrow for free put into your account automatically, assuming that you logged in during these time frames. But yeah, anyway, 81-66, they are behind. You're feeling like it's slipping away from the community team a little.
I do, and I mean, we've seen the decks, we've looked at how it is. I don't feel like community crushed the flavor component enough.
Yeah, we did have a chance to see most of the builds. Now, we haven't seen the final dish in its presentation form, but we got a good idea of where most of the decks were going. I'm with him.
Yeah.
It didn't, they need to make up a lot of ground here. This isn't a situation where they can come out even.
They needed a full 45 points on flavor.
Or close, right?
Yeah.
Or they needed Wizards to bomb out. And I don't think either of those things happened.
Yeah, I think right now my guess would be both teams are going to end up somewhere in the 27 to 36
early,
point
mid-30s.
range
Okay.
of points from the judges.
Yeah, now again, the Ironroot Chef Challenge has a total of 45 possible points from the judges, or total, just from the judges, 5 from each for each category of which
Oh, okay.
there are
I'm
3.
thinking right. I'm thinking it's 3 multiples of 3, but it's multiples of 5. So call it 25 to 35. I think is where
something
that's
like
where
that.
I think both teams are sitting on flavor right now.
I kind of have that same.
That's where I have them.
And then they can pick up an extra 3 points per round of the 3 rounds, so a total of 9 extra points for winning their match. And that didn't work. Mike Turian stole 3 more points from them. Again,
fittingly, flavorfully stole it.
He did. He stole it, right. But the key here is that, the really important focus for the teams was the deck build portion. That's what they needed to focus on. They can get 45 points over the course of the 3 things for being judged on it versus a total of 9 for winning. And the winning's pretty exciting, and it was fun for us to watch. But as far as, major impact on the outcome goes, it's all about the judging, which we're going to watch after.
Yeah, a lot of cards this round. You can see. That's
Is that a commander deck?
That's a commander deck. It's a lot of cards coming into play this round.
Now, I know that the pilots we have here, and now not to be confused with the head chefs, each team appointed a head chef to actually design these decks, but the people that are playing them, not necessarily that same person. And we've got, I think we've got Rob Schuster and Joel Larson battling them in the feature match.
Well, you know what? If you look at Joel Larson's player slide, he lists Heads Up Commander as one of his favorite formats.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
I've been playing a little Canadian Highlander,
Yeah.
and it's a similar type deal. All right, let's head down to the feature match area, though. The players are ready to play Heads Up Commander for points here at the Ironroot Chef Challenge. Hello and welcome to coverage of the Magic Online Community Cup. We're here in what is going on.
I thought
here.
this was why you weren't talking. I thought
Yeah.
you were just in stunned silence.
So we're watching Commander play out here, and as you can see, the players are on theme with their decks. BDM, explain to us what's happening here.
I cannot.
Well,
Robert Schuster's on you off. He's playing a Ramirez DiPietro pirate themed.
Did you see that pirate flip hair back he's got? That's down really
He's playing a pirate themed deck. Joel Larson on your right is playing a Metamai Sphinx themed deck. Now he said, "Look, I'm just doing my best to be in full chef's gear here, but I understand that I don't have Greek Sphinx gear." He's like, I have the only thing I could come up with. And he's like, because Robert Schuster came in with the pirate gear, and he's like, I've got to up my game.
Right.
And
you
so
can see
somehow he was
did.
not able to find Grecian inspired Sphinx gear, but he was able to find Egyptian, and he acknowledges what's wrong here.
And Joel wanted us to know in the booth.
This is pretty island. I'll give you points for that. Traveler's Amulet. How is Metamai a traveler?
Read the lore, man. Read the lore.
So both of these players, had to build around a commander. Community chose first with head chef Jimmy Wong.
No, I know.
And he chose Metamai the Ageless. So Metamai the Ageless was his build around, and then Robert Schuster went second, but he chose Ramirez DiPietro.
All right.
And he was very happy about that. That was the card he wanted. That was the card he wanted, actually, and was really surprised to be able to get it sort of on the draw, so to speak. And there we go. I think we are looking at this right now. And you see the expedition map, the coastal piracy, the capsize, the acquire, very pirate-themed ingredients, and play the Dreadship Reef. I love that. Again, I think there's a huge opportunity in Commander to get very flavorful with the lands.
Yep. I just now got it. Lighthouse Chronologist. Oh, chat is closed. What should we do about that Lighthouse Chronologist? Probably not much. is the answer.
Hopefully not.
So yeah, we're not great about this.
There's Merchant of Secrets.
Nope, we're good.
Sorry, we're just fiddling around here. There's a lighthouse chronologist. So, I know that the community team decided to go with like kind of a time-based theme for their match.
Oh, geez.
Ramirez commands the seas.
Yeah, they felt like if they were going to play around with Metamind, there's a tidal. Oh, look at that. A tidal wave is going to eat the lighthouse chronologist. Oh my God! He made a wave token, and he ate the lighthouse.
Washed away the
He
tidal.
just washed away the lighthouse.
the lighthouse.
How inadvertently flavorful is that you get the lighthouse chronologist with it?
Great.
Can you give bonus points to the other team for that?
They do flying. That's
Captain of the Mists.
not a big fan of things that fly. What do you think?
Very excited about this.
That? Okay, cool. We will look
Here we
for
see
some treasure
expedition map.
to plan our expedition. Through the seas.
Gonna pass the turn.
Got my eye on you.
Oh, that's awesome.
And now we're set up with both players' hands.
the headshots of the
Commandar.
I can't even
look
begin
ridiculous.
to. Yoel Larson, if that's not his Facebook profile picture, within a few. Wow, we got a Metamai the Ageless. We got our first commander in play.
Okay.
Metamai the Ageless.
Oh, and Yoel
For
Larson
Yoel
feels
Larson.
good about it. You saw that. He's happy.
If he hits with that, he gets to take an extra turn.
Yeah, that's a sweet commander.
Yeah. Kind of neat at some point.
Now, one of the things that you'll want to pay attention to if you're watching from home is what we were talking about a few minutes ago, right?
How much do you
These
like
decks
that
are going to
right
be
now?
judged by a panel of 3 judges, and you're going to get a feel for the direction that these decks went. Now, you're not going to get to see the whole thing necessarily, just because they're playing a game where you don't get to see all of it. But you still are going to get a vibe for kind of
It's
like what
wacky.
flavor aspects they put in, and I want
home to
you
a
at
tribe of
home
winged folk.
to start coming up with your own judge rulings. What
How
would
do,
you
how do you,
judge
yeah,
it?
for example, how do you feel about Warden
he
of
not
the
be at
Evos
home on the
Isles?
deck of a pirate
Does that
ship?
feel very flavorful to you,
No.
or does the flavor there feel
It's
like
because you're closed-minded,
it's like
I see how
MSG?
it affects my deck building.
Yeah, you're just kind of punching it
I'm
up
just
a
gonna
little.
punch up my Metamai the Ageless and get it into play a turn sooner. Whereas Island of Whack Whack, there,
it's an island.
He took an expedition map to get there.
Yeah, I like it.
Merchant of Secrets.
Yeah, I gotta say,
Ramirez deals in
that
secrets as well as treasure.
I can't imagine that you really wanted to give up the opportunity to have such so much blank canvas that you got with Ramirez, where you're also not tied to any kind of existing story.
Interestingly, we will note that the head chef was Robert Schuster, and he's actually piloting
You
it
shall
too.
have 0, and you will like it. I'll stand back to block. Let's see how it is.
BDM, do you remember what Island of Whack Whack does?
You are inscrutable.
I know that it's not an island. It says target creature with flying has base power 0 until end of turn. Look what it does. It turns off Metamai. All you have to do is tap it, and it gets them.
Stretchy.
What is this Island of Walk?
Well, let's see if we can find anything.
That's
in the
awesome.
I think
floor
that's
debris.
particularly good against my commander.
just
For
so
some
good.
reason.
It might be.
A lighthouse chronologist
some
on
reason,
the other
particularly
side of the
good against
table as
Metamai.
well.
And it's-
Man,
you
this
wanna
is
put a
such
lot of
sick
islands
tech
in
from
your
Robert
deck.
Schuster.
I like
He
that.
put that in
There's a ton
because
of
it has
islands.
flavor, and it is wrecking
Yeah.
Metamai
I-
deck.
And by the way, he knew what he was building against
Here's
too.
your commander. So-
Interesting.
So he gets that kind of like really
Just
that,
the
what
pure
you and I
double
talked
play.
about that idea of like you find something that's both
That's actually not
flavorful
my captain. My
and
captain will be
integral
long
to your
short
deck
distance. We
is
can get
really
mana
to
comes
me
to play on tap.
where the big home run happens.
I agree with you.
So you just justify
I
any
think that's
suspend
great.
card then? That's how you feel?
Got an ancestral vision. You can see
Metamai
that
doesn't
sort
have
of
any
floating
ancestors,
around
it's
there.
ageless.
And Ancestral Vision, I
that.
like Ancestral Vision.
Yeah, because one of the main themes for the deck that they seem to have homed in on is the idea of seeing into the future, knowledge.
Yep. I like Beacon of Immortality as well.
Why?
The Sphinx is ageless.
Okay.
Should I have
You
this
know.
up?
It's immortal.
That's cool. I
Yeah.
like that too.
Yep, I got it. All right.
acquires a pretty sweet card in the pirate deck.
That's right.
Yoink.
Very swarthy. Quite swarthy. Swarthiness.
Meanwhile, Warden of Evos Isle pecks away.
Yeah,
This
Metamai
guy's
still
tribal
just
doesn't
locked
strike.
down under that island of Wak Wak.
He's
Just, you're not
pretty
going
immortal,
anywhere.
right? So let's be immortal.
Except, well, Joel's going to 80.
Why is he at 80 life? That was the
Dub-
beacon?
doubled his life with Beacon of Immortality.
Something changed.
By the way, that gets shuffled in, so we could see Beacon of Immortality
Sure.
again.
Now, the deal here, BDM, is that we're
What else
playing one
changed?
game.
That is
Yep.
This is why.
You're inscrutable like the Sphinx.
This,
know
my
what
friends at
it
home,
does?
is
Oh,
exactly
clue
why.
all, clues all over the board.
Interesting, though, that the...
Ooh, Lighthouse Chronology.
That's what I'm saying.
Get out of hand.
Yeah, the Lighthouse Chronologist on the other side,
clues
the
everywhere.
time,
Beacon
the
of
deck
Immortality,
built around taking extra turns
Yep.
might not be the
Yeah.
first deck
There's
to
clues
take extra
everywhere.
It does not matter.
turns
We will
in
not
this
win.
matchup.
Another
You will
thing to keep
not
in mind,
win
by the way, some
through
cool little
taking out your life
interesting
total. You
design
win
things that you'll see is
through
the island
style.
of Wak Wak. It doesn't make mana.
Oh, we have
Right.
that island
Right,
too.
like they used to make lands that didn't tap for mana. Generally speaking, these days they'll tap for a colorless and then do some other stuff, because that's kind of
You may
inherent
think
to
that
what
you
lands are all
might
about.
master
But back
the
then,
color, but
in the
we
early
need
days of
somebody to
Magic,
crew our
this card,
lighthouse.
is from Arabian Nights. They didn't have that stuff nailed down back then, so it's like
Oh, yeah. Yep.
we'll make a land, and it
Good call.
shrinks down a flying creature.
Yeah, Yol might wish that land tapped for mana, so there's some chance that he'll just tap it.
I know. I mean, 22 years later, it's holding off a Metamai the Ageless somehow. So, bravo.
Get a couple of counters on the Lighthouse
Oh yeah, that's
Chronologist.
a big threat here.
Although we do see the Crystal Shard.
The
in
Crystal
hand.
Shard and is really going to
Maybe
work
one day
against
we will be
Schuster
able to go on a
here,
trip
as
with
he
you.
has tapped out to put as many
Ooh,
level
fire-
counters as he
fighting
could on the
in
Lighthouse
there.
Chronologist.
Work together.
Yeah, also getting an extra upkeep
Is
with the
land
Parallax Haze
of Wak Wak.
is pretty sweet here.
What
With
is-
an,
with the what? Oh, the
Ooh.
this is Paradox Haze right here, the one that
yep.
We're gonna give you more choices.
you get two
That's
upkeeps.
cool.
Yeah,
I like
so for
choices.
example,
That's pretty meta.
he
One of the
played an
things
Ancestral
that are
Visions and was
wearing
able to
is
cast it
flamboyant
within
card.
2 turns.
I see. It just
No,
he got an
we're gonna
upkeep
give you
and
the
then
choices
another
to see
upkeep.
if
And
you
that was
Oh
for our
my
cards
gosh.
Is that Zer's weirding?
That is Zer's Weirding. This
Okay.
game is going to get strange.
Now, BDM, not all of us play as much Commander as you do.
I don't
Can
know
you,
what
what does
restricts
this
would
card
have to
do?
do.
So
Players-
Zer's Weirding is
It has a beard.
players play with their hands
Why are
revealed,
you not
and then
beard
anytime they would draw
Their
a card,
hands
Like it was
revealed.
Yes.
Not the top card. The whole
and
hand.
anytime they would draw a
That doesn't
card,
beard. That has a beard.
they I guess I don't remember the exact wording, but they
Sure,
reveal the card,
The cosplay is fine.
And
Why is
then
the deck not beard trap?
the player can pay 2
It looks
life
a
to
bit
make
like
them
Patrick
discard it.
Rothfuss.
Yeah, you're right. That is what it does. Any other player may pay 2 life. If the player does, put that card into its owner's graveyard.
Instead of their hand.
Yeah, and otherwise they just draw the card like normal.
So at 80 life,
That's
out.
he can just blank his draw step for turn after turn after
Yes.
turn after turn.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So the question becomes: does he have or find an answer for the chronologist? We know that he could
And
crystal
that's
shard it away if he wanted.
That is another option.
well, look at this. He's got
It is an
extract.
option.
Search target player's
Yeah.
library for a
So
card and
splitting
exile it. Then that player
I don't
shuffles
get it.
his library. What is he? What did he exile?
Oh jeez.
What card is he
long.
getting?
So he gets to pick
Uh,
after searching,
let's
right?
see
He
your
just gets to
flavor
look
here.
through, grab
Let's see
one.
what
Yeah,
you have done with
it's target
your deck.
player. You don't have to choose a card or name
Do
a
you like
card.
your chances of winning now better or worse?
I'm not sure actually.
Oh, we can see him shuffling
He gets to just
through.
see, like, he-
wow, look at this. He gets to see his whole library.
Take away this plunder.
Memory plunder's a nice
don't
one
like
to get
the
rid
plunder.
of.
You got to take Fog
What do
Bank
you do
here,
with
right?
Flamboyant failure?
No?
What do you do with flamboyant
That's not how this
failure?
works.
What do you do with flamboyant
Let's give you the
failure?
choice.
And he gets to
Early
shard
in
away
the
the lighthouse
war.
chronologist.
Yeah, he's like,
here.
yeah, you know what? I would like you to do that again.
That's
But you
fine.
know the
I mean,
interesting
I
thing
don't
is
know what a
that
Sphinx would. That's a Vedelkin.
I don't think Schuster actually
Has
minds
nothing
that
to do
much.
with time.
Like,
Sphinx
right
is
now,
giving
there's
choices.
still no
It's a
good
riddle.
answer for Larson
Yeah.
for
Free choice,
the
you have free
chronologist.
choices.
He can just
Or
replay
give
it,
this
start
time two
dumping
choices.
level counters on
Or
it,
you
and
keep
just
them
move on
out.
with his
It's
life.
up to you.
Oh, I'm keeping it in my hand where it's safe.
Yeah,
From your
you made that
I don't
choice.
know.
but
It's pretty expensive to for him to be able to keep doing that and keep mana up to pay for Crystal Shard and.
It's just one extra, right? I don't know. Maybe you're right.
All right.
Yeah, you see, oh,
One
we're
quick
gonna
turn
acquire
goes
something
another,
now.
sir.
You know what?
We also would like to peek at what you have.
We're
laid out
going
for us.
into your deck now.
All right, so
And we're
now
gonna
that-
we're gonna pick pick a card, but we're not
We're not
exiling
exiling it.
We're taking it.
Something from the
What
pet-
artifacts do you have?
Now, what can he get? Just an artifact?
Yeah.
Okay.
Guardians of
Meletus.
Meletus. Thrantome.
Doesn't look like he has that many choices.
Elixir of Immortality.
Serves not the worst, but not great.
Not a ton of artifacts.
So good.
It's a little acquire proof here. Perhaps knowing that the pirate deck would play acquire.
They played around it by playing crappy artifacts.
Sands of Time. I don't know what happens if Zer's Weirding and Sands of Time end up in play at the same time.
Yeah, well, we've got Matt Tabak at the ready.
Matt Tabak on speed dial.
We're not going to pin him on it now.
He just went and got Sands of Time.
Okay, guys. So I'm going to take off. I appreciate all your help.
Hey, we had a good run together, man.
It was fun. We'll see you guys after the lunch break.
I don't know,
oh my
dude.
God! Wait, and we've got Sands of Time.
But Zer's Weirding's not on the battlefield.
No, it's not yet. But we also have Paradox Haze, so we have 2 upkeeps.
Oh God!
What's going on, Matt? Tell us what's happening.
Oh, you're
please.
actually going to pin him on this?
I
All
am.
right, here's Sands. I'm going to read it for the listeners. Each player skips his or her untap step. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, or upkeeps as it were, that player simultaneously untaps each tapped artifact, creature, and land he or she controls, and taps each untapped artifact, creature, and land. Whatever.
Right.
I'm done.
So that on its own, along with 2 upkeeps, is basically the permanents are going to do a little dance.
Yes!
Tapped ones are going to untap, then tap. Untapped ones are going to tap, then untap. You guys with me?
Yes.
All right. So what else?
I don't get it.
So is that going to do? So this is going to do nothing to Yol since he has 2 upkeeps.
Effectively not, right? At the beginning of the first upkeep, Sands of Time is going to trigger, and everything that's untapped is going to tap, or the artifacts, creatures, and lands are going to, the untapped ones are going to tap, the tapped ones are going to untap. He'll go through his upkeep, then a second upkeep will start. Sands of Time triggers again.
And it
We'll
reverses
do what we
back.
just did. So unless something happens in that first upkeep to change what's going on, it's effectively going to cancel each other out.
Now, if he, but he could also just like tap all of his lands during his
Oh,
upkeep there, and then get them all untapped on his next upkeep.
You can, but to little effect because the mana isn't going to carry over.
But he gets his lands for the turn.
From step to step. Right. He can.
They can just do that every time.
Yeah, he can basically get that how he wants it. He's not going to be able to like get double mana out
Right.
of it.
Unless he can use it during, or not even then. He can use it twice. I see what you're saying.
Right. He could tap his land during his first upkeep,
Use all
spend
the
it on
mana,
something,
yeah.
and then they'll untap thanks to Sands of Time at the beginning of the second upkeep.
But that's just an awkward time to have a bunch of extra mana.
Seems good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ramirez. It is time. It is okay. It is okay. For remember, his shard is tapped, and he will have to tap
We're going
it,
to see
and there will not
capsize
be a
with buyback here. No, we're going to see the commander.
That is not very impressive. That is a 4/3 first strike for
Ramirez
6
must
mana.
make an entrance.
I guess it can just start attacking. I mean, he's only at 80. All right, so is Zer's Weirding going to hit the battlefield here or what, BDI?
I don't know.
I don't know if
I'm
I have
still
it
trying
in
to.
me.
I'm still trying to see what's going to happen here with Sands of Time.
Now,
Paradox Haze.
Now, so was Sands of Time awkward because, like, was there mana burn before? Is
There
that
was-
how?
there was all sorts of
like,
awkward
would you?
stuff with this.
Ideally, in your upkeep, you want to just tap all your lands so that they get untapped for your turn, right?
Right. Well, famously, Sands of Time comboed with Equipoise,
Which I'm looking for. Make
and
sure
which
it's not
I,
in the meta
I
my deck.
pray is not actually in this deck. But so Equipoise, because Sands of Time takes out the untap phase and phasing happens during untap, and
no Equipoise.
Okay, good. We're good there. So.
Okay, yeah, I don't know about that combo, but I'm glad I don't have to learn about it.
I mean, what's really going to go on if there's 2 upkeeps is whatever starts tapped at the beginning of the first one is going to end up staying tapped. Right?
Look at
It'll
Joel.
untap-
Look at Joel as he tries to figure out what he has to stack
And
here.
the Dread Pirate Robert over there looks, he's fine with it. He's just sort of, look at that, getting his flowing mane.
Yeah. He's keeping his eye on the game here. Just one.
You didn't have to explain it. I got it.
His age.
Age? This is just
Do you lie about his
that
age?
hat that Yoel's
No, it's none of
wearing.
your business.
That just doesn't remind me of a Sphinx in very many ways.
Okay, so things have tapped. Now, second upkeep.
So it looks like he's just going to tap all of his lands so that those get to untap now, right? Question mark?
Sure, let's go with that.
You going to read it again,
I suppose
BDM?
Ramirez shall retire to his
Yes.
quarters for now. Yes.
Does that only happen once?
The Sands of Time?
Yeah.
Sands of Time, it triggers at the beginning of each.
Oh, there it is. There it
player's
is. Okay.
upkeep.
I just didn't see the second one on the stack.
Right.
Right. So he tapped all of his lands so that when it triggered again,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
would become
There we
untapped.
go.
Right. You basically just want to get as many permanents as you can tapped at the end of that first upkeep. So when the second upkeep comes around, they'll all untap.
Now, but what the question I was asking before was back in the day, were you punished for doing that to your lands by getting mana burned?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
And that's
couldn't
just not a factor anymore.
Right.
Okay.
Flattery will get you.
Because now you just tap all your lands and then you get them untapped.
Yeah. Now the
anyway.
permanents are just tapping and untapping.
Yeah.
Doing a little dance, making a little love, that
Right.
kind of thing.
But the lands just aren't really an issue for the players. They'll have access to their lands.
He was once a baby, now he is full.
This is the strangest game of Magic already I've ever seen
Yes.
on a
On coverage
stream.
booth, yeah. And you've been doing it for a long time. You've seen everything.
Okay, so
this is just weird.
Jace Architect of Thought comes down.
Maybe that's the right one. And if you guess wrong, it's a catastrophe.
So, by the way, Jace Architect of Thought is going to be a nice little combo with Zer's Weirding.
Then it's a catastrophe.
Explain.
Well, because he...
If he ever casts Zer's Weirding, by the way, he seems to have
Yeah.
shied away from
Yes. But it gives him a way to continue to draw cards
It is. Do the thing.
without... oh, look at this.
Oh, he's
Oracle's
some Oracle
Insight.
business.
Which
Oh,
now
you
also...
love that card.
Yes, I do.
Now, is that a flavor win? Oracle's Insight on
absolutely.
Metamite? That's pretty
Yeah,
sweet,
that's a
right?
super flavor win.
All right.
And he speaks to him of his Oracle's Insight.
And I don't even know what's going to happen now. He's going to get to do that multiple times because of Sands of Time.
It's definitely from Ferris block.
He taps it, it untaps.
Yeah, that's
He
right.
taps it, it
it
untaps.
untaps.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You know what we're talking about.
You guys
here.
have got it down.
Holy smokes. We don't have it down. Yo Larson has it. He is going to be churning through that library now.
Although we know that there's a capsize with buyback.
Incoming.
Well, in hand. I don't know if Robert's going to...
He's got 6 mana.
Or will this all be a catastrophe?
Either creatures or lands.
Oh, I see.
Or lands. I get to choose.
He could use it to destroy all lands. That would get Island of Wak Wak off the table, and he could start taking
Oh.
extra turns with Metamai.
I think that's what he's thinking about here.
It does seem to benefit him at the moment, especially now with the Lighthouse Chronologist, and especially if Robert dumps a bunch of mana into the thing. And it looks like Robert is not going to do that. He's left up his capsize with buyback.
Activates. Okay, activates his Oracle's Insight.
Order your triggers. And choose your doom.
And
draws another. Look at this.
This is ridiculous.
Look at this.
BDM's dream has come true.
Yes, you do.
BDM, you had a good run in the booth, but now you've finally seen it all.
Yeah.
What's it like to be at the end? This is ridiculous.
Grandma?
Even Schuster's smiling over there like, really?
Oh my gosh.
Paradox Haze just doing serious work
What
here
is
for Larson.
all right? You have a medallion.
I do. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah.
So the Sphinx is giving away the answer.
Yes.
Okay.
Sometimes.
All right.
Sometimes when it's nice.
That's some next level metagaming.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, and he's got.
Okay.
Yeah, he may very well just catastrophe here.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to play a land, so that's off the table.
No, I guess not.
Oh no, here it comes, BDM. This is where I check out. Zer's Weirding.
Zer's Weirding, I'm at 80.
So a couple
Take
things
back-
to note about
yeah.
Zer's Weirding. One, it affects all players. So everyone plays their hands revealed, and if any player would draw a card, that's not just your card draw for the
Sometimes on
turn.
feed,
That's
we run
any
into
card draw.
unexpected events, like
The other player
your
can
ship might
pay 2
capsize.
life for that card to go to the graveyard. They can choose not to, and the original player drawing the card will draw the card. The other thing I'd like to note is, having watched this game for a little while, you guys wanted a commander game, and you certainly got a commander game.
We did indeed.
Okay, so Zer's Weirding is on the stack. It looks like Capsize is being cast with buyback.
Is there anything reasonable to target here?
Metamai, return from whence you came.
Metamai.
Yeah, the return. Oh man, I was going to say, okay, I'm going to draw a
Yeah,
card.
and that does get rid of the
Yes,
Oracle
yes,
of
yes.
Insight.
It has some insights
right?
going
You'll
on.
notice that my commander is doing what it
Oracle's
does, whereas
Insight,
your
I mean.
commander is scrying
That'll fall
one
off
like,
here.
I
So,
mean, like a
you know, he does
Force Seer
accomplish
with a
something
crystal
with that.
ball.
I mean, it's been down to some whack business, right? So we gotta take an alternative.
Well, and it also
course.
taps
Yeah.
all
You
Robert's
commanders
mana,
should
so you
know
can
all about
untap his
that.
That's true.
mana.
Sometimes you can't go the way people
productively.
expect.
Coastal piracy. Pirate ship.
And now we get to see what Robert Schuster's hand looks like. Now, we can already see it
You did not
above,
foresee
so
that,
I'm going to
did you?
kind of shrink this down over here. But this is, of course, what Yoel has seen. He says, so that's what you're working with. Capsize, coastal piracy, a pirate
only
ship.
gives you choices.
And
nothing
Ramirez
else.
is in the
That's fair. Let's
in his
see
hand. It actually
what
got
you
returned
shall
in his
get
hand.
You may have lands.
So
or you
he's
may
going
have
to cash
spells.
in his Jace here and take either a glimpse to future or a couple of lands.
I like Glimpse of the Future. That's a nice little.
He took it.
I'll allow it this time.
Good.
Let's get that out of the way. We can see the hand anyway. We just know that Larson can see it as well.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So, but now
Draw more cards.
you're going to get to scry 4.
Why wouldn't
draw 2 cards? But the 2 cards that you draw, Robert has a chance to pay 2 life for each card draw.
But we can see where this is going, right? One has 80 life and the other
He
has
can deny 40 card draw. Well, 38 card draws.
Not right now. I have an idea.
I can't figure how Robert Schuster wins. He basically now has to win with the cards that you see on the battlefield and in his hand.
Yes. He's just gonna get lands
He will
from
not
here on out.
get any more. He may just not get
Early
any
in the
cards. Period.
morning.
Larson has so much life total to work with. Jeez.
And-
And we see head chef
Bonnie
Jimmy
rides
Wong
over
coming
the
in there and
ocean.
giving him some advice, and you can see why.
Bonnie
Jimmy
rides
knows how
over
to
the
build a
sea.
commander deck. He hosts a podcast about Commander
yeah.
with his friend Josh
Bonnie
Lee
rides
and
over the
they know their stuff. They're not messing around on
back
that
my Bonnie to
podcast,
me.
and you can see that 80 life and this combo setup here is going to make life very difficult for Schuster.
Bring back my Bonnie to me.
And a
To
little
me.
smirk there from old
Oh, it's
Jimmy
my
Wong
Bonnie.
as well. He knows what he's like. Yeah, I built this.
Oh no, it's
And there are 9 cards in hand right now for y'all.
Bring back.
I guess you're going to get
Oh,
rid of the
bring back my Bonnie
Guardians.
to me.
You can't get rid
Plea
of Plea for Power.
sure, whatever.
Can't get rid of any lands. Aren't you thinking
Bonnie
about
rides over
Catastrophe
the
here?
Yes.
So, all right, so here's a Jet Medallion. Nice little
Bonnie
flavor
rides
card.
I mean, for me, I'm just like, no. Like, just for the next 10 draw steps, I'm
Bonnie
just saying
rides
no.
over the ocean.
He doesn't even have any black spots.
Yeah,
I don't think you
I'll,
care.
I'll drop down to 60 life just to brick you. Just no. For now,
You get no additional cards to work with for
Yeah.
the next few turns.
I mean,
I think that's
to
perfectly-
perfectly game it, you would say,
To
you know,
me.
oh, I'm going to narrow it down to whatever.
So now, important things to note, like Telling Time and Glimpse the Future, will put cards in hand without drawing.
You know what he
them.
gets on?
So he can actually get around.
So he can get around that, and the Monarch
His
Wall
Zerg
can
Spirit.
get back
All right,
his Telling
Ramirez.
Time or his
The bridge is
Glimpse
yours.
or something else that might be in
And I
his
tapped an
graveyard
extra
that,
mana, but
that does that.
matters not.
Another thing to
It
note
matters
here
not.
is that he's got relevant spell. Like he's got his Metamai.
Yes.
Ramirez,
Right. Like
prepare the cannons.
that's a huge deal here.
We will be going into battle.
Now you need to tap all your
Yes.
lands here.
Make
So he's going to actually use this opportunity
I know what time it is.
during his first upkeep
Right.
to cast Telling
Time to
Time.
Yeah, we talked about with Tayback a few minutes ago. You know,
Perhaps you
if
can
you
figure out
do
your
have
own
the
rhythm.
chance to use up some of your mana on your upkeep, which again is, you know, you can't always do it, but hey, here you go. It's going to basically get to do that for free.
Taps all his land. I imagine he'll activate Crystal Shard here.
If he knows what he wants to hit anyway, you may as well, right?
Right.
My wave showing on my wave.
Let's see if Ramirez
Yep.
wants
Crystal
to figure it
Shard.
out.
Stance.
Ramirez.
Ramirez will stay up in the club
He's going to be able to pay for that.
for now.
Now that artifact's going to untap too, right?
Correct.
Artifact creatures and lands.
Yes.
Oh, so he gets multiple
So
crystal
I think,
shard
I think,
activations
well, I
per
think,
turn?
right. I think what we're going to see here, I think
Not much of a
think
thing.
it's time for a
Perhaps you'd like to
catastrophe.
join my
It
crew.
was an
You
Azorius
want some
clue
food?
stone, by the way.
what's that? What
No,
he?
I don't.
What he revealed.
Oh,
And,
okay.
it looks like Schuster said sure, which he might
I only have so
regret
much
if
of
it
that.
is in fact time for a catastrophe.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, they,
Hey, the
maybe
shields
maybe
are down.
maybe Yoel's not on that plan.
Here, you want more?
Just to
choices?
clarify, guys, you are referring
more
to the
choices for
card
you.
catastrophe and not covering up Yoel's
Choices.
hair.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, Tayback, thank
We
you
will
for
have
that,
choices.
that clarification.
Okay,
I do not
just wanted
believe
to
my
make sure
choice
we're
matters
good
here,
for the
Sphinx.
chat.
This riddle is
All
not
right, so here's Plea
very
for
good.
Power.
So he's going to what? Draw 3 cards
Draw
here.
3 cards, yeah.
Nope, no line. Okay.
Or
have
is it
4 choices.
put 3 cards in your hand?
It is. No, it is. It's
I
draw.
shall
It should be
correct
draw
that.
3 cards.
Okay, but he just let him do it then.
We shall.
We shall see
indeed.
Yeah, it says draw 3 cards.
He decided he doesn't want to fight over life total here.
I mean, the thing is, Robert does have some.
But we're going to take an extra turn.
Oh, here we go. You know, this could spell the end here.
What's about time?
Yeah, this is.
I mean, this is one of those turns that just gets kind of out of control. And Larson's all smiles now.
Yeah, he's sort of, he's kind of,
Yeah, sitting up a little higher in the chair. Yeah. Oh, it looks like that hair is starting to really bother Robert Schuster now. It's turned on him.
You can have land.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe you get Metamai down and then Catastrophe.
I think
Maybe you just mnemonic wall.
Oh, he is just playing with his food now, isn't he?
What's that? A wall?
Mnemonic
That doesn't
wall.
seem like
He gets the mnemonic wall. Get back time, whatever that time walk was.
Yes, and he can crystal shard his own mnemonic wall, right?
Oh, he can.
And just take infinite
wall
turns here.
can.
Infinite time.
Does he have enough mana to go infinite? There it is. Temporal.
Hang
Get
around.
it
So
back.
you'll draw yourself out.
Crystal shard it back. Replay it, and that should do it. Yoel Larson has Robert Schuster tap down far enough so that he can take infinite turns. And hey, even if you let him have a turn, he can make it so he didn't draw a card for the next. What did you say it was? 30-ish,
30 odd turns.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now Schuster hasn't given up yet. Does he know something we don't know? Because I see an infinite turn loop happening here.
Well, he knows that Yoel has 10.5 minutes on his clock.
All right.
And Robert is not using any of his clock time. So Yoel has to find a way to win here.
Don't think that'll be difficult. Though, yes, he is going to have to build up some more mana. Basically, he needs to get to Metamai, right?
Yeah.
You want more choices?
He needs to be able to cast all of those things in one sequence.
Factor Fiction just entered the revealed card zone. He's like, yes, you can
You
have
may cast
Factor
it if you wish.
Fiction.
I understand.
It's a nice hand you have there.
All right, I'm going to time walk again. What is the name of the time walk that he's using?
Temporal Mastery, I think it's
Okay.
called. Temporal Manipulation.
Ramirez has had time
That's a
to
sweet time
contemplate.
walk, by the way.
Here's a Master of Predicaments.
Quite the master of predicament. Finally, another Sphinx.
Here's
Oh,
Glimpse
and
the
another
Future.
Beard. Beard Tribal is in effect. Dakara Mystic, or
Wow.
Mystic, no beard. We shall begin rating
This
the
is
fashion
just
of your
brutal.
various
I mean, the only thing
Lord of the
Robert has to
Volatile,
hope.
low
Oh,
breastplate,
no.
we'll give it a B minus.
That was Temporal Mastery. That's the
Pretty
one I was thinking
flamboyant,
of.
does cast a decent light around
I
his
love
friends.
this. The Dread Pirate Roberts
Evo
never
Style is known for
surrenders.
some pretty daring fashion.
He's hanging in there.
That's fair.
I don't think that's going to
I
be the
might
case.
actually.
I think once he has a win condition, we'll see the Dread Pirate Roberts
time for change?
safely retire to his
Ooh, okay. I like
to his
change.
cabin in the woods here.
But first, you are in a predicament.
And it looks like what's happened here is Yoel's decided to go ahead and let
You're Alexander
Robert
Hayne or
have
something?
one more untapped step.
So what's going on here?
He decided that it was more important to play out a Master of Predicaments,
Ramirez,
as he had enough
their
mana to
turn
do that.
fight. Yes. Yet another
And
game.
now he can take infinite turns
On
after
the
that
cannons, it's
and
why is
beat
it
up
yesterday all
on
of a
Schuster
sudden?
with his Master of Predicaments. He didn't have quite enough, it looks, to be able to do everything he wanted otherwise, but now he's set up.
Okay. Do the little dance. Cast Factor Fiction during my first
Sure.
upkeep.
Sure, why not?
Well, you can definitely have telepathy and or
Truth or tale?
Traveling Philosopher?
traveling philosopher. Yeah.
I actually like that. That
You're
is
okay with
probably
that?
your
If he
most
kills him with a
favorable-
traveling
flavorful choice
philosopher
other than the other
while
bearded
taking
Sphinx.
infinite turns, that's pretty sweet.
I don't know if I have the
Zero
patience
zero
for that.
presentation
Zero may be
later,
weird,
and
but
you
I
will
don't
be
think-
mesmerized.
Though I do
Zero may be
agree.
weird, but he's an enchanter, not a chronologist or a time
knows what he's
matrix.
doing.
Well, sure, but is this people who know what they're doing .deck? It would make sense being piloted by yourself.
All right, now he can start going off.
No, we shall not pay. We take what we want.
All
Like,
right,
say, your
he's going
sands
to
of
cast
time.
Metamai.
So far, it seems like Ramirez has the upper hand
Time walk.
in terms of time.
In this case, temporal manipulation.
So the thing is, he can never attack with Metamai during the extra turns.
Mm.
Oh man!
And that includes the ones from temporal
Yes,
manipulation,
it just doesn't. It doesn't matter. It's just
Yeah.
any extra turns.
including the one that's coming up.
Traveling philosopher.
Yeah, it's
Whatever. He's got the
It's
master of predicaments
Right.
here that can
The
get the job
philosopher
done. I
of
mean, the
Metamai?
island of Whack Whack will keep it offline for one turn cycle, but then after that, forget it. Can't attack.
Yes.
All right, who's having fun?
Pray to the sands of time.
I mean, I'm kind of having fun.
Robert Schuster is in.
Merchant of Secrets, please
He's
buy
in
us a
the
turn.
watch my opponent take many, many turns stage of the game here.
Find out Metamai's secret. Expose.
I mean,
Metamai's
clock is actually gonna be
Intuition.
relevant.
I don't get it either. That's a lady with some
Chat's calling him a salty
some
dog.
maps, perhaps some plans, looking at an erratic portal, it seems. Your deck seems to be more themed around erratic
Waiting for Joel
portals
to
than
choose
around
these cards.
sphinxes and time.
This is great.
I mean, you can get 16 attacks in with a traveling philosopher.
Wow, I just noticed that Robert's still holding that sword as well. So props to him for that. Never lets go.
Look at this.
What the?
Cameo, that seems not very.
Wow, you almost
Time
used up
Warp?
your one. You almost used it up.
Time warp, time stretch.
Throughout the plane.
But he gets
Metamai never gets to attack
no.
because he's just taking all extra turns.
But Metamai likes to be there watching all the extra turns.
Surveying.
Yeah.
Supervising. GG.
All right, so exile that. That's not coming back.
Ramirez tires
And
of
now
your
is
game.
Tamio.
They take quite
Yeah.
a long time.
So you can set up Tamio emblem with where you just get infinite time walks just with Tamio's emblem.
Yes.
That could happen. 6 minutes. We're under 7.
Come on, Yol.
Metamai can't attack.
Finish him.
He's got to
unsure
declare
why.
attackers here. He's got a lot of triggers. Like he might only be able to
You're in an
attack with the
extra
traveling
turn, sir.
I think you're.
Metamai
No, he's
cannot
got the
attack.
master. Yeah.
I know, but the
Extra
master, I'm
turn.
just saying the master's going to start being a eat clock.
That's funny. The Tamio came down plus on Island of Wak Wak. Another thing I didn't think I would see this weekend, but here we are. And in the meantime, I think Yol wishes he could just ignore any triggers at this point
Yes.
and just start hey, I've demonstrated a loop.
Yeah, he's like, don't you want to concede?
Yeah.
No.
I have to actually read this. That player guess whether.
But he doesn't actually have an extra turn in the bank here, does he?
Didn't he cast the temporal mastery this turn?
Let me see. It must be the temporal mastery, sure.
Oh, I have guessed poorly.
You have.
Oh yeah, this is
You
good,
makes me
clean
go.
fun here at the Community Cup.
I love this.
This is.
Can you win? In
I'm
time.
surprised that why didn't the traveling
time?
philosopher get in there?
I think it's summoning. I think it was summoning
You
sick
are
this turn.
I don't think it was.
Seems
maybe.
you've been
I
waiting
can't
around
keep
for
track.
a while.
There's been
though.
so many turns.
Oh, this is so awkward.
Sphinxy.
Yeah, really. The Sands of Time might have been the perfect card for Yol to have cast himself,
Yeah.
You
but
can have a threat in tow,
Robert
which
went and did it
again
for him
doesn't-
with
Yeah,
the acquire.
and look what's happening here.
has
I
a
mean,
tail,
now
but
it's
it does
all
not have
messed
time.
up
It does not
because
have a
like
rhythm.
now the creature that attacked the turn before can't, so he now gets to attack every other turn
Gives his choices.
with some number of
I have not
creatures. He's
had
getting in
many
there for
choices.
4 here though.
You've had very many choices.
We
Beat
attempted to
down.
sail the seas,
Get in there.
traveling
Wait, why did
philosopher.
Omen Speaker
I mean,
attack?
this
Is it
the
summoning
season for
sick?
white robes, but
No.
really.
It should have attacked.
It should have attacked.
Omen Speaker.
It's
There's-
leaving it back
there's
to
some
block
character.
just in case. All right.
Under 6 minutes
I think-
now.
Did he just actually pass the
Camped in
turn?
well.
Pass the turn here?
I guess he did.
He did. Why?
Not sure.
He could have picked up the mnemonic wall, right?
Yeah.
What does that even do?
Let's take a look at his
Oh, yeah.
graveyard real quick.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe he's
Okay, good
that's
to
some
know, good to
graveyard.
know.
He could also pick up a time stretch.
Yeah, he's got time warp, time stretch.
We shall
That one
attempt some
says
piracy.
target player takes 2 extra turns.
Maybe he really feels like he needs to attack with his Metamai.
It has been.
You think that's it? He wants a free time walk?
you can
That's
I think maybe he just feels like flavorfully he needs that.
Bring it.
God. He's under 6 minutes.
Omen Speaker did her job.
Okay, Omen Speaker
did.
eats
She's pretty good at her job.
the attacker, but that's
been a
it.
rough-
Also eats up some clock, right? I mean, that's clearly the play there.
Guess so.
Not her first time at the Oracle place, wherever that is. A temple. I'm sure it's a
Man
temple.
left.
I'm sure of this.
It is definitely
it
a
is.
temple.
All right,
Come
let's
on,
play some more
Larson,
loot.
finish him off.
There's the jet
Other than just the
medallion.
loot we
Hey,
steal
let him
from
draw
you,
it.
By the way, is amazing.
Seize claim.
Stuff. What can I say?
All right, return mnemonic wall. Crazy Sands of Time stuff. We're coming up on 5 minutes for Joel.
He's only got Robert down to 26. He still has a decent amount of work to do, though it feels inevitable for him.
Sure that was correct. Positive. Another Sphinx. Well played.
Sphinx of Uthun off the top.
I noticed that one also has a beard.
Gonna cameo Island of Whack Whack. It's gonna target Metamai. Yep. So he's gonna make.
So he's trying to set up to have just a bigger board here,
Yeah.
where every other attack's actually getting in for a big chunk of damage.
Wow. Time stop's interesting.
You may keep it if you wish.
Oh, Riddle. What does Riddle Keeper do?
You think what?
I have no idea.
All right. Here comes Mnemonic Wall. Gets back the Tragic Arrogance.
Riddle Keeper's not very good. That was a flavor consideration, I think. It says, whenever a creature attacks you or a planeswalker you control, that creature's controller puts the top 2 cards of his or her library into his or her graveyard. It mills them for 2.
Coming up on 4 minutes for y'all.
The pirate ship.
This is getting a little scary here.
Pretty important.
Like, he needs to
Also dibs.
start finishing this thing off. Here's C's claim.
That is now ours. We have claimed it.
It's not doing much.
Was that the Time Walk land?
This? No.
Yeah, Catastrophe might have saved us a lot of time here on the clock.
He's not considering it, though. Catastrophe's just buried in his hand. He's not even looking at it.
All right, Pirate Ship's returning
Return the
Mnemonic
pirate
Wall.
ship? No. What? Why would you do such
Sands of Time. Tap my.
Pay 2 life? No, no, that seems
Creatures
like
are
a
tapped.
terrible deal.
Under 4 minutes.
Wow.
You have lots of
Tick
ideas.
tock.
Do you have the time?
I'm gonna guess this.
All right, so now he's up to
Takes too much
Tameo ultimate range. She ultimates at 8, and she's at 8.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. The time is an issue.
Rashad notes that's a real game speeder upper.
Yeah, I mean, it means he's got this game locked and could not possibly lose it given infinite time because he could take infinite turns.
Right. The question is, what about given 3 minutes and 40 seconds?
He could take about 3 turns the way this clock has been progressing.
That is actually a flavor.
He's going to cast Tragic
Well done.
Arrogance here.
You
Why?
have been tragically arrogant this entire time.
Why is he
Perhaps
doing
we
that?
have been too, but that is not really the point.
Is he reckless?
You can make choices. Yes, we'll allow you to make choices, just this once.
Rashad says he saw a handshake, but do we actually have a victor
Search
here?
Weirding
Like,
is
what
going
is going on at this point, BDM? Like, Tragic Arrogance is going to wipe away most of the creatures for Larson
We get
here,
to keep
right?
the ship and the piracy. This is
Yes.
good news for Ramirez.
Okay.
Good news for Ramirez.
They're still playing. All right, so he's kind of cleared. He basically just killed most of his creatures. Was he able to get rid of the untapping and tapping and stuff? Oh, he did. Yeah, that's what he did.
Oh, he needed to get rid of Sands of Time at this point.
I think he felt like he needed to.
Well, you have to get time stretch here, not time warp, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he got.
So now he's got time stretch with a Tameo emblem.
So that's going to be the end game for Larson, is to
teams cannot master
time stretch
time.
every turn.
Oh, and look at this. He gets to attack, but it doesn't do anything.
Attacking, yes, good
It's been
thinking.
whack,
Good
whack.
thinking there. That was.
Wow,
that
more
was good
precious
thinking.
seconds falling off the clock.
3 minutes.
Now Zer's Weirding still on the battlefield.
Yes.
And Larson again can just say nope, nope, nope,
What
nope,
does the
nope,
community
nope.
want? I shall give them what they
Kind
want.
of indefinitely here.
I
It's
think he
felt like
did.
he's had the game ready to go for quite a
I
while,
would
but
do
now he
anything
sees
for
that
the
red
community,
clock and he's got to do
but I
something
won't
about
do
it.
I mean, if your opponent's playing a deck that is doing time stretch and time warp and all that kind of crazy stuff,
Yep.
you don't want you're
Yes,
not
I'm
going
a
to.
hair tie, actually. Thank you.
Okay.
You know, you're not going to you're not going to concede to your opponent who runs out of time.
Beauty is important. Thank you
Well, looks
kindly.
like we get a ponytail now for
No more of
Ramirez
that
Di
pesky hair
Pietro.
getting in the way.
It was bothering him.
Should return. Perhaps we should buy
It's the cable tie.
time.
That's awesome.
It's a zip. It's a zip. It's a zip.
It's a zip tie.
Oh, that is a pirate thing to do.
You can also use that to
For
seal the
today.
garbage bag up when you throw that ratty wig away. All right.
We shall.
Now you'll.
BDM.
Our
When does this end? What is happening here? Shouldn't Yol be taking like 10 turns in a row at some point?
Yes, he
Ultimate
should.
Tameo, play time stretch. Let's get this thing booked.
Yes, he should.
I'm just getting nervous for him. He's under 3 minutes here. He's got to finish this game.
I just had to read.
I don't think he can possibly finish this game.
I would assume that
He
you did
totally
as well.
can, right?
What is targeting? What is that targeting? Nothing.
Maybe you're
Oh,
right.
emblem.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
sure,
sounds
sure.
it sounds like
Yeah, I read that too. I don't know what
there
it
are
means.
some gameplay stipulations. So a player cannot win
Doesn't seem like infinite time.
unless.
Seems like infinite
Yeah, but we don't know what
We
they
don't
are.
know what
so I
unless
wasn't gonna
is.
say it because
Yeah.
I'm like,
As long as
that
we're-
doesn't translate well.
But that explains.
It does
that
explain.
explains
I mean, yeah, the
play.
weirdness.
Yes.
So maybe we'll get an idea for what those stipulations were. As time stretch is now going on the stack, and yes, BDM Tameo did ultimate.
That's quite the stretch for your deck. No, actually, that was on flavor.
Yeah, we just
What?
said that, Rashad. But what we don't know
He
is
needs no
what the
help.
restrictions are.
I will get them.
There's clearly some
you
shenaniganery
get
at
them
foot
down?
here, and we just don't know
Doesn't
what
matter.
it is exactly.
So cast time stretch,
Oh, man.
get time stretch back in hand. That's disgusting.
Oh no! So I have one example, BDM.
Yes.
This is my nightmare.
Yeah.
So Graham says every other turn isn't for attacking. It's only for information gathering and spreading knowledge. That's
That
just
is-
one example.
That is a huge that shores up whatever shortfalls there might be on deck construction here for flavor.
Ugh. I'm so confused. Now, interestingly, Robert's actually fallen behind. Like all that ponytail stuff really took
Oh,
a
look
hit
at
on
his
his
clock.
clock.
He's under 4
Under
minutes.
4 minutes. Now he's not behind him, but TikTok, as they say in the
let you take
business.
that turn.
Now, Graham, this is a live match, though, right?
know
Like
what?
there has not been a concession or a. Okay, this is real.
Beacon of Immortality.
Because that's what he needed to see. He could go for style points.
That is exactly what he needed right now. An oracle.
Right, remember,
The Oracle
there's
one.
only 3 points on the line here for this match. If, by the way they've played this game, they shore up their flavor score by imposing restrictions, by dressing in costume, that's huge.
No way, man. Yeah, they told them specifically the gameplay will not affect the judges.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just the dish itself as it's presented to them. Oh, here's Catastrophe. Let's just clean up this board state a little. There's too many permanents.
So we shall pirate while the pirating is good.
Robert wants to capsize
Plunder them!
his own land.
He gets the ping for one with a pirate ship.
And that was a big
Fireball
fist pump
cannons
from
directly
that
at
as
the
well.
Sphinx. Triggers. Oh, yes.
That's game because Yoel doesn't know that F7 exists. Oh, that's game. Piles.
I already did.
Yoel Larson cannot get out underneath.
What effect
Oh,
is
this is
even?
too good.
I'm not sure.
Look at Schuster. He can't even figure out how to start making the piles. There's too many.
Piles from? What are the piles?
Call in the recruits.
A pirate must know what the piles are.
So
before
every one of those
choosing.
lands is going back into hand.
Not really sure. Let me
That
check
was
the combat
Larson's.
clause. Truth or
Yeah.
tale. There we go. Truth or tale.
Look at that smile on Larson's face.
Sure. You can have them.
Clock game engage.
Yeah, I had
All right,
to
it
check
looks
the
like they
combat
sorted
log to see
it,
what the
and
spell
now
was, because
Larson
that-
needs to. There we go. He did find it.
Ding.
So now Larson has 37 cards in his hand. I want that noted. And he's got 52 seconds left on the clock, and there's
Pirate
no
will go
way
down.
he is closing
Pirate
this
King.
match out in 50 seconds. Right?
Right. Oh,
Like,
he has
the-
unlimited hand size too, right?
Yeah, he does. So he doesn't have to go through the whole rigmarole of discard. And realistically, Schuster's not going to be able to do anything to affect the board anymore. But he's got to get him from 17 to dead in 40 seconds here. Don't think that's going to happen.
I must resize your hand.
38.
And apparently every other turn they're not allowed to
extra turn,
attack
you
or
may have
something
one.
weird.
Well, he can't attack on those extra turns with.
Well, but they also have this self-imposed thing or whatever.
Yeah. See,
Now
actually
wait a
gonna be
minute.
able to
Is he
do
going
this?
to kill him? Is he actually going to kill him in 40
you doing after the
seconds
community
from
cup?
26 life?
Anything? Got any big plans?
Oh my God! I
Flying
think
back
he's
right
going
away,
to do it.
staying in
He's
town,
getting him
maybe?
down to 3 right
Get a
here,
drink, go on a
and
cruise.
Schuster has nothing
Hang
going
out
on.
with Sphinx's friends.
Is he going to beat him?
Anybody ever told you how
Is he
handsome
actually
you
going to
are?
kill him?
He's got him to 1.
22 seconds.
I don't know, but I have to play to my house. Oh, is that one left?
You can't have the island.
He's blanked every draw step, and he did it. Yoel Larson wins. The same fist pump he gave when he won the Pro Tour, he gives it to us here.
This was
Look
a
at that.
much better match.
Wow.
All the while holding a staff of Ra and wearing a stupid headdress.
Look at that. Unbelievable stuff. Under 20 seconds on the clock, and he wins. Finally setting up a huge victory there. Now, not to take the wind out of the sails, but that was only 3 match points. Well-earned 3 match points.
And none of and what we've been told by Graham is none of the hoops that he jumped through will give them extra points in judging.
That's right, and they were told that. They said, look, when you build your deck and when you play your deck, we're not going to count that for the judging. It's just going to be as this presented to us. But still, I know that it earns a lot of points at home for everybody watching, and also the dramatic fashion was just fantastic.
Did the wizard have a sneer on his face? Was he?
I didn't see.
He looked like he was like he
gets
found the celebration distasteful.
Oh no, that's not
Might
good.
have found the celebration distasteful. He had a little bit of a sneer.
You know, the judges are supposed to keep that out of the thing, but I mean, they're only
It
human
gets in there. It
and
gets
or
in there.
wizard.
I first of all, I don't believe that the play imposition, the play restrictions, won't enforce the deck building constraints they put on themselves. I'm not questioning the integrity. What I'm saying is that they're going to go and they're going to be judging these cards, but then they're going to remember
It's
why
just
those
in
cards
there.
are. It's in there. It's
they're human
it's
beings
imprinted on
and
them.
wizards. I
Yeah.
mean, it's not like they can undo it.
Unbelievable.
We're going to get an interview with Yoel Larson after that. I have to hear from Yoel. That was just a completely absurd game, and so we're going to get that interview lined up. And let's send it down right now. Tim Willoughby's with Yoel Larson.
So I'm pretty sure that the highlight reel for that one is going to be called A Match for the Ages.
Yes.
That was one of the most ridiculous games of Magic I've seen on so many different levels.
Yeah, there was some choices. I mean, Sphinxes gives choices, so
Why not have a Epton on them?
And it seems kind of appropriate that, a deck that's all about time uses every single scrap of time available to it to win.
Yes, of course. You gotta use time to win. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, sure.
There were a lot of cool moments in that match that I don't know if they were quite clear from watching at home. Firstly, the fact that the community team, watching the exact same stream you were, realized that they couldn't come and give you help until Zers Weirding came in play.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, Zers Weirding definitely gave me some help from my community team members, so that was great. Yeah.
And so many
gives choices as well, right? For our Sphinx's riddles.
So many insane moments, and the best bit is that we haven't even seen the last of that deck, because there's still the moment where we get to find out from your head chef, Jimmy Wong,
yes,
the full details of the flavor of this deck.
You will have to be ready for that. That story is insane. Like, follow our thoughts, and you'll be blown away.
A big win for the community there. Congratulations, Joel Larson. You've won a Pro Tour, and you've now won one of the most epic matches I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was pretty great. There were some triggers involved.
So we're going to head back to the features booth, because, of course, that was the main course. It certainly felt like it, but we do have dessert still to come in this Ironroot Chef format. Stay tuned, because next up, we have modern and dessert time.
That's just ridiculous, right? Let's just make no qualms about it. He said there were some triggers. Yes, there were multiple triggers. We had rules manager Matt Tabak on hand just to guide us through some of the interactions. I mean, that was just one of the most absurd matches or games I've seen.
We saw Sands of Time. We saw Tameo Emblem. We saw Zers Weirding. I need a breather. I need a break.
Yeah, we're gonna get BDM. I need one too. So we're gonna take a brief break here while we bring you guys some messages. When we come back, though, we'll have the dessert portion of our Ironroot Chef
Sweet
challenge.
modern decks.
Yeah. See you in a bit.
Enlist the land itself in the battle against the Eldrazi with Zendikar Expeditions. See more amazing previews of Battle for Zendikar at magicthegathering.com. Face unnatural disaster in the newest Magic the Gathering set, Battle for Zendikar. Join the battle at pre-release events on September 26th and 27th. Visit locator.wizards.com to find a store near you. Watch the best players in the world battle for fame and glory on October 16th to 18th at Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar. See the impact of the new set on Standard and Booster Draft, with complete video coverage streamed on twitch.tv/magic. Join the battle with the new mechanics like Rally and Converge to help the people of Zendikar rise up against the alien threat of the Eldrazi. See more amazing previews of Battle for Zendikar at magicthegathering.com. Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Put your game to the test at a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix include Madison, Sydney, Quebec City, and Beijing. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule. Watch top players compete to become the Super League champion. The current season features players such as Luis Scott Vargas and Cedric Phillips playing Modern. Watch every Tuesday night on twitch.tv/magic. Face unnatural disaster in the newest Magic Online set, Battle for Zendikar. Join the battle at pre-release events October 9th through 12th on Magic Online. Download Magic Online at mtgo.com to play. The Legacy Cube returns to Magic Online from September 23rd until October 9th. Draft with the best Legacy cards throughout Magic's history. Download Magic Online at mtgo.com to play. Qualify for the next Pro Tour on Magic Online. Go 5-0 or 4-1 in one of 10 preliminaries to advance to the finals. See the full schedule at mtgo.com. In The Art of Magic the Gathering Zendikar, you can experience the danger and beauty of Zendikar like never before. This lavishly illustrated hardcover book features the award-winning Art of Magic the Gathering and gives you an insider's look at the secrets of Zendikar, its people, continents, and creatures. Available everywhere January 5th. The world's best strategy game is now letting you play free. Magic Duels Origins delivers an entirely new digital Magic experience, available now on iPhone, iPad, Xbox One, and PC via Steam. Visit magic.wizards.com/duels to download the game today. Friday Night Magic has expanded to include all formats. Be ready for Standard, Commander, Legacy, or even Conspiracy drafts. Check out your local store for details and share your FNM stories by using the hashtag MTGFNM. Visit magic.wizards.com/FNM for more information. Start on your road to the Pro Tour by playing in a preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. With more than 2,000 locations running events, you're sure to find one near you. Visit magic.wizards.com/PPTQ for schedules and information.
Marshall Sutcliffe with Brian David Marshall, and we are ready to go for dessert.
Yeah.
It's modern time.
Sweet decks.
Yeah, that's the idea. So let's head down to the feature match area right now where our players are waiting to play some modern. Hello and welcome to coverage of the Magic Online Community Cup. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Brian David Marshall, and we have hit the dessert portion of our Ironroot Chef Challenge BDM. This is the third one. Talk to us about what the players are going to be playing.
So the players had to build a modern deck, but they had to build a modern deck around a card, an ingredient of their choosing. The deck has to not really show us cards that we've seen in other modern decks. You can't really go to pantry staples like Tarmogoyf, Vendilion Click, or anything like that. You really need to go.
They don't want to see those cards.
No,
I think
they don't.
I think the judges may be offended by those cards.
Correct. So the community team built their deck around the ingredient Hungry Spriggan.
Yeah, so this was Maria Bartholdi's creation. She was the head chef for this. You see that Kenji Egashira is the one who's actually going to be piloting it here. But Maria's the one that did it. And the thing is great. Look at some of the cards you'll see here. You might be wondering, oh, Darksteel plate, that card's not very good. Yeah, it's not.
But it's
plating.
A plate. It's all about plating.
It's a plate. You need a plate if you're going to eat, right? Unholy Hunger. Something I'm feeling right now.
Yeah, same.
Hungry Spriggan. Now, so
this might be actually a very difficult deck to commentate on at this point.
It might be. So to be clear here, BDM, they each had to choose a card around which to build. Right? Now, we should say what the card is for each. So it's Hungry Spriggan.
It's Hungry Spriggan there.
Yeah.
For the Wizards team, they chose Glistening Oil.
Glistening Oil. Now, what do you think was the thinking behind that card?
They said that they really wanted to tell the story of Phyrexia.
Okay.
Of New Phyrexia.
Okay.
And that they felt that they could tell that story very well.
Now, this was Sam Stoddard.
This was Sam Stoddard, yeah.
Now, on the bottom, though, it was Hungry Spriggan, and then that's just, it's a 1/1 for 3 mana, for 2 and a green. And it's got Trample. When it attacks, it gets +3/+3 until end of turn. And what the community team decided to do was to tell this, not to tell a story of something magic related, but to tell the story of the Ironroot Chef Challenge, of food, of plating, and that kind of thing. It's dinner.
I think it was
it's a little less ambitious,
very,
perhaps.
Intelligent metagame decision by the community team.
It resonates, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
You know, that's the thing that I think that it's easy to overlook, is how much things really resonate when you see them. And whether you think it's good or not, it's just, does it hit the right nerves for the judges? And I think that we're going to see when the judging comes around, I think the community team's going to have a leg up.
So here comes Hungry Spriggan.
Doesn't look very good against infect creatures, unfortunately.
No, it does not. Oh, look at that card on the left there.
Grim Affliction?
Fresh meat.
Oh, down there on the bottom. Oh, fresh meat. That's great. Urge to Feed.
Yeah.
This is just too good. Eater of Days. Now, the players, I think, weren't allowed to use the Battle for Zendikar cards, else Ulamog, the Ceaseless Hunger, would certainly be in the deck.
So now we see the Hungry Spriggan getting Grim Afflictioned.
And that's, of course, going to proliferate an extra counter plus 2 more incoming. Kenji Egashira has 4 poison counters already. He looks to the side of one of his teammates in a little smirk, and yeah, buddy, you're up against it here. Butcher's Cleaver, well, you got to cut up the fresh meat there. But he doesn't have any creatures that he can actually cast, right? I mean, he can cast Eater of Days, but...
He can cast Fresh Meat as well.
What else is... Ooh,
But isn't that only for the creatures that died this turn?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So he can't do that.
So
now he's
again,
got an Eater of Days, but he
go
has to
very,
skip
very
2
poorly.
turns here. Is that the...
That is correct.
But for his trouble, he gets a 9/8 Flying Trampler.
And I would like to point out, by the way, that when you're preparing a
Ooh,
meal,
Blightsteel Colossus.
it's really all about your guests.
Mm.
So Eater of Days is a very, very nice card. You know, it's
I
like,
don't
oh,
get
you're giving away your turns. So you know what I mean? It's like
there's a
yeah,
game.
It's kind of like it kind of is nice dinner etiquette.
Because you're the one who's making the dinner. And
Yeah, you're taking up all
your
that
time,
time.
but it's for your friends.
Yeah,
It's for your
yeah.
family.
Here, Aaron.
I love that.
Awfully loud about cards in people's hands.
Now the question is, can Aaron get rid of this Eater of Days? Well, Mycosynth Wellspring's not the card that he wants to do that. Also interesting, you know, again, the namesake or the prime ingredient for the deck, Glistening Oil, doesn't really work well with Eater of Days because it gives it Infect. Just whack you twice and you're dead.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how favorably the
Minimize
judges
not the only
are
one
gonna
that can
view
take extra turns,
Blightsteel
you know?
Colossus.
I have a question.
Yeah,
Why is Corrupt in this deck?
because they're corrupt. The Phyrexians are corrupt.
Because they are corrupting things?
Yeah.
Okay. Because sure does not go into the theme of what the deck's trying to do in game very well.
No. So here's a Plague Mirror.
So right now, remember, Aaron's picking up 2 additional turns off of the Eater a Day. So he's kind of trying to develop out his board and see what he can get from it. You know, maybe he can just go wide enough.
Community team back within 12 points, by the way, with that little win there. Last round.
I see.
It's going to cycle an Icar Slick.
Yeah, a couple of them it looks like, and there's a Wellspring. So he's just kind of working through his deck here, but this is not the turns that he really wanted to see after getting the Eater of Days down. And Kenji is that smile starting to get bigger and bigger. He's like, this isn't bad. Oh yeah. Phyrexia's Core.
Oh, I see the value there.
Oh, there's value all over the place.
Oh my.
Sure.
Ooh, liquid metal coating.
Flying
I do love that
Trample.
card.
Oh, I remember that card. It turns a creature and it turns something into an
Permanent.
artifact, right?
Permanent into an artifact, yeah.
God, are we battling on Phyrexian?
Is there something inherently Phyrexian about that happening
Yes.
as well?
Yeah,
or-
yeah.
Okay. I thought that they poisoned everything.
They do, but there was also like a, you know, they're turning them into
What, mechanical
Yeah,
things or something
yeah.
more? I don't know. I kind of I'm struggling to see that one. All right. Well,
Oh, what? I took that to block.
in comes
Kenji did not block. He's going to go up to
Block
6
and block.
poison here.
Is he really?
You'd think you'd just.
Definitely
Unless I'm missing something on board here. Is it the Phyrexia's Core? Oh, maybe he misclicked. Okay. Graham just pointed out to me that the glistening oil deck, it's all foil. Look, those are all premium cards. It's maximum glistening. How great is that?
That's awesome. All right, so here is the Darksteel plate.
It doesn't look amazing here in the face of infect creatures, but yeah, that looked like a misclick from Kenji, and that could be very costly as he's now up to 6 poison.
Let's
Did he take?
I think I'll pass.
No. Could he have attacked there and just been willing to go to 9 poison? But I guess he just can't risk a proliferate trigger.
I mean, he needs 3 turns to kill Aaron.
Glissa the Traitor.
There's a Vornklex, and that is not coming down for a while. And Kenji can't cast his Urge to Feed because he's off of
He
double
doesn't have a
black.
second black, yeah.
Glissa the Trader. What's old Glissa been up to? I haven't seen her in a while. So they're kind of working with that old sub-theme with the sacrificing artifacts, getting them back.
Last time I saw a Glissa.
Drawing extra cards from them and doing that whole thing. But it does look like for now, there's a Sprout for Kenji, which, by the way,
nice.
part of the appetizer.
Yeah, part of building that meal.
Mm-hmm.
Put little microgreens on top, just garnish.
Mm-hmm. He's going to cast a Butcher's Cleaver. Definitely not what Kenji has in mind here, though. If he can maneuver himself into a position where he can get that thing equipped, it does make it a 2-turn clock. Bang, bang, you're dead.
And it does,
it's just that he's
as indestructible, it does get around that first strike death touch
Ooh,
nonsense.
Look at this. He's attacking now because of the 2-turn clock nature of it. Look at this. Now he's going to gain another life here from the Mycosynth Wellspring, though. Does that put it out of range for Kenji? He's attacking for 9 here. Yeah, that actually does, doesn't it? Uh-oh. That's not going to work out the way Kenji hoped, because now he's going to hit for 9, dropping him down to 13, and even with an equip of the Butcher's Cleaver, he's only attacking for 12. I think Kenji was hoping to be able to kill him in 2 turns. Attack him here, put him to 12, take the 3, hope he doesn't have anything, equip and attack and win, and that doesn't work because of the Phyrexia's Core.
And with Phyrexia's Core, he actually gets to gain 2 life over that stretch of turns.
Yeah, now he does have the Sprout that he can use to block here and probably trade off for the
Sprout's nice here.
For the rats. So, it's not his game plan isn't dead in the water. But I think he's going to need a little bit more help here.
I think both players have successfully navigated we haven't seen this deck in Modern before.
Sprout. Let's see.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Coming soon to a PPTQ near you.
Probably not.
No?
No.
Not going to sprout it up?
No. So Kenji goes up to 7 poison counters.
Gets a trigger from Glissa.
Can't quite kill Aaron next turn.
Gets to return an artifact.
Yeah,
Pretty sweet. Returns a
Wellspring.
Wellspring, yeah.
He's going to draw another card off of that, sack it to the Phyrexia's Core. He needs to find some action here, though.
It's kind of gross.
Like, he needs to put another threatening poison creature on
There's
the
a glistening oil. There
that
is the titular card.
No, that definitely doesn't do it.
Because it gives infect.
Yeah, but he can give his Glissa infect with that and kill Kenji next turn. Like, if Kenji doesn't have anything,
right,
he can put it on his own Glissa. It gives it infect and then attack and kill Kenji. That's if Kenji goes for like equip, attack, or even just attack, thinking I can't play around anything anymore, something like that.
Okay.
Okay, well, he's found a creature here, though.
It's a Hungry Spriggan.
Yeah. And that does give him the ability to block. That's a big draw for Kenji.
Hungry, man.
He needed to find either a black mana source or a creature there so that he could chump block Glissa. But he didn't even know that necessarily. But yeah, Kenji actually looks to be in a good position now. Yeah, the Darksteel plate doesn't do much here, but this is actually looking good for Kenji, isn't it?
Except that if he... Oh, it's at the beginning of your upkeep you put the counter on, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you can turn one of your creatures into a poison creature just however you feel. And he bricked. Forsyth bricked. Now, he can play this swamp and gain 5. Does that do anything? No, the Cleaver actually threatens to kill him anyway.
Oh, you're saying gain life with the corrupt?
Yeah, just gain life with the corrupt, and he would gain 5 there, right? And that would put him to 10, but the Butcher's Cleaver that's just kind of been hanging out could go on the Eater of Days and kill Aaron. I think Kenji has this.
So he's going to put the glistening on the glisten.
Yeah, which was kind of the plan. And again, if Kenji hadn't have top decked the Hungry Spriggan, this would have worked.
But now he has to block with the Spriggan.
Yeah, but he's just dead on the crackback.
Yeah. All right, he's going to...
Kenji goes all in with Eater of Days, dodges any type of disaster on the extra turns, and I think he's going to be able to just scrape out a win here.
What artifact will Aaron get back?
More Iker Wellsprings, please.
The Wellspring. Okay, so he gets a draw step here as well. Or a draw. Let's see what he can do with it.
Keep digging.
He needs to find something. Oh! Oh, it has trample, doesn't it?
It does.
Oh, he almost found it. The Ink Moth could have chump blocked, but it has flample, so he can't. This is ridiculous. Look at Kenji shake his head. He knows he got away with one here.
So corrupt is going to be the play here. Nope.
No, he doesn't have enough mana.
Yeah, he's going to draw.
He only has 5.
Gets a Viridian Emissary, but
No, I'm dying.
that should be the game. Eater of Days is going to win.
Yes.
Going to give the Infect deck 2 extra turns.
Yep. You are correct, sir. Oh, he actually did have enough mana. You were right. The Plague Mirror could have tapped for mana.
Yeah, and I think
But Corrupt didn't get the job done is the problem. And Kenji's job is simple.
Yeah, and he's like, I'm going to put a Hungry Spriggan into play when I attack you to death.
Yeah. Just to show you that it's all about the food. Boom.
Wow.
And Kenji steals one from Forsyth.
Nom Nom's a game away from Aaron.
Wow.
Wow. That's crazy. He gave his opponent 2 extra turns.
Yep. Just spotted him 2 turns.
So no sideboard, by the way, for the Wizards team here on the Glistening Oil deck. This is their deck. They have no sideboard. They've submitted it as is. They're like, this is our dish. There's no waffling. There's no waffles. This is it. This is what we're bringing to the table.
The Hungry Spriggan deck does have a sideboard.
Yeah. Which perhaps indicates some sort of lack of confidence in your food.
Oh. Interesting. Devouring Swarm, Gluttonous Slime, Gobbling Ooze. They got all the kind of food stuff in there.
Master of the Feast.
Yeah? That should be in the main deck, right?
Yeah, I believe that should actually be in the main deck.
Yeah, Pelucranos World
I almost
Eater.
think that would have been a better card to build the deck around than Hungry Spriggan.
Mm.
It's our Master of the Feast deck. Kenji's... Oh, it's also...
He's saying Taybak's saying it's 70. What are you seeing over there, Matt?
I'm checking out the community team. Looks like Aaron has submitted a 75 card deck.
Oh, he does have a sideboard?
He doesn't have a sideboard to bring in, but he can lose up to 15 cards here for game 2.
Oh, he submitted a 75 card main deck.
He had a 75 card main deck for game 1, so he can now take out cards. He doesn't bring a sideboard to swap in cards.
All right.
But Watson can go a little trimmer here for games 2 and potentially 3.
So they wanted to use all of the main deck slots for their Phyrexian deck here.
All right, we're underway here in game 2.
So many plants.
Aaron's...
That's salad, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a leafy green to start out our meal. Is he going to glistening oil the plant? I guess you just do. He could play the wellspring instead, but taste it. Look at Forsyth. He's so excited.
Wow.
So what happens is that on Kenji's upkeep,
Is it on Kenji's upkeep or at the beginning of your upkeep? At the beginning of Aaron's
So the
upkeep.
person who controls the enchantment, which is Aaron, the glistening oil is going to put a counter on the plant, and then it's when it goes to the graveyard, it's going to go back to Aaron's hand. And Kenji says, "You know what, buddy? Send a message. You take 0.
Always
in
attack."
effect.
Oh yeah.
This is actually terrible for me.
Forsyth is just mowing down plant tokens here. Plays another one, even though he could play an Ichor Wellspring, a perfectly reasonable play for the turn. He decides, I'm going to get rid of that plant token right now. And now another target.
Oh boy! But you know what?
What?
You like that salad? We've got a lot of salad for you.
Okay.
Because we've got Sprout Swarm on
Oh,
the line.
no. I don't think that glistening oil can keep up with a Sprout
It
Swarm.
cannot keep up with a Sprout Swarm.
Kenji's kind of doing some math here.
You don't attack it, right? You just play the land and you start to swarm.
Beat that card.
Oh, I guess he wants to get his Spriggan into play.
Huh. He could have bought it back, though, right?
Yeah. It's got Convoke and Buyback. It's 5 mana to
Pesticides on
make
the
a
salad
Sprout
right now.
and buy it back.
And with Convoke, he actually did have just enough. Would have had to do it on Aaron's upkeep. It's a little awkward, but.
So Aaron plays an Ichor Wellspring.
So what is his plan here?
Who, Aaron's?
No, Egashira's.
I don't know.
He just didn't do
I
any.
see that.
Oh, he's
I
going to
guess
Savage Hunger here?
This doesn't work forever. On
That's
bigger
an
creatures,
enchantment, right?
the land is very bad.
Does it have cycling?
He just did nothing. He didn't play the Spriggan either.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to get that thing infected.
Oh, I guess he's decided he's going to cast it and he's going to try to.
He didn't do
No?
that either.
Oh, you got me. I've been
There it is. There it is.
Kenji's on the do nothing plan. He should play this
All right. Time to get
Okay,
hungry.
he's just going to play the Spriggan.
So he knows he knows that the glistening oil is going to go on his Spriggan.
Yeah.
He's going to then have a turn to enchant it with Savage Hunger.
Okay. Which does what again? Do you remember?
I assume it lets it live through a turn of glistening oil.
Oh, yeah. It gets +1/+0 and has trample. So nope,
No, it
do
doesn't
that.
actually do that.
I see. You only went down to like 65.
Oh, Kenji just doesn't seem interested in getting the Sprout Swarm going.
Enchanted creature gets +1/+0 or trample. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't like your salad dressing.
All right, we'll try one more time.
Somebody in chat just said, somebody tell Aaron Forsyth his salad dressing sucks. All that glistening oil just being drizzled on the sprouts from Kenji.
So he brought the oil, but the chat's bringing the vinegar here.
Yeah, and they're not mixed together at the moment.
All right, so he's just decided that he is going to spend his Savage Hunger. He's going to get the bonus from the Spriggan when it attacks.
He's just going to...
He's just going to one-time him.
A lot of poison.
That is a lot of poison.
He's like, I'm going to get you to 7 poison. He's like, I'm going to try to kill you with your own poison counters.
But I'm going to gain a life.
That's his goal.
I could have sworn Savage Hunger gave +3.
I mean, he's just going to lose the Savage Hunger now.
Appreciate your.
Yeah.
What is going on? Graham, can you find out if they're doing some stipulation thing? Because this is just not adding up for my... I wonder if they gave themselves some rules or something. Because why would Kenji do that? He just threw away Savage Hunger for like a damage.
So what is that?
Okay.
Tel'Jalad Outriders?
I like that.
Looks like it.
Tel'Jalad Outrider, protection from artifacts, 3/1. Yeah, there it is. Okay. In play. So another Hungry Spriggan.
To be glistened.
Well, I mean, Chittering Rats. That's interesting.
Why is that in the deck?
I'm not sure why it's in the deck, but I love
If
that
you were in the
card.
judge seat, would you be like, or would you be like,
I'd be like,
Okay.
Yeah, but I love the card.
But you like the card, yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right, here comes a Nexus. Little liquid. Here's a little liquid metal coating action for you.
If he blocks,
he turns it into an artifact. Yeah.
That's gross.
He's gonna Grimaflection though here. So he's on the 2 plans here. He's doing a little damage and he's doing a little poison. Yeah, it doesn't sound like there's any kind of stipulation in play here. It sounds like Kenji has just decided it would be cool to kill Aaron with his own glistening oil. Like I'm gonna infect you to death with your own glistening oil.
That is ambitious.
You brought this dressing to my dinner. It was terrible, and I'm gonna make you eat it.
Aaron loves the chittering rats
Oh my
here. I'll
God,
get you guys a
that
look
card
at
is
chittering
so
rats.
good.
It looks so unassuming and gross. So Kenji apparently trying to poison out Aaron.
But Aaron's got the liquid metal coating protection from artifacts.
I'm ready for
around
your
here.
days this time. Fruit of the first tree.
Fruit of the first tree on the chittering rats.
It's got the most toughness.
Yeah.
And he also, if he put it on either of the Telgelod creatures, he could make the font an artifact and have it fall off of them. Even if for some reason he wanted to put it there.
He could make the what? The fruit of the first tree?
Fruit of the first tree, yeah.
Ah, I see, yeah.
Sorry.
Well, Forsyth has certainly changed gears here as now he has Kenji down to 7 life points.
He's got original Glissa as well. In hand, anyway.
Now he's going to cast Sprout Swarm with no buyback.
Really?
Yeah, and it's just going to... I mean, he's dead. Like, he's just going to chump block.
So now, by the way, the combo is online for...
Dude, he's just... Aaron's winning this game.
I know,
There's
but
no
he's
combo needed.
But he could be doing Glissa, Sunseeker, liquid metal coating.
Oh, that's sweet. Wow, that's really sweet. Taps to destroy an artifact.
He could destroy lands with that.
Now the only problem is that Kenji's going to be dead before he gets his combo up. He's got him down to 2, and Kenji's basically drawing dead here, right?
Yeah.
And with the forest, he certainly is. All right, so Forsyth wins that game. I have no idea what... Like, Kenji did not seem to be playing that in a conventional fashion.
I think he decided, I'm up a game, I want to make you taste the glistening oil.
And he made him taste like 3/4 of a glass of it.
That's more than I
Turns
can
out that
handle.
just makes you kind of queasy.
Yeah, and angry.
And a little grumpy.
Shoot.
So what I've actually done is I'm going to send Graham out there to ask Kenji, what happened?
What were you doing?
What were you doing that game?
You see.
Kenji's an awesome Magic player, and he was clearly had some type of agenda there, and I got to know what it was.
See, Aaron just hit submit as soon as they were done.
All right,
Kenji
man.
did a little tinkering around with the deck lists. So now you see the players. Let's take a look at these opening. Oh, that's just 2 lands, but one of them is a Karoo for Kenji.
It's not a Karoo. That's a Golgari Rot Farm. BDM.
Yeah.
You can't call them Karoos.
I can't?
No.
No.
But it is a Karoo.
Yeah. Okay, good. It's not like Big K Karoo.
No. Capital K.
There's a Plague Mirror for Aaron Forsyth.
That's nice. That can, get some somewhat explosive turn 3 here for him. Is that card called He Who Hungers?
Oh, yes.
What does that do?
That would also have been a fine card to have be your secret ingredient.
Yeah. I kind of like Master of Feast that you mentioned before. Maybe that should have been the one. I mean, whatever. Hungry Spriggan's cool, too.
He Who Hungers is 5 mana for a 3/2 flyer. It has Legendary Spirit. It has 1 mana, sacrifice the spirit. Target opponent reveals his or her hand, and you choose a card from it. It also has Soul Shift 4.
By the way, check this out. Demonic Appetite has been played.
Whoa.
Yep. Crunch for 5. And it looks like Forsyth's just going to have to taste it here. But Demonic Appetite is very all in. You have to sacrifice a creature on your upkeep. Now, he's got a couple of expendable creatures here with the plant token. But the problem is, of course, at some point, Forsyth can just start chump blocking.
Yeah, I don't know. This seems like it favors Aaron pretty.
I agree. This is a very all-in
He's got
play.
a Glistening Oil. He's got an Ichor Slick in hand.
Mhm.
He's got Glissa, the trader, which can first strike Death Touch is kind of a problem.
That's a major issue for.
Although the Darksteel Plate is online.
Yeah, what does he need? Another mana to be able to actually make it go?
Yeah, at least. So sacrifice
Well,
something.
that made that decision easy. Forsyth put a counter, basically forcing him to sacrifice his 1/1 rather than his plant token there. But it's all kind of the same as it.
The second He Who Hungers.
You said that was a legend as
Yeah.
well? Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's
that's
also 5.
All right. So that's not going to happen. And I wouldn't be shocked to see a chump block here. I mean, Aaron does have some life total to play with. He could go to 8, and he does.
So here comes Darksteel Plate.
But is that Ichor Slick going to take care of the plant token here? And
It is.
Leave Kenji creatureless?
It is.
Oh, no. Like GG-ish?
Feels GG.
Now,
I mean,
remember, Mike Turian won the appetizer round, but the main course, the entree, went the other direction to Yo Larson for the community team. And this is the third and final round of our Ironroot Chef. This is the dessert.
we're only talking about allocating 9 total match points across these 3 matches. In units of 3 for each win. 45 points for each team are available in Judgment.
That's right, 15 per course that you can get. That's 5 from each judge maximum. And that's coming up after this game.
So Ichor Slick is being cycled. Oh, you just get value there, too.
How about you sacrifice a creature, Kenji? All right.
Oh, no, time to feed.
No. I sense some Forsyth cackles incoming. Now, he does need to close this game out. BDM, I'm going to direct your attention to the
how
upper
is he at 3
left hand.
minutes?
I don't
What's going on?
I don't know. Did he start with less time? There's no way. This game is played out pretty cleanly, and somehow Kenji's used up 6 minutes of time while 100 minutes have gone. What happened there? Weird, right? I mean, I wasn't really tracking Forsyth's clock, but I don't remember him taking that long. Anyway,
Yeah, I
here
think,
comes the
I think he
team.
has enough time here to deal with all
He's
this.
got plenty of time. I don't think it's going to be a factor here at all. Kenji can only smile. Can't imagine that he's happy inside, though. Vorn collects out. Time to feed, no.
He can play He Who Hungers here.
He has a 3/2 with flying, but it's not really going to get the job done. Goes down to 6, plays it. We see, by the way, a Viridian Shaman in Forsyth's hand. That's what he was digging for in the game that Kenji won the first game.
Right.
That would have taken out the Eater of Days.
Oh, that would have been sweet.
Yeah, and remember he had 3 mana when he
that
played that
would've been
last thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's what he was going for. But he didn't find it in time. Wouldn't be surprised to just see a bunch of attacks here anyway. Yeah, in they go. The Plague Mirror stays back. You might be wondering, well, why not just attack with everything then? Well, it's got Infect, and he's not going to kill Kenji
That's
with
not the
Infect
that's
here.
not the plan he's on here.
Right. So he just might as well leave it back. He can cash
very
it in
hungry.
with his Phyrexia's Core or use it for mana. He's just going to pass the turn back. Kenji only gets one more draw step here.
Come on.
Glissa's Scorn to destroy. Oh, he's killing him with it. Oh, man. the Forsyth cackle was in full effect.
He's like,
I
it's-
almost heard it from the other room that we're in here.
It's indestructible. You're not.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, you're not. And that does it. Aaron Forsyth defeats Kenji Egashira 2-1 to make it, again, 2 wins of the match win points of the 9 available. 6 of them are going to the Wizards team.
Right.
And the 3 are gonna stay at home with the community team. But
What's your guess on who that's going to favor?
my guess is that it's going to favor the community team.
My guess is too.
Yeah, but I feel like it's close.
I think it's close. I think it might even be within that 12-point margin of error that we've seen the teams jostle back and forth. I wouldn't be surprised to see us come out of this
pretty close, tied or real close.
Tied going into Battle for Zendikar draft.
Yeah, and so we're going to be setting up now for the Ironroot Chef judging. But we're going to have a few moments here for some messages for you while we take a breather. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Enlist the land itself in the battle against the Eldrazi with Zendikar Expeditions. See more amazing previews of Battle for Zendikar at magicthegathering.com. Face unnatural disaster in the newest Magic the Gathering set Battle for Zendikar. Join the battle at pre-release events on September 26th and 27th. Visit locator.wizards.com to find a store near you. Watch the best players in the world battle for fame and glory on October 16th to 18th at Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar. See the impact of the new set on Standard and Booster Draft, with complete video coverage streamed on twitch.tv/magic. Join the battle with the new mechanics like Rally and Converge to help the people of Zendikar rise up against the alien threat of the Eldrazi. See more amazing previews of Battle for Zendikar at magicthegathering.com. Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Put your game to the test at a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix include Madison, Sydney, Quebec City, and Beijing. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule. Watch top players compete to become the Super League champion. The current season features players such as Luis Scott Vargas and Cedric Phillips playing Modern. Watch every Tuesday night on twitch.tv/magic. Face unnatural disaster in the newest Magic Online set, Battle for Zendikar. Join the battle at pre-release events October 9th through 12th on Magic Online. Download Magic Online at mtgo.com to play. The Legacy Cube returns to Magic Online from September 23rd until October 9th. Draft with the best Legacy cards throughout Magic's history. Download Magic Online at mtgo.com to play. Qualify for the next Pro Tour on Magic Online. Go 5-0 or 4-1 in one of 10 preliminaries to advance to the finals. See the full schedule at mtgo.com. In The Art of Magic the Gathering Zendikar, you can experience the danger and beauty of Zendikar like never before. This lavishly illustrated hardcover book features the award-winning art of Magic the Gathering and gives you an insider's look at the secrets of Zendikar, its people, continents, and creatures. Available everywhere January 5th. The world's best strategy game is now letting you play free. Magic Duels Origins delivers an entirely new digital Magic experience. Available now on iPhone, iPad, Xbox One, and PC via Steam. Visit magic.wizards.com/duels to download the game today. Friday Night Magic has expanded to include all formats. Be ready for Standard, Commander, Legacy, or even Conspiracy drafts. Check out your local store for details and share your FNM stories by using the hashtag MTGFNM. Visit magic.wizards.com/FNM for more information. Start on your road to the Pro Tour by playing in a preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. With more than 2,000 locations running events, you're sure to find one near you. Visit magic.wizards.com/pptq for schedules and information.
Hello there. Welcome back to the booth here at the Magic Online Community Cup. We're in Renton, Washington at headquarters of Wizards of the Coast. Brian, David, Marshall, Sutcliffe here with you. I want to remind you before we get into this, BDM, there are prizes for you. If you log into Magic Online while we're broadcasting here at the Community Cup and the community team wins, you will receive automatically into your account some unhinged basic lands, which are beautiful, as well as a promo Thalia. Yeah, you got to log in, yeah. As well as a promo Thalia. Now, if the community team fails to win, the Wizards of the Coast team wins, you will also receive a prize, a Drown in Sorrow, which is kind of a dagger, right? Yeah, but all you have to do is log in, and you'll be eligible for whatever prizes you may receive. And, of course, probably gives you the rooting interest of rooting for the community team unless you're just insidious and evil and don't like value.
And it was our feeling that the community team had maybe an edge going into judging
I think
this.
they do, which, by the way, is where we're heading here. We're heading down shortly to the Ironroot Chef Challenge judging, and BDM, the judging is the important part.
Yeah, 45 points on the line for any team here. Although it's not a zero-sum game, right? Like they could both end up with 45 points.
Sure.
They could both end up with 0 points.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know that the community team prepared creative briefs.
Creative briefs?
Creative briefs.
What is this?
Sultai Avarice by Ryan Spain and Mike Turian.
What?
The overall philosophy of Sultai Avarice. The Sultai are insanely greedy, led by a dragon, the greediest of creatures. The Sultai want wealth to have it regardless of utility. Well, wealth for wealth's sake is the Sultai way. Everything.
This is double-sided?
This is a 2. Yeah, this is. So, I don't know that they did this for all the decks.
They've bullet-pointed every card in the deck. Here, I'm going to take an example from you here. Guild, the greediest removal spell of them all. All right, you know what? We saw Whirler Rogue in play.
Yeah, oh yeah. What's the justification for Whirler Rogue?
Let's find out. It says, another rogue helping the thieving rogues make it through. And note that she is an artificer. While not helping steal them, she makes more amulets for the Sultai. So
this
their
is
idea,
all about the
amulet
acquisition
thing.
of amulets.
Yeah, that they made the deck about acquiring amulets. They said, okay, here's our Sultai people, and all they want to do is get amulets, and they're greedy. They're greedy for greed's sake. They don't care. And every deck, I mean, every card in the deck, they seem to have it figured out. You're shifting loyalties. One of the Sultai tactics for amulet acquisition is the old switcheroo. That's what it says.
So this is from the appetizer round of Ironroot Chef. It was standard. Both teams had to build with Avarice Amulet. So.
Yes, that's right. All right, so Tim Willoughby is down, where we have our judges ready to give out points for the Ironroot Chef Challenge. Let's head down there right now.
The time for games is over. Community team, Wizards team, meet your judges. We've got Kimberly, Graham, and the Wizard. A world builder, a laughter crafter, and a man that does basically everything. They're hungry to find out about your dishes. So first up, we got the Wizards team presenting their appetizer. Ryan Spain, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, judges. So our challenge was to build a deck in the standard format with 4 copies of Avarice Amulet. We went, who represents Avarice more than the Sultai? So our goal was to build a Sultai Avarice deck based on every card looking to find, keep, steal, and hold on to all of the Avarice Amulets in the game, especially knowing this was a battle we were going into, knowing that there were going to be 4 Avarice Amulets in the other deck. So we like to use a lot of 1s and 2s to get as much flavor into the deck as we can. We use Traveler's Amulet, of course, which has, in the Innistrad version, the wonderful flavor text, "The rider set off into the eerie mist, swallowed in armor and laden with amulets." There's the goal of our deck right there. The Sultai will start with bribes, with the Briber's Purse. They'll do anything, but they will, take the easy path first and see if that works out. If the bribing doesn't work out, send an emissary to see if diplomacy can acquire some amulets. When the diplomacy doesn't work, you turn to the thieves. The Jessian and daring thieves are rogues who put on their rogues' gloves and look to just actually steal amulets from the opponents. Finally, if the thieving doesn't work, we turn to murder. Yes. And so we use Murderous Cut to represent the tactic of murder. And the origin of the amulet, I don't know if everybody knows, but it's actually a penny arcade design based on the ongoing theme, the recurring gag in their strip where the two main characters are willing to murder each other for a coveted Pac-Man watch. So murder was essential for me in the use of the removal spell. I wouldn't do something like 4 copies of some unconnected powerful removal spell. And and also it has the Sultai mechanic of delves, so it's a very Sultai card. If you're going to send in murderers, send in assassins. So we sent in the Sly Blade to assassinate for the amulet. And we have a Disciple of Deceit, who when she untaps can get rid of something she doesn't want and find a precious amulet from the deck. Glint keeps the amulet safe on your side, and we know what's glinting in that card. The Quickling is a rogue that can prevent the stealing of your own amulet by saving a creature that is wearing the amulet that is about to die. Sultai Charm. Sultai Charm is the amulet itself. The Sultai Charms are the amulet, and nothing is more Sultai than cards with Sultai right in the name. The Custodian of the Trove is a defender of the amulets, and his flavor text, Silumgar delights in repurposing the treasures of other clans to serve his own ravenous greed. So apparently we're stealing the amulets and making guardians out of opponents' amulets. Guild is the greediest removal spell of them all. We have King Makar, who is the greediest of legends. Everything he's touched turns to gold. Perplexing Chimera has one job in this deck, and that is to be on guard for an opponent trying to cast an amulet, because then we can trade the Chimera for that amulet. The Liliana Vess is the greediest of planeswalkers, but her love of power is not the only reason there. Her -2 ability goes and finds amulets. So her demonic tutoring ability is solely to go get more amulets from your deck. The Soothsayer both seeks out more amulets from your deck and has the flavor text, the Naga of the Sultai Brood made deals with dark forces to keep their power, so they will do whatever they can to keep their amulets. Shifting Loyalties, a little trickery to trade maybe a briber's purse we don't need anymore for your lovely, lovely amulet. And finally, with Silumgar as the head of the clan, he symbolizes the greed incarnate and villainous wealth. What could be more encompassing than just going right into your opponent's deck and getting the amulets right out of them? The mana base has Opulent Palaces and Temple of Deceit. And, in the sideboard, I wanted to call out they never make the main deck, but as a nod to the Penny Arcade origins, we included Sentinel of the Eternal Watch and Eagle of the Watch.
Thank you, Ryan. I believe the judges now have a few things they would like to say about these decks, which they've devoured.
One quick word, and then I'll pass it. First of all, I'd like to say that this has been by far the best flavor of any community cup so far. So congratulations to all of you for making wonderfully flavorful decks. That said, we grade on a curve, so the standard is now higher than it is in years past. So that doesn't necessarily mean you guys are all getting A+ here. So that being said, I'll hand it off to Graham, who will talk a little bit about his impression of the WotC's Avarice deck.
Very briefly, a lot of what you touched on were things that I very much enjoyed about the deck. We were questioning the Murderous Cut a little bit, but I appreciate that you threw it back to the origins of the Pac-Man watch. My only questioning when reading down the deck list was the Zathrid Sly Blade and Glint, the hexproof, basically. Just sort of, you know that your opponent's going to want to kill your creatures to take the amulets, so we'll just make them not kill our creatures rather than killing theirs back.
But to protect it with a card.
No, we have the microphone.
Kimberly, what were your impressions?
Thank you. I was very impressed with the flavor on this deck. I was actually most impressed by the fact that, yes, you were looking for ways to protect your amulet, but you did not just take the easy way out. You went deep, you found the cards that were both flavorful and did what you needed. one thing that hit me a little weird was shifting loyalties, a Jeskai card. I know there's a little bit of flavor there. It felt like a bit of a stretch to me. Overall, though, this appetizer to me was like really good scallops with a little bit of cilantro sauce. It left my mouth watering for more, and I want to see what your team delivers for the main course. I was impressed.
Okay. So, yes, very good. I agree that this deck is loaded with flavor. I love all the references to greed, especially flavor text references. You mentioned Custodian of the Trove. There's other great examples, Sultai Emissary, Rogue's Gloves. This went pretty deep in terms of finding little gems of flavor text that served your main theme. Well done there. However, I'm with you for diplomacy and thievery, right, to get what you want. I jump off at murder. We did not like removal spells in this deck. It seemed like an obvious rules text combo, and therefore was held to a higher standard of flavor. Relating it to the Penny Arcades combo comic strip, I mean, okay. It's probably a few too many degrees from Kevin Bacon for my taste. Well. Okay, well, and yes, shifting loyalties, perplexing chimera, these also seemed like rules text combos more so than flavor combos. I don't really see where on the perplexing chimera, the avarice seems neither perplexing or chimera related. Didn't exactly see that there. So there were some misses for me in this deck. So we will give you our scores now. Graham.
I thought it was pretty solid, but didn't super shine for me. I gave it a 3.
I was very impressed. I gave it a 4.
I'm with Graham. Had a lot of strengths, but some weaknesses that I didn't like. I gave it a 3. All right, so that is a total score of 8 for the Avarice Amulet deck from Wizards of the Coast.
Total score of 10.
Right. I'll leave the math to the smart people. Thank you. You can grade me on my math later.
So 10 points for the Wizards team there. We now get a chance to see what the community team has to say about their deck. Megan Wolf, take the floor.
Thank you. Avarice means greed, and greed, for lack of a better word, is good. It motivates us, it drives us. What would we accomplish without our desire for more? More wealth, more power, more love? But greed can also be our downfall. Allow me to tell you the themes of today's stories, to lay down the bed of greens on which we will serve our appetizer. Today we bring you the stories of tormented heroes, of once good people brought low by their darkest desires, by gluttony and by depravity, led astray by bad advisors to make deals whose consequences are darker and more dire than they could ever have dreamed. Today we learn that everyone has a price they will pay for their wants, but that price is monstrous. But enough of the general. Let's move on to the stories of our heroes, or more aptly, our anti-heroes. We begin with Liliana, a healer led by her desire for greater magic and power to make a horrific pact with Kothafed. Will Liliana's consuming desire for more lead her to a hero's downfall? She is a creature and a planeswalker, after all. Next, we have King Makar, driven by his desire for gold, who ultimately finds the world around him gilded. Finally, we have Tassiger, driven by power and wealth, which ultimately make him neurotic and cause him to be led astray by his vizier. He's defeated by Silumgar in a palace siege, and he himself becomes a necklace, a token of avarice. We'd like to turn your attention to the lands. We have Opulent Palace to highlight both wealth and decay. If you check out the art on our basic lands, you'll find that they have similar artistic themes. Polluted Delta illustrates how avarice pollutes the rest of our lives. Temple of Abandon and Deceit, because we pursue our greediest desires, no matter what the cost. Temple of Malice, because pursuit of wealth and power often inspires malice and creates enemies. Bloodstained Mire for destruction and death. And Temple of Malady, because what is greed but a malady of the human condition? In our sideboard, we have cards echoing the ideas of defeat, of losing your soul in pursuit of wealth and power, of being tormented by our eternal thirst for more. Our main deck has 4 colors and 64 cards because we ourselves are not immune to avarice. When we tell stories about greed, we are really telling stories about the darkest sides of ourselves. Our sideboard has 13 cards to acknowledge that these characters are motivated by universal impulses and desires we all feel, and they were perhaps just unlucky and that they had the means of realizing these desires at their fingertips. Thanks.
That was the best grade 11 book report I have ever heard. That was a fantastic presentation. Sorry, Wizard, please.
Yes. Do you have anything about the deck, or
Yeah.
you just?
I'm almost going down the line. So, it's interesting that both teams ended up. I mean, there was 4 colors in the community deck. It's interesting that they ended up in practically the same colors. I was expecting many more sort of something with a lot more sort of active treason effects. Stealing creatures, lots of things like that. Not to say that I'm disappointed. I thought that that's what we would end up seeing, but we didn't, and I thought that was really interesting. Curious, you mentioned the lands because that was one of the things that I took a little bit of issue with because Deceit and Malice, sweet, I'm with you. Avarice Amulet, I'm on board. But you also have Temple of Malady, which you defended, and Temple of Abandon, which I assume was in there for mana fixing purposes. So I was only sort of halfers on your mana base, to be fair. Though again, everyone who went through and picked the correct basic land art, that was nice. I appreciated the curation of basics.
Thank you. So I will say what you did very well was, in my opinion, layer the different flavors of greed for me. We get the greed for souls with Soul Hoarder, the greed for power with the Priest of the Bloodright, the greed for magic with the Prize Unicorn. However, with that base, I feel like you blundered a bit on the seasoning. We need spice in this deck. I felt you went a bit the wrong way. For example, Bathe in Dragonfire. That's a Tarka, guys. Like, I wanted to see Silumgar here. I did. Flavor-wise, that wasn't a hit for me. Neither was Hero's Downfall. And Perilous Vault, the flavor text talks about Ugin, who he is studying the Eldrazi here. It's, in my mind, not greed what he's doing. It's a pursuit of knowledge, something more. So those cards in particular didn't quite hit for me. One interesting thing I'd like to point out was I saw 2 Lilianas. The Liliana used by the Wizards team felt greedy to me, especially the ultimate. The Liliana that your team chose to use, Heretical Healer, she does something extremely not greedy in her story. She tries to save her brother's life. And to me, that was a really big flavor miss. So while I appreciated a lot of the layering you did, I felt like there were a few seasoning things that didn't quite hit right for me. But overall, good job, and thank you very much.
And just to piggyback on what Kimberly said, Bathe in Dragonfire is from Atarka's clan. We know why it was in the deck. It's a removal spell. It's very good in match play, especially with Avarice Amulet, as it allows you to recoup the amulet that you just lost. Hero's Downfall, there's no flavor connection here. That's a 4 of in the deck? It's a tournament card. It's exactly the warning I gave you about spells like Swords to Plowshares and whatnot. So that said, there were some big misses for me in this deck. However, the highs were very high. Kothafed, Prized Unicorn, Avaricious Dragon, King Makar. These showed flavor in the artwork, in their name, and in the flavor text. The 3 areas of the card that I asked you to focus on the most, and you did that to the fullest. So congratulations there. Tormented Hero, very interesting inclusion. It's very easy to just make it a mono greed deck. But the torment of the hero, this person it's a blessing and a curse to have this amulet. It's great power, but also a great affliction. And I think Tormented Hero is the perfect person to wear this amulet. So that was something I didn't expect, but was very delighted by. So all said, the flaws in the deck were strong. Megan's very impassioned speech was certainly worth something in my score. I don't know if my judges will change their score for that as well, but very well delivered. And I felt the flavor in your voice and in the spirit of the deck. So let's get to our scores. Graham?
While the Wizards team won that particular match, I felt that flavor-wise the decks were very even, so I actually gave it 3 as well.
For me, this deck wasn't quite as strong as the Wizards deck. I went with a 3.
I originally had this as a 3 for similar reasons. I felt like good hits, some bad misses, but I'm going to bump it up to a 4 for the amazing speech. That I don't know if you guys knew that you could earn points that way, but now you do. So I'm going to give it a 4, and if somebody can do simple arithmetic for me, thank you, Tim. It's 10 again, so I guess we're still tied. All right, now we move on to the main course.
I know the judges are hungry for this one. We're going to start with the Wizards team once again. So, Robert Schuster, explain to us your Ramirez Di Pietro main course.
So there's 2 things you need to know about Ramirez. 1, he lies about his age. 2, one of the best dressed pirates you're ever going to run into. Ramirez has been around for a while now, and he has collected some amazing artifacts on his journey. Most of them, he's trying to look as good as he possibly can. So we have the Traveler's Cloak in there. We have things you're going to run into on the high seas, like a tidal wave that you may have seen take out an ambitious lighthouse chronologist trying to get in there for value. Oh, we'll move the laptop down here. For value, yes. Yeah, lots of extra turns. Instead of trying to make a deck that we knew would just roll over the other commander deck, what we tried to do is stick on Ramirez's theme and figure out how we could outsmart our opponent and outlast them. It was a really close game, if you were watching, but we weren't able to quite charm our opponent into falling victim of their own magics. You'll also notice that we brought along our friend Drown and Sorrow to give the community a preview of what is going to happen to them when they take this home. So I hope that scores a point in terms of a shot across the bow, if you will. Ramirez, known for being tricky, also has some deceitful cards, you'll notice, as well as getting contracts that are even written in blood. The one card I did think might be a little bit too clever, but I'm sure you picked it up. Zhao Dun One Eye has everything he needs to be a pirate. You also notice on our lands, we take a tour of some of the multiverse's finest spots to come into the board. You'll notice that we even visit the exotic island of Whack Whack. While not in the ocean itself, it flies above, and from the art you can tell, damn, they're finely dressed. Ramirez would definitely stop by there and do some shopping while in port. If you go on down to artifacts, you'll notice that Ramirez has been hiding away in his treasure trove, the secrets that have given him long life that allow him to lie about his age. I looked at the art today. It's the same as the first time I saw it in Legends. He has not aged a day. Probably due to the chalice of life and the elixir of vitality he's got stowed in the hole. I think you saw everything you need to know about this deck to know that it is the quintessential Ramirez Di Pietro pirate deck.
So it would have been very easy for this deck to become basically search ocean pirate, add all. And maybe aspects of it were. Well, I'm sure the other judges might go into that. But something that I liked was there was at least what I noticed, a small nod to his flamboyance with the inclusion of the jet medallion and the sky diamond, his various jewelry. I appreciated that.
So before I started, I had a question for you on Clever Impersonator. Would you be able to elaborate on why you added that card?
Yes, of course. Who knows what tricks Ramirez gets up to? And what we were really hoping to do was outsmart our opponent with different clever tricks. So with the Clever Impersonator, we were hoping to actually win the game by hitting them with their own commander. However, things didn't work out that way, but we figured it might be a great way for us to get a leg up and show that Ramirez can get the upper hand even when faced with a powerful Sphinx.
Thank you. So,
do you want to say what your
yes, what I was hoping or thinking maybe. So in Ramirez's history, after plundering and fighting at the high seas, 1,000 years later, a shapeshifter came back and assumed his form. So if you had gone that deep and known about, so in my mind, you.
My sous chef, who was an expert on Ramirez's lore, that was her inclusion. This may have been the reasoning.
I mean, it's a,
Ramirez tells tall tales. Wow, I say that a lot. And how better to tell a tale than to wear a disguise? I mean, he wears all these flamboyant clothes. He's got a he wears all these clothes. He's got all this flamboyance. You know, he's clearly got to have some magic to sell the role, sell the part. So he's a clever impersonator.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So, clever impersonator aside, I will say for me, this was almost as perfect as a main course could get. I think you had the meat, the protein right there with my pirates. I saw the pirate ship, the Talus researcher, harbor bandit, all of these things really, I was duly impressed by all of these things. Your choices of land, the sauce on the dish, that was amazing, brilliant. I loved the time that you took to make that sauce perfect. And then the depth of the dish. You didn't stop there. We had my favorite component, the rats, the spiciness, and then, of course, as you mentioned, the jewels for the flamboyancy, that added that little acidity at the top. If I would change one thing, it would be the merfolk sub-theme. I didn't really see, I understand it ties to the seas and to pirates and that, but to Ramirez himself, I might have liked to see something with tall tales or lies rather than merfolks. But overall, guys, this was a great main course. Thank you.
Yes, I agree with Kimberly, and let's just settle this once and for all. The clever impersonator was accidental genius. I think you stumbled into it. I'm not sure if it'll affect my score, but I agree. The lands in this deck are fabulous. Obviously they're on color. It's a magic deck, but the names of the lands and the artwork are just incredible from a seafaring aspect. Lots of seafaring cards. We knew that was coming. The rats were a nice surprise. I'm just repeating here. Again, the lying about his age, there was just a little bit of it, but I did appreciate Chalice of Life, Elixir of Immortality, Elixir of Vitality. These things all contributed greatly. Lux cannon, nice. Ship's got to have a cannon. I appreciated that. Shao Dun, yes, he has one eye. Rides a horse, horsemanship, little crammed in there. We can't hear you. I have the microphone now. So yes, it was good. It wasn't just a pirate deck. You picked up on the most important part of the card, which is the flavor text, which presents 3 distinct, complex themes, and hit upon it. So yeah, I like it. I buy it. So let's give our grades.
I didn't think you hit upon it enough. I thought it felt too much like a pirate deck. I really liked it. It was a sweet pirate deck, but I felt it was too pirate and not enough Ramirez. I'm sorry. I gave it a 3.
I was blown away. I gave it a 5.
I'm going to go in between here. I thought it was incredibly strong, but there were a couple dinks and misses that I think I couldn't give it a perfect score, so I gave it a 4. And Tim, how many fingers do we hold? You don't have enough fingers, I imagine. 12 points. Thank you. Very, very well done.
We've heard from our Wizard of the Coast team. It's time for the community to strike back. Jimmy Wong, the floor's yours.
Judges, how are we doing today? Good. We think of time as a linear line, something that starts from point A and moves to point B. But imagine if time was not linear. What if time was a little more malleable? Metamai the Ageless, for those in chat, 4UW, 4 blue-white, legendary creature Sphinx. Whenever Metamai the Ageless deals combat damage to a player, take an extra turn after this one. Metamai the Ageless cannot attack during extra turns. Now, Metamai hails from the Theros block. He is truly ageless. He only appears a few times every year during important historical moments for the people of Meletis, religious ceremonies, coronations, the onset of wars. So he's been a part of Meletis' history for many decades, and he seems to possess a very cryptic knowledge of what is going to happen in the future, and his predictions can often be good omens, but they can also be very, very dire. So to Theros and Meletis citizens, he is a very mythical being, but we know him to be a true master of time itself. And now some people say that time is relative, but in Metamai's case, it is literally that. Time functions as a dimension that he can manipulate, move through, and change on the battlefield on a whim. So, cards that demonstrate this. We've seen them played in our pretty epic match, well fought. Time reversal, time stop, sands of time, temporal manipulation, temporal distortion, paradox haze. Now we demonstrate that we have more than just the ability to take extra turns, because I played Commander a lot, and we all know the guys going off taking extra turns, and again we saw in the match there were a lot of extra turns being taken. But Metamai is not just interested in the linear progression of time, right? He wants to play around with the game of Magic itself. He's messing with your untap step. He's changing how many upkeeps you have. He's changing literal rules of the game. He's distorting players' hands, revealing information, and hiding it at opportune moments. So Metamai can see through time itself. Cards like Preordain, Ponder, Tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for today. Telling time, mastery is achieved when telling time becomes telling time what to do. Metamai importantly has prophecies. He shows up in Meletis not just to hang out, have a drink. He has messages to deliver to the people at historic moments in their history. But again, time to Metamai is not linear. He's not waiting for something to happen and then appearing. He is like Doctor Who. He can choose when he comes, and necessarily the Metamai you see 10 days from now may not be the same Metamai you saw a year ago. They may have come from completely different times. He already has knowledge of the future, and he uses this to deliver his message. So to the people, he speaks in prophecies. To Metamai, his words are simply a truth, but spoken in riddles, because he is a sphinx, and it is up for the people themselves to discover what he is trying to tell them. So he cannot tell them exactly what to do. The choice is in their hands. So cards like Future Sight, Extract, Fate Foretold, Foresee, Wind Time's Watch, and Watch Time Unwind, Mimeofacture, and Dichotomancy, I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce it, are just there to look through an opponent's library, to be able to see and foretell what is going to be coming, telepathy. And we decided to include the Suspend mechanic because we have cards like Ancestral Vision, Clock Spinning, Lighthouse Chronologist, because Metamai has perfect information at all times. He should know exactly what's in an opponent's hand, what's in their library, what's coming next, what is coming towards him, but he does not want to control it. We're not putting in counter spells here. Metamai isn't here to see what's about to happen and lock down the game. That's not his point. He wants people to interpret his signs, and more importantly, these are very chosen individuals on the plane of the world that are able to receive these messages and translate them to the masses. We have oracles, we have seers, prophets, and they're crucial to Metamai's method. Without these people, Metamai is useless. He cannot simply talk to the people. He has to deliver a message and have it be transferred to the rest. So we have Omen Speaker, we have a Seagate Oracle, we have a Traveling Philosopher, Oracle's Insight, which we saw played on Metamai, and which was very fun. Because he's speaking them to riddles and clues, we have the Decromystic, we have the Riddle Keeper, we have the Riddle Smith, and Metamai, most importantly, he puts the fate, again, into the player's hands. So he's letting them choose what their fate is going to foretell. And he doesn't take an extra turn to swing, as is denoted in his actual text. He wants to gain more knowledge. He swings in, that's him delivering the message, and on the second turn, it's up for the people to figure it out, discover what lies waiting for them. And our stipulation going into this is that anytime Metamai attacked on the extra turn, that turn was meant for knowledge gain, to give card draw, to give opponents choices, to constantly be forcing the power into the opponent's hands and having them choose what is going to happen to them. So we had cards like Fact or Fiction, the Sphinx of Uthun, Master of Predicaments, Interpret the Signs, Plea for Power. Notably, Plea for Power is a card that once in a two-player game, a vote is made, the second player has complete control over which of the two choices will happen because of the way that the ties work in these cards from Conspiracy. Thran Tome, Zura's Welding, Crystal Shard, and Jace, Architect of Thought, literally only there to Fact or Fiction and help provide the people with a choice that they make and to decide their own futures. Now, where does this leave us? Metamai is not an angry prophet. He holds no emotions towards conflicts of mankind. And honestly, he's just an overseer. He's an observer through time, much like Tamio is. Someone who is not interested in control necessarily, but rather choice. So how would you interpret the signs? Will it be a catastrophe? Will it be tragic? Tragic Arrogance? Will it be good, Beacon of Immortality, Factor Fiction, Thran Tome, Crystal Shards, Fight or Flight? Or will it be so drastic that Metal will become a true Lord of Time and take over time itself? And we have an infinite combo in there because there's no reason not to have it because Metamai is ageless. He has mastery over time. To not include an infinite turn combo would be against the flavor of the deck. But again, it's only for Metamai to make his choice when it needs to absolutely happen. So Miletus has a choice. Can the guardians of this beautiful city decode the riddles and the clues that Metamai provides? Or will they make wrong choices? Will they anger the gods and will they bring ruination upon themselves? Thank you.
I didn't know we had everyone writing full speeches this year. This is amazing.
That speech was almost as long as the game that Yoel played.
So, use just enough time for the game. Yeah. So, you picked Metamai. I was a little surprised actually because in my brief sort of glance over the ingredients after they were revealed or when we were discussing it beforehand, it was the only one that I wasn't immediately sort of inspired by. And I was like, oh, they picked Metamai? Really? I probably would have picked Ramirez, but here we are. And the extra turns would have been the easiest thing. Just be like, oh, I guess I'll just take an extra turns deck. But as you mentioned, and what I noticed and really enjoyed was the factor fiction effects that offered the illusion of choice to your opponent, and also all the card reveal cards that didn't actually do anything. They're just like, we want this information. We're going to get information because Metamai can see all. I really enjoyed that about it.
Thank you. I was very impressed by the depth that you went into, not only in your explanation, but that I could see in the deck itself. I think you did a great job of hitting on various different aspects of Metamai. I was actually excited that someone picked this card. I like this Sphinx a lot. I like Sphinxes a lot. I like Theros Sphinxes a lot. And I was looking for the feeling of primordial here. Enigmatic and his ability to give predictions. I appreciated the depth you went to, and just as much I appreciated the restraint that you had in going there. Rather than, as you said, you could have taken advantage and done all the countering, you didn't. You kept true to who Metamai is, and that huge points for me in that book. There were two main flavor points that I just didn't quite hit for me. One was telepathy. So yes, Metamai is able to see the future, but he's not traditionally telepathic, and he's not influencing your mind. He's offering you choices and things like that. So that some of the direct telepathy cards didn't quite hit for me. The other thing that didn't quite hit flavorfully was the difference between being a primordial being, an ancient being full of ancient knowledge, and immortality. And I felt like, well, close, and I know we're splitting hairs here. That didn't quite work for me on the same level. Great call out with the flavor text on Swan Song. I'm glad you found that card. That was fantastic. And I also know Jace was the obvious planeswalker, but you included Tameo as well. And to me, she's even a stronger flavor hit than Jace himself. So you guys hit a lot of great, really great choices. And overall, the dish was very strong. Thank you.
For me, this was a home run. So the Wizards deck, I think, was fantastic. Like I said, I'm just to compare, the Wizards deck went all in on these seafaring references, and then there were little dashes of spice in the other realms of Ramirez. With this Metamai deck, it really seemed like you went all the way in all different layers of how you interpreted time and agelessness. It wasn't just extra turns. It went way beyond that. And of course, Jimmy explained that at length in all the different ways that they did hit upon time. So the depth that you went into, the sheer breadth of creativity and the boldness to pick that many different sub-themes of time, I found very, very good. So yeah, for me it was a home run. I could dink you on a couple little things, like Graham mentioned, but like Kimberly mentioned, we're talking splitting hairs between whether he's a primordial being or he's immortal. Splitting hairs to me a little bit telepathy being not exactly his specific power. I like the boldness of throwing it in there and kind of putting your own interpretation on Metamai in that way. So, yeah, I love the deck. So, Graham.
As we said before, we're not giving extra bonus points for how the game turned out, but I did want to give special mention to the fact that the game itself almost went to time and was won with extra turns. I just wanted to mention that was sweet, even though I'm not giving extra points for it. I do, however, love the deck hugely, and I gave it a 5.
I also love the deck. I went with a 4.
Yep, so home run for me, so I went 5. Congratulations.
14 points there for the community team. We have just the desserts to come. And Sam Stoddard for the Wizards team, please can you explain your dessert deck, please?
First of all, I want to apologize for the judges. I have no piece of paper to drop in front of you. Instead, I come, as many have before me, in ancient days when a meal was finished, a bard came, or other historian, come, a poet, and tell the story of a story forgotten to the diners so that they could reflect upon the end of their meal about what came before. Much like Homer has, I come with a story of Mirrodin, the fall of Mirrodin. Many years ago, Glissa came, and she saved Mirrodin from Memnarch. But Karn, who had created Mirrodin, brought something with him, oil, glistening oil, the true nature of the Phyrexians. And that oil spread. And as we come upon our story, we see Glissa, once the hero, now the traitor. The deck is full of cards. In the middle of the war, you see still some Blink Moth Nexus exists, but Ink Moth Nexuses have also taken over. You see the Viridian Shamans have become Viridian Corruptors. Over and over again, we see this is a world in a state of war, in a state of degradation. It is not yet done, but it is close. The war is at hand, and it is almost lost, and the Phyrexians will win. One day, but not yet. The deck is there to show the oil and to show what the Phyrexians have done as a warning to all, to remind them of what we must be vigilant for. You will also note the deck contains 75 main deck cards. The Phyrexians, when they complete, they do not complete part way. They take it all. The entire deck, sideboard and all, they have converted into their main deck. Also, I don't know if you watch the games play out, but you might notice the Phyrexian cards, little hint there. The glistening oil turned them foil.
I did appreciate the dichotomy, like you say, that you have the Blink Moth and Ink Moth. You have many cards through the deck that sort of the before and after the oil. I did appreciate that. It didn't feel super exciting to me, despite appreciating that. But I will say, since you mentioned it, that fully one of my points was because the whole deck was foil, because I thought that was sweet.
I agree. I appreciated the foil flavor. That was a really nice touch, something I wasn't expecting. And I also liked your 75 card note there. That was very cool. Being on the creative team, how can I not love the fact that you did embrace the creative flavor and double down on that, go all the way. However, that being said, I felt like in some ways you took the easy way out here. And the reason I say that is because this flavor is already known. This is a story. Of course, these cards do go together because the creative made them go together. That's not to say that the deck isn't strong and that it is not flavorful. It's to say that this is a burger and fries. Well, I don't know if that's quite dessert, but go along with me here anyway. And it's something that I can get and I know, but I wanted the octopus burger with seaweed fries. Like I wanted something daring, something that you took what was there and then you made it your own. And I didn't quite see enough of that to elevate the plate. But overall, there were a lot of things that did impress me. You told the story of the deck well. It was solid as far as that goes.
Kimberly had a very polite way of criticizing the deck. Let me try something different.
Yes, this is known flavor, and we know this flavor. We've tasted it before because you just slammed a bunch of Mirrodin cards together from Mirrodin and Scars of Mirrodin.
Locally sourced ingredients.
Locally sourced from the creative department upstairs. This is plagiarism. This is the worst plagiarism that I have ever seen in Ironroot Chef in any capacity, and that includes my local amateur competitions back home with the other wizards. This, I don't know what to say. There's literally no cards outside of either Mirrodin or Scars of Mirrodin. Yeah, sure, they're all foily. Congratulations, you have a sick MTGO account. All right, so good for you. Sorry? Ickerslick. Okay, all right. Those are times where, okay. Yeah, no, not enough. This is blatant plagiarism. For me, this was a big fat failure, so sorry about that, but I'm not sorry.
I was similarly unimpressed, and I was going to give it a 1, but like I said, I thought the foil thing was really clever, so fully a whole point for that. I gave the deck a 2.
I also gave the deck a 2.
Can you guess? 0! Sorry.
4 points there for the Wizards team. So we have one last dish on the menu, the dessert from the Community Cup team. Maria, the floor is yours.
All right, you guys. Yeah! All right. So, in the spirit, of this Ironroot Chef Challenge, and in the spirit that you, the very handsome and beautiful judges, have requested a 3-course meal, we have decided to give you more than just the 3rd course. We have decided to give you a whole nother meal, complete with its own 3 courses built in. The name of this deck is A Tribute to Hunger, which is a card we have in it. Our Ironroot ingredient is Hungry Spriggan. He is, in fact, he who hungers, right? The 2 courses of Standard and Commander were not enough for Hungry Spriggan. You might even say he has an urge to feed, or a wild hunger, perhaps a savage hunger, or maybe a demonic appetite. He be hangry. Okay. But not to worry for our little Hungry Spriggan, because it is time to feed. It is his right of consumption. So, the embodiment of his hunger is realized in the top end of our curve in Vorn Kleck's Voice of Hunger. For his epic meal, Hungry Spriggan demands 3 courses. The first, of course, is a light salad course with a lot of sprouts. Sprouts, only a swarm of sprouts will do. For the main course, perhaps fresh meat is what you desire. For his hunger is truly an unholy hunger. For dessert, Hungry Spriggan chooses the heart-healthy option of fruit of the first tree. But he's not eating alone. He invited his other hungry friends, Polukranos World Eater and Eater of Days, who we saw in the match, who gorges so much that when you cast him, he skips 2 turns because he's in a food coma. So where does this food come from, you may ask? Why, his rot farm, of course, and his temple garden and Kalini garden, and don't forget our one of Mouth of Rona. But what will Hungry Spriggan use to eat his meal? Not to worry, we've provided him with a butcher's cleaver, and of course something to eat off of, a dark steel plate.
Those chips sounded very dry. That was really entertaining. Well, we asked for something we'd never seen before, out of nowhere with Hungry Spriggan, of all things. I'm pretty high on this deck. Spoiler, I'm not gonna lie. Basically, my only possible complaint is you got your dark steel plate, you got your butcher's cleaver. There's no fork. Can you tell me something? Yes. What's up? Wait, here.
We almost included fork bolt.
Uncastable in that deck also, yeah. All right, Kimberly.
Thank you. This deck delighted me. It was cute. It was very flavorful, and it approached the whole contest in a different way. And I was very happy that you decided to be daring and go this route. I thought that was a really cool risk to take, and I think it paid off for you. The only criticism that I would have is that you obviously were going for a different type of flavor, and you were telling this story without carrying too much of the link, like, Liliana being on Unholy Hunger. There's not really a link to our hungry Spriggan there, but I appreciate what you were doing, and a dessert that's a little lighter, that's fine with me. We had heavy main course, right? So this was fantastic, guys. Thank you.
Yes. So again, Kimberly just noted that you went all in on card names, right? So, right, Liliana is the artwork on Unholy Hunger. So you kind of honed in on one aspect of the cards. You could see that as a weakness or a strength. I see it as a strength. I see it as boldness to the nth degree. You gave yourself a rule. Every single card name sounds like it's part of a meal, and this hungry Spriggan is devouring every other card in the deck and using the other utensils in the deck to consume those things. Yes, so this is not something that can be keyword searched in Gatherer. You had to come up with your own diverse lexicon. Clearly a lot of thought went into it, a lot of creativity. So it wasn't just, keyword search for, Spriggans, although there'd probably only be like 2 or 3 of those, if that. A huge hit for me. Very well done.
Yeah, I loved it. I gave it a 5.
I also gave it a 5.
I gave it a 5. Congratulations. 15.
The perfect end to our meal there, a perfect score from the community in their dessert. We will get the fresh scores to you. I believe that we're just totting them up at the moment, but stay tuned because very, very soon we have our last format here at the Community Cup, that being one final Battle for Zendikar draft. Stay tuned.
And hello there. Welcome back to the booth here at the Magic Online Community Cup. So, BDM.
Didn't go quite as I expected.
Did you predict those scores?
I didn't predict the Commander score. I did not think the community team was going to do as well on Commander, and I thought that the Wizards team would do a little better on Commander. And I felt, maybe there was a little, I'm not sure that the same reasons that the Wizards team got dinged in Commander, maybe they shouldn't have got dinged for in
I
dessert,
had a few of
but
those
that's
feelings
fine.
too, yeah.
But I will say this, and I tweeted this already, I think Jimmy Wong is the molecular gastronomist of this competition. He was cooking.
Is that the
with,
deconstructed?
He was using liquid nitrogen. He was using foams.
I'll tell you what, he sold it.
He was doing emulsions.
Because the thing is, I listened to the Wizard, and he was like, you could have just put in a bunch of time walks with your Metamai. And I looked at the list, and I saw a bunch of time walks with the Metamai. I was like, but somehow, when Jimmy was giving his speech, he was crafting it into this.
He really
grand
time stretched
narrative.
his speech.
Yes, he did. But he did a good job with it too. I think he kind of sold the judges a little bit further than just looking at the list.
He sold me. I mean, I think just from looking at the list and watching it play, I was a little more like, oh, this seems like a little like, oh, a lot of time walks.
I thought it was kind of lame.
But
then it was like they went a little deeper than it looked like on the surface, and he was able to convey that to the judges, and he was rewarded for it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so why don't we take a look at our scoreboards, because we're starting to get down the stretch here at the Community Cup, and this is the community team Ironroot Chef scoreboard. So from the match points, they were only able to glean 3 total. They
lost 2.
They lost 2 of their 3 matches. But on flavor points, the appetizer got 10 out of total 15. Entree got 14. That's the one you were just talking about,
right.
the Commander deck. And wow, the Hungry Spriggan deck, which you and I both loved.
Right.
The judges did too, and they gave it 5, 5, and 5 for a total of 39 of 45 points in the flavor points, and 3 of 9, much less important, of course, on the match points. Let's see how the Wizards team fared here.
It is not going to be as favorable.
No.
But you know what?
Jeez.
It's not that far off from where we thought it was going to be. We kind of thought this was going to be a spread on flavor points of between 25 and 35 points. And you know what? It ended up being a spread of 26 and 39. So we were within a couple points of that.
Well, they got more than 20. Oh, it was 20. It was
26
40,
on flavor.
So it was 42 to 32 were the totals there,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
39 and 3 and 26 and 6
Yeah.
here. I mean, the real painful one here though is look at that dessert.
Yeah,
Yuck.
they
came out
got
melted
one-
ice cream. The cake wasn't quite cooked all the way. It was gooey, and they got 4 points from 3 judges. They could have got 15, and they got 4. They got 2-0.
And that was overconfidence on the Wizards team. They really thought that, they understood. They're like, well, we know the story here. We can tell you the story. And they're like, well, we told you the story.
Right. Yeah. The interesting thing I thought with that last one, and of course that was the Phyrexia storyline thing, was I thought they actually executed on their idea very well.
Right.
The problem is the judges didn't like the idea. They said, that's not your idea. We've heard that idea.
Yeah.
And even if you did a grand job, going into the nooks and crannies, they had some cool stuff with the foil for the slicked cards. And also they took, it ate the whole sideboard. Like that was really ingenious stuff, but they just didn't like the premise.
We talked about that. The danger also of going on established ground, right? Like when you were choosing the commander, one of the reasons I had thought Ramirez was a much better bet.
Because nobody plays
because
that
nobody
guy's
and no one
commander.
knows this. Like, there's not like a huge article on Uncharted Realms going into the history
Yeah, I'm
of
pretty
this.
sure Jimmy hasn't done an episode of Command Zone about the Ramirez deck. I wouldn't be 100%. They go pretty deep, but it's unlikely.
But
So
by the way, there is a Ramirez DiPietro commander deck in the room.
that wasn't the one that was
That wasn't
just
the one.
built?
Yeah, that someone.
Who?
Cam.
Cam
has an all commons.
Of course. Cameron Lauder, we're talking about from Loading Ready Run. You'll know him from Friday nights. He's here doing tech work for us, and that's amazing. Let's look at our final scores as we move in. This is sort of the big reveal here. Okay.
Wow.
We've got a close one. Wizards of the Coast is still in the lead, riding the wave from the Battle for Zendikar sealed event, but 2 points separates them from the community team. I want to remind you, for those of you watching, if you log into Magic Online while we're on the air here, if the community team wins, you're going to get a set of unhinged lands, basic lands, as well as a promo Thalia. If they don't win, you're going to get a Drown in Sorrow, a little rub-in card there. But all you got to do is log into your Magic Online account while we're on the air here, and you will be entered automatically. Now, the community team has to pull it out for you to get the sweet prizes. Otherwise, you're going to pick up a Drown in Sorrow. And I'll tell you what, this community team has a hell of a lot riding on this draft. They do not want to join the other community team who lost over the years.
Look at how close, what a seesaw match this has been.
Mhm.
12-point lead for the community, coming out of the first leg. Then a huge 24-point swing
Mhm.
in Battle for Zendikar sealed to go 12-point lead for the Wizards team. And now this huge comeback here to close within 2 points. Just, to get within 2 points here of Wizards going into Battle for Zendikar draft. But again, they have to be a little terrified
Now-
of going back to Zendikar here.
Yeah, they do, because this is where they really stumbled. Like you
Thumped.
said, they gave up 24 points. Now, you may be wondering, well, what's the stipulation? How am I going to be judged? And the truth is, the Magic gods will judge you.
Yeah.
Because if you draft a good
You will
deck,
be judged by the shuffler.
Yeah. They're just playing a draft. That's all it is. There's no
The shuffler is not a
stipulations.
sentient being, by the way.
No.
It is not actually a sentient being.
It is random. But yeah, so they're just going to be battling straight up Battle for Zendikar draft here, and there's no in between about it. Win your matches, win the Community Cup. Lose your matches, you're out.
Now, just to also let people know, it's not like obviously the Wizards is at an information advantage here. They've played with these cards.
Totally.
Don't know how much drafting they've done with the cards of late. They are focused on cards 2 years from now. So Melissa, who was here during development and as the set was finalized, might have a little edge here, or Sam Stodd, who's going to be touching the cards more towards the end of their life cycle.
And you're saying this because then the set will have been roughly in the form that it's in now.
Correct.
Rather than some earlier form where I was really good at drafting that until they changed all these
Right.
cards and got rid of the one that I was good at drafting.
But everybody's had the opportunity. We have these computers set up out there, and they've been able to get a handful of Battle for Zendikar drafts and develop some strategies and develop some ideas that they're going to be able to see if they pan out in a competitive draft for all the marbles. Or
I think this
actually, it's not
favors
marbles.
WotC.
It's all the
The
full art lands.
unhinged,
Yeah, all the unhinged lands.
I gotta say, I think that this favors Wizards.
I do too.
I think
but
going into the last round, they're ahead a little bit, so that gives them an edge. And I think that maybe they have a little edge in Battle for Zendikar, but we're gonna find out after these messages.
Enlist the land itself in the battle against the Eldrazi with Zendikar Expeditions. See more amazing previews of Battle for Zendikar at magicthegathering.com. Face unnatural disaster in the newest Magic the Gathering set Battle for Zendikar. Join the battle at pre-release events on September 26th and 27th. Visit locator.wizards.com to find a store near you. Watch the best players in the world battle for fame and glory on October 16th to 18th at Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar. See the impact of the new set on Standard and Booster Draft, with complete video coverage streamed on twitch.tv/magic. Join the battle with the new mechanics like Rally and Converge to help the people of Zendikar rise up against the alien threat of the Eldrazi. See more amazing previews of Battle for Zendikar at magicthegathering.com. Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Put your game to the test at a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix include Madison, Sydney, Quebec City, and Beijing. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule. Watch top players compete to become the Super League champion. The current season features players such as Luis Scott Vargas and Cedric Phillips playing Modern. Watch every Tuesday night on twitch.tv/magic. Face unnatural disaster in the newest Magic Online set, Battle for Zendikar. Join the battle at pre-release events October 9th through 12th on Magic Online. Download Magic Online at mtgo.com to play. The Legacy Cube returns to Magic Online from September 23rd until October 9th. Draft with the best Legacy cards throughout Magic's history. Download Magic Online at mtgo.com to play. Qualify for the next Pro Tour on Magic Online. Go 5-0 or 4-1 in one of 10 preliminaries to advance to the finals. See the full schedule at mtgo.com. In The Art of Magic the Gathering Zendikar, you can experience the danger and beauty of Zendikar like never before. This lavishly illustrated hardcover book features the award-winning art of Magic the Gathering and gives you an insider's look at the secrets of Zendikar, its people, continents, and creatures. Available everywhere January 5th.
Hello there. Welcome back to the booth here at the Magic Online Community Cup. Matt Tabak, welcome back.
Hi, how's
hey,
it
little
going?
man. How
Hey.
goes?
Oh, I'm good.
Hey, little guy.
I'm well. How are you, Marshall?
We're doing great, and we're excited to bring you last round coverage here. But we've got an interview set up first with Maria. Let's head down there.
Hungry Spriggan. 15 points at the end of the Ironroot Chef there for Maria Bartholdi and your cookery team. That was a very, very impressive climax, an exclamation point on the community performance in the Ironroot Chef competition. Where did that deck come from?
Well, we were thinking about it kind of literally in the fact that it was an Ironroot Chef competition, and I think we wanted to be funny because Magic the Amateuring, my podcast plug, is kind of a comedy show. So we're like, why don't we not stray too far from our roots? And we were looking up, well, what should we do? There's a starving Rusalka. We considered that for a while, but eventually Hungry Spriggan just jumped to the forefront as the perfect card.
It's pretty cute as well.
Oh, he's adorable.
But I mean, you had two sous chefs with you on that one, right?
Yes, Kenji and Stibbs. They were amazing, by the way. Amazing.
And some of the things that we didn't even really see from the deck in terms of the matches is every single one of those lands was the lushest, most verdant, most edible if you will, land that could be found, and every little nuance of that deck just seemed to really hit it off with the judges.
Yeah, I'm gonna credit Stibbs with those lands. He knows what he's talking about when it comes to flavor for sure. It was a risk, like the judges talked about. You know, we weren't going for flavor text. We weren't necessarily going for art. We were going for card names, and so we just decided to go all in, and I guess it paid off.
15 points. That's the equivalent of 5 match wins that came from that deck, just purely in terms of deck design and getting all of the little details right. And it's absolutely thrown the community right back into this race. This is a big draft coming up.
I know. I'm really excited and really nervous and happy I could help the team after I went 0-3 and sealed yesterday.
So just 3 rounds left to go. I'm going to let you get back to your seat because we've got one big draft ahead of us here at the Community Cup. We're going to head back to the coverage area now, but stay tuned because there's just 3 rounds left.
All right, welcome back to the booth here. Yeah, she seemed excited, and why not? 15 points for her team.
2-point spread, 3 rounds to go. It's all come down to this.
It has, yeah. So the players are going to be getting seated shortly for their match. We thought we maybe would take a little trip through time with you here and look back to some of the previous champions. Oh, look at that. 2011. Let's just ignore everything else on the page. Community 243 points. The Wizards 147. The biggest margin in the history of the Community Cup. An absolute drumming by the likes of me.
Yeah, look at those.
Graham Stark, who's also working here. Louise, Michelle. That was really fun. Of course, back in 2009, they won.
Yep.
Pretty handily as well.
Yep.
Now,
a lot of memories here. I was at each of these
This is
events.
a cool one, too. Look at 2010. Look at that bottom name.
Gavin Verhey.
Yeah, not somebody you
I
associated
recognize
with
that
the
name.
community at this point, but more with Wizards.
Yeah, I think I've met him. He works. I'm told he works in R&D. I don't believe we've seen each other yet, but he's been there for a few
You
years.
should
I'm
introduce
told.
yourself. He's a very nice guy.
Okay, that's awesome. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
No, Gavin's a great guy, and the name above his, Bill Stark, also roams the halls of Wizards.
I don't think he actually works here, but yeah. He does roam the halls.
Oh, does he not work here?
No, he didn't.
He's so nice every time I run into him. That's really weird.
That's how he gets to keep roaming the halls.
Yeah.
So, and you can take a look at our 2012 community.
A fine year.
228 and what the 268.
A fine
points.
year for Wizards of the Coast. Let's spend a few minutes talking about this one. Now, I remember. No, it's.
Were you on that team?
I was not. No.
Okay.
I was
Do they let you battle?
I've battled a couple times on
Okay.
behalf of Wizards of the Coast. Never in a winning effort.
Yeah. Well, this is the only winning effort, as it turns out. 2012. That's the Hall of Shame right there.
Absolutely.
But interestingly, there's Jackie Lee. She couldn't quite beat you guys, so she joined you. She's now working at Wizards.
Fine
of the
strategy,
Coast
by
as
the
well.
way.
Yeah. John Laux, James Turner.
Yeah, James
John
Turner.
Laux, James Turner. I see on the list.
I know those
see a
names.
Laux and a
Yep.
Turner on there. 2013, Community rose back to victory there. That was just a couple years ago. And wait, what is going? There's Melissa DeTora. who
Good on
actually
them,
works
Melissa
here,
DeTora.
too.
Also, now she's on the Wizards of the Coast team. So
That's what I'm saying. Everybody
quite
keeps flopping. Now,
Everyone's
I do see
flip-flopping.
one name in the middle there, Kenji Egashira.
Kenji Egashira did
He's here
did the community proud in 2013. Back again, of course.
And he's back in this year as well, looking to be a 2-time champion,
Yep.
which is pretty great. And then last year, a narrow victory, it must be said, 220 to 207. That was a little bit close.
That was a fantastic event.
That was really fun. You can see. Nobody
Some
from
names.
that actually works here. All right, we finally found
we found a community team free of Wizards
Then again,
influence.
that was only a year ago, And if we look back to like Jackie Lee's 2012, attempt there, it took her a couple of years to get in the building, and maybe somebody from that list will. be
Yeah,
here
no,
soon.
absolutely. I'm expecting after we saw Kenji his game 2 in the last round, I was waiting for Aaron Forsyth to announce that he's joined us. But that has not yet happened.
Okay.
He's still on Team Community.
He's still on Team Community. He's still just a lowly streamer. All right.
Yeah.
We just need a little bit longer before the players are ready to go. And
Yeah, we are setting up for Battle for Zendikar draft.
This is huge, guys. I mean, this is going to be it. This is going to decide the Community Cup this year,
Yeah.
and it is a straight-up Battle for Zendikar draft. Now, this is going to be interesting to commentate. We're going to be watching it on Magic Online, so we're going to be able to look at the cards and read them as we go, and I
Right.
think we're going to have to. You have more knowledge
I have a
than
little
us,
bit of practice at
but
this.
this is a little bit in your
from
your rear view
yesterday.
mirror.
Some of this is in my rear view. The art, which is really outstanding, by the way. I'm not the most familiar with it coming into this event, but like you at home, we're learning together.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about this. No stipulations.
Oh, I can't wait.
No funky rules. No extra teas. Just straight draft.
Yeah, full on.
We're ready.
Battle
This
for
is gonna be
Zendikar
awesome.
booster draft is going
Absolutely.
to be awesome. And all right, let's send it down right now.
All right.
It's time for booster draft Battle for Zendikar.
Let's do it.
Playing paper Battle for Zendikar this early is unbelievably ridiculous. I had to read it twice when I saw the announcement.
Playing Battle for Zendikar before anyone else is probably the most exciting part of the weekend for me. I've been looking forward to this set since it was announced.
Holy F. Man. What? Take 2. I can't say that.
One of the things I love about Magic is drafting limited and sealed, and the fact that I get to do kind of like a sealed pre-release here, plus I get to draft after that, feels really awesome.
It feels amazing. I'm extremely excited to open an expedition and just yell, "Get the sleeve!"
I got to find a way to get those cards and just jet out of here.
The fact that we get to play with BFZ before anybody else is sweet. It's a real honor.
It's like Christmas for a child, right? Watching these spoilers and to finally get to play with the cards that I've been updating 3 times a day is gonna be great.
I have no idea how to value or rate any of the mechanics and stuff, so I'm really looking forward to just delving into the set and figuring out what's good and what's not.
I want to get my hands on some Eldrazi.
Yes. I am so excited that I can't verbally express my excitement.
That's exciting for me. That's kind of that primordial Magic that I love.
Hello and welcome to coverage of the Magic Online Community Cup. We are in Renton, Washington, at the headquarters of Wizards of the Coast. I am joined by Matt Tabak in the booth.
Home sweet home.
And Marshall Sutcliffe, and we're ready to get underway here in the Battle for Zendikar draft. Now, this is huge, Matt. There's a lot on the line here for the community team. We've got Stibbs, Adam Staborski, facing off against, well, they're not facing off.
He's literally facing off.
Yeah. In a literal sense, facing off, though. They're not actually going to battle. And we see Kenji waving at his fans at home. And there's about 1 minute left on the Magic Online clock before this event.
Before they get started. Okay.
Yeah. You can set, we have Lee Sharp here as a technical guy, and he can set, okay, well, we're going to set it for this time, and then it just goes. And
yeah, he's done a great job doing all the Magic Online tech work for us. We're getting some selfies there on the right.
And you can see that Kenji is playing it up to his fans in the chat.
And in case you guys have just tuned in, this is the Magic Community Cup 2015. Team Wizards of the Coast carrying a 2-point lead, and matches are worth 3 points for a win. So less than one match separates Team Wizards and Team Community. We're going to play 3 rounds of Battle for Zendikar draft for all the marbles. And we are just seconds away from this draft firing. So this is going to be very exciting. We're going to watch along with you at home. I haven't seen much Battle for Zendikar draft since the set has been in our hands. It'll be in your hands just a few short days. Of course, the Battle for Zendikar pre-release coming up next weekend. So you want to look out for that. But for now, we have a draft, and
we're underway.
We are in.
So we should be on Kenji's screen here, I do believe. And yeah, he's moving it. There's Oblivion Sower. All right, so let's start looking up some cards here. Do you know what that one does?
Yeah, so Oblivion Sower, 5/8 for 6. This is one of those ones we talked about. I think this came up yesterday. Go ahead and we're going to spread out some information. So we look at Kenji checking out his first.
It's basically Primeval Titan, guys.
Yeah, the Oblivion Sower. This is the one that exiles 4 cards. When you cast it, it exiles 4 cards from the top of a target opponent's library. And then you can put any number of land cards that a player owns from exile onto the battlefield under your control.
Oh, yes.
So something we saw yesterday.
Primeval Titan, but I like it.
I'm an optimist.
I know, yeah, sure.
Well, something we saw yesterday was that ingest ability is a really good way to exile cards from an opponent's library. So it works not only with itself, but also with previous cards. If you've been hitting them with ingest creatures, maybe you've chipped away at that library and have some lands waiting to go. And it looks like...
Now, the key here, too, Tabak, let's just be clear. That is also a 5/8 for 6 mana.
Which is fine on its own. We talk about the vanilla test. That 8's a lot of toughness.
Yeah, that's 8's a lot of toughness, and 5 is a good amount of power as well. All right, he's going to move on to the next.
So one thing I
here.
really like about this pick is that it doesn't commit him color-wise.
This one's nice. Radiant Flames. We saw this one a little while ago.
So we've got a couple directions.
And it says
here.
Radiant Flames deals X damage to each creature, where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast Radiant Flame. So you can do up to 3.
Yeah, it's a good sweeper in that regards, and unlike the other Converge cards, you have a lot of control over how much damage you actually want to deal. So if you're facing down an army of Scions and you have, a bunch of 2 toughness creatures, maybe you can do it for 2. Or 1. 1 would be better, because I said 2 toughness and not 3 toughness. That's right, professionals. So a couple directions Kenji could go. There is a Royal Spout there, which is a good tempo card for the white-blue deck.
That card's sweet, too.
Flames is the pick, though.
You see he went over Pilgrim's Eye. That's a reprint that we've seen before. When it enters the battlefield, you get to search your library for a basic land, put it in your hand, and it's 3 colorless for a 1/1 flyer, so a very solid little card. It looks like he settled, though, on Nettle Drone, which is a very Kenji card. Nettle Drone is a 3/1 for 3 mana with Devoid. You can tap it to do 1 damage to each opponent. And whenever you cast a colorless spell, that includes, of course, all the Devoid spells in the set and any artifacts or whatever, you get to untap it.
Yep.
So if you remember Lobber Crew,
very efficient card for dealing out damage, even if it can't attack, because 1 is, the 1 toughness makes it a little vulnerable in a lot of combat situations. But it's happy to sit back and just plink away 1 or more damage a turn.
That's right. And sometimes you'll find scenarios with Nettle Drone where it gets to attack, hit for the full 3, and then you can play a colorless card post-combat and make it 4.
Yeah.
It really can get a lot of damage in, and it piles up quickly. And, that's the kind of deck that Kenji's really good at drafting.
Yeah, we've talked about the red-black kind of colorless deck being very aggressive.
A couple of choices here for Kenji. He's highlighted Complete Disregard first. That one you can read on your screen there. It's a removal spell for smaller creatures. And importantly, it's colorless. That untaps his Nettle Drone. Also, it exiles the target. And that means that if you happen to have a processor of some sort, you can trigger it.
Correct.
Now, he also looked over at Incubator Drone, though, which is a little bit less exciting. It's a couple of cards to the right. It's 4 mana for a 2/3, and you also get a 1/1 Scion with it. And once again, it's colorless. But he's decided to go for the black card Complete Disregard, which is a very solid little removal spell.
Yeah, absolutely. And it might be unlikely to come up, but exile target creature with power 3 or less, that could easily also be a land in this format, which helps out the Oblivion Sower. So some nice synergy we've seen in the first few picks.
Yeah, let's
So
see.
we've got a couple choices.
Ooh, there's an Ulamog's Nullifier. Man, I love that card, T-Back.
Ulamog's Nullifier is very strong. I've got checking out the Skitter skin up there.
Now
4/3 Devoid.
Now, Matt, what is that? I don't know what it's called. Is that one black mana symbol in the lower left, the whatever crawler? Devoid. Whatever crawler. Anyway, that's the pump guy, right? You can pay 2 colorless to give it +1/+1 until end of turn, and it has ingest. Yeah, there it is. We can see it now. Sludge Crawler.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. The screen jumped there a little bit.
Yeah,
Yes, Sludge Crawler.
Thankfully, so that we could see it.
Right.
It turns out. All right, you can take a look at what's going on as players are teaming up a little bit here. And this is one of the cool parts about the Community Cup for sure. Is that the players are allowed to work together.
Yeah, absolutely. The team spirit is strong if you're a faster drafter, of course. We see Doc kind of jumping out of his seat there, ready to run over and lend a hand.
Also, there's some amount of coordination here among figuring out who's sitting next to where. You can do this on Magic Online, and then you can figure out who you're passing to, and you can even set up some pretty nasty stuff.
Yeah, we do have the teams kind of separated, so they won't be able to see the other team's computers. But, so if you can figure out who you're passing to and what you're getting past, that is a big consideration in community team drafting. Absolutely.
Now, there is a clock, of course, that runs. You can see it in the lower right. So you don't get all day to do this stuff, but it does work. He ended up taking the Skitter skin there.
Yeah, that's the one I had my eye on first. Again, playing into that red-black colorless theme. It's a 4/3. Can't block, but it is devoid, and it does have a regeneration ability if you control another colorless creature.
Which it looks like he will. And Kenji looks like... So he just took a Mist Intruder. Which is not great as a blue kind of low-powered attacker in his deck. So I think he's going to switch gears here. He's going to go for the Culling Drone, which is a very solid little 2/2 for 2 with Ingest and Devoid. And you can see that as of yet, Kenji has drafted exactly 1 card with a color.
Yes.
Everything else is devoid or colorless naturally.
Yes. And amusingly, that one card with a color does have Converge, so it's going to look for different colors of mana. Although, really, dealing 2 damage to each creature is often just fine.
Now, it looks like he's got his eye on a Eldrazi Devastator.
Eldrazi
a simple
Devastator.
card. Not a whole lot going on there.
Now, red-black is not the strongest color combination when it comes to ramping your mana. So these 6 drops and these 8 drops, we're going to be looking for Eldrazi Scions, perhaps?
Okay. Now, there's a Vestige of Emrakul there. That's a 3/4 Trample Devoid. An Oracle of Dust, though, that's, again, Kenji's got to be careful about branching out into too many different colors here, as he's pretty evenly spread between red and black at the moment.
Yeah, he looks like he's giving himself perhaps a way out with blue.
I mean, he does have the Mist Intruder as well, so...
Oracle of Dust, a card that works really well with the exiling strategy. It works really well with Mist Intruder, the other blue Devoid card he's taken.
What does Transgress the
So
Mind do?
there's some options
Is that to
here.
take away your cards from your hand?
So this is another Devoid spell. Yeah, target player reveals his or her hand.
Oh, it's Inquisition of Kozilek.
Yeah, you choose a card from it with converted mana cost.
And I'm assuming it
3 or
exiles it?
greater. And
Oh,
exile
it's
that
3 or
card.
greater.
3 or greater.
Oh.
So this is an effective tool against some of the larger Eldrazi that sit in hand for a few turns while you
Understood.
build your mana base. So now picks coming fast and furious for Kenji. We've got Retreat to Hagra.
Retreat, yeah. What does that do? I'm looking it up right now.
So the retreats are a cycle of enchantments that have landfall abilities, and it's a modal ability. You can choose one of 2 options whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control. For Hagra, your choice is either target creature gets +1/+0 and Death Touch until end of turn, or you can drain your opponents for 1.
Okay.
They each lose a life, and you gain 1 life.
That's pretty strong. We also got a chance to take a quick look there at Kenji was giving old Stibbsy a hand there, too, making sure that his draft was going the way that they wanted.
Yeah, the retreats are all very strong. If you can keep the landfall coming.
Yeah, why don't we take a look at Staborsky here?
Oh, let's do it.
Yeah, we're kind of winding down this pack, and I'd like to get... Oh, hold on a minute. We'll stay on Kenji for a minute.
We
Rashad.
certainly did wind down that pack.
We just opened up our next one, and I want to get a chance to see where he goes from here. But as we wind down pack 2, we'll take a look at what Stibbs has got going on.
Now, I'll bring you back to a comment I made in the last pack that this black-red deck might have some problems casting some of its later drops. Well, Conduit of Ruin has something to say about that. It's a great rare that Kenji just opened. 5/5. When it enters the battlefield or when you cast it?
Dude.
Let me take a look.
I'm looking it up.
Let's talk about that second ability. That's the relevant one I'm talking about. The first creature spell you cast each turn costs 2 less. So that is going to give you a fine discount on your large Eldrazi.
Conduit of Ruin, you say?
Yeah, it is when you cast.
When you cast it.
Yeah,
When you
most
cast
of the
Conduit
large Eldrazi, that's kind of their thing. They have cast triggers.
and then
Should
the
have
first
remembered
creature
that.
spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast.
Right. So if that creature spell is, say, Eldrazi Devastator, you're getting quite a bargain with 6 mana for an 8/9 Trampler.
All right, let's see what Kenji opens up in this next pack. And then I know BDM's taking a look at what Yoel Larson... Whoa. I've played with that card already. The blue card there. What is that guy called? Something of Kazim.
So we've got a couple interesting picks here.
It's a Guardian of Tazim.
Oh, Guardian of Tazim is there? Yes.
Yeah. So whenever a land... you can see it. It's got landfall whenever a land enters battlefield under control. Tap target creature an opponent controls. If it was an island, it stays tapped.
Yeah.
For a turn cycle. So really great. BDM, what do you have going on with Yoel Larson
Well,
over there?
I'm watching Yoel draft here, and what's better than a planar outburst?
I don't know what a planar outburst...
Well,
oh, my God.
Really? 2
Really?
planar outbursts.
They never play around the second
No,
one.
never. And again, remember, it's destroy all non-land creatures.
Although...
And it has Awaken.
I will note here, BDM...
He doesn't have a lot of creatures.
What colors is he?
He's white, green, and something.
He's white, green, blue,
Maybe
black?
blue, yeah. White, green, blue.
I see a black card.
Yeah, he's got his cards in there, but he's looking
Okay.
for a couple signals here. But in the meantime, whatever he does, he's got 2 wraths to clear the way for it.
Wow, there's a Breaker of Armies there. It costs 8 mana, but that thing, that's a nice cleanup spell after playing a planar outburst. All right, thanks, BDM. Let's take a look at what Kenji's done with his packs.
That is an impressive start for Yoel Larson.
Yeah, he needs to kind of focus in on some colors, but he's got the
He needs
power
an
level.
impressive finish, though.
Yeah.
Another Nettle Drone there for Kenji, it looks like, is what he picked up. That, again, is the, we call it a pinger. It doesn't really ping, but the one that hits players.
You can see Kenji putting together his curve as he drafts. One nice feature about drafting on Magic Online is you can kind of build as you go.
I love that. I usually submit my deck within a minute.
Yeah, it really speeds up deck building.
Yeah, you just make those last few cuts, get your lands in there, and off you go.
So we've got a couple reasonable options here. There's an Ondu Champion, not a big rally theme. Ondu Champion is a decent body on its...
Oh, it's pronounced Rally, actually.
Oh, Rally.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, you didn't know that.
The allies with Rally.
Right. I'll keep correcting you on that.
Yeah, please do. Ondu Champion, fine on its own. Of course, not a strong ally theme here for Kenji, but Vile Aggregates, as we see here. 5 toughness, very large creature, and its power is equal to the number of colorless creatures you control. So this plays right into the theme we are seeing Kenji develop here. That is an excellent pickup for him.
Now, normally when I think of red-black in most draft strategies, it's usually pretty aggressive, almost recklessly so. Is that the case in this format from your experience?
It is one of the more aggressive color pairs for sure.
Okay.
We're seeing a lot of creatures like Culling Drone, like Nettle Drone, Vile Aggregate. Kenji should be able to push the pace in most of his games. This one's not quite as aggressive as some of the black-red decks I've seen. It does have a nice top end, Conduit of Ruin, Eldrazi Devastator. If the game goes long, he's got enough end game there to... Ooh, picks up a Boiling Earth. We've seen that.
That looks like a sideboard card. Deals 1 damage to each creature your opponents control.
Yeah, it can be devastating in the right situation.
Yeah,
maybe not main deckable. The Awaken helps, but the cost is 7, so can't really rely on that.
Yeah, this pack has not really been kind to Kenji, to be honest, as he takes a card and puts it directly into his sideboard. Zada has shown up. Does she have a place in a limited deck like this?
So what you're looking for Zada are instants and sorceries that you want to target your own creatures with. So not so much in this deck. I wouldn't have been surprised to see him actually take the Smite the Monstrous there, just defensively. He does have...
Just hasn't had any white cards yet.
Yeah. He does have plenty of 4 power creatures, which would appreciate not getting taken out. So we're coming to the end of pack 2.
Yeah, we're going to take a jump over. Let's see what he takes out of this pack. Wow, blue seems pretty open.
Blue does seem open. Outnumber is a perfectly fine removal spell.
Yes, that seems fine. Good. The price is right, and he's got a good amount of creatures already. Mindraker he could use as well. After he takes this pick, why don't we jump over and see what Adam Staborski's up to? All right, he took the outnumber. Staborski loves red-white. Let's see if he's on it here. Oh no,
he is certainly not.
He is on heavy blue and a little bit of white.
Yeah, looks like blue-white here for the Stibs.
This is interesting because this is not Stibs' kind of comfort zone when it comes to draft,
So we're peering in on his. I see a Titan's Presence, which is a very effective removal spell. That's a good pickup for him.
Interesting, Matt. You know how you were saying that you thought maybe Kenji would kind of hate draft that Smite the Monstrous?
Yeah.
We found out why.
Oh.
He didn't. He's passing to Doc.
Oh.
And Doc's in white.
Sure.
So he's like, here, friend.
That's right.
Enjoy.
You have to consider that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's excellent.
Yeah. Graham came in and slipped me a note that said, this is what's
well,
happening.
Isn't the Community Cup fun?
Yeah.
All right.
Teams.
So good. Yeah, good work for Kenji there. That is well played.
And we're kind of in the dregs of this pack here, as these are cards that aren't super likely to make the cut. Do you think Sibs has a good deck right now?
So let me take a look here.
Give me a 1 out of 10 on this real quick.
This is hitting at about a 7 right now.
Okay,
for me.
so it's reasonable.
Pretty good. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, now Tim Willoughby, I know he's down on the floor and he's got a word to give us.
Understood. I'm down here on the draft floor with Wedge. Wedge drafting as part of the community team, and it looks like things are going pretty well for you here. It seems like you kind of just naturally fallen into an archetype.
Yeah, I am straight up white-black life gain. It's not close. I've got multiple ways to gain life. I've got multiple ways to use or to trigger life gain. I've got Gideon, just a bunch of Royals, Retributions, Grip of Desolation. I'm basically getting black-white good stuff that just happens to have life gain in it. It's kind of ridiculous.
So it's kind of worked out that the way you're sat, you're in a nice spot in terms of having teammates around you. So there's a little bit of help coming in terms of what's being passed to you anyway. But regardless, you've opened well, and it looks like you're drafting super well. This is going really, really, really nicely.
Oh yeah, being able to see where everybody else is really helps. Jimmy passed to me pack 1, which really helps since we sort of coordinated colors, so it was easy to avoid each other. And knowing that I passed to Melissa and then Maria, it's really easy to see that Melissa's not in my colors at all. So it's really convenient for me.
So basically, the way that you do well in draft is you get in good position, try and not be in the colors of people next door. That naturally working out for Wedge here.
And then opening Gideon.
That doesn't hurt too. We'll send things back to the booth.
Yeah, opening Gideon is always a strong
and then
strategy.
Opening Gideon,
I recommend that.
That did work. So back to Kenji Egashira here. And looks like he's got a belligerent whiptail lined up here. Is that what he wants to pick this early in the pack?
Well, let's take a look here. There is...
He took it.
Yeah, the whiptail was a good pick. As I got a better look at Kenji's deck while we were away at that interview and using my Wizards judging skills, I just want to say this is one of the better decks I've ever seen. I'm going to give it a 2.
Oh, no.
That's how they do it here.
Oh, that was your judge skills being.
This is me.
Wow.
This is me.
Oh, my God.
I'm just judging.
Right. No, I understand. Yeah, I understand.
Are you flavor judging the flavor judges?
Yeah, this is how they train us here at Wizards of the Coast. So I want to be fair and impartial.
Oh, look at Kenji got. He's so excited. He got a turn against in the 3rd pick here.
Definitely one of your better combat and just general tricks.
Man, he is going to get somebody with that thing.
Yeah.
You guys can see what turn against does on the card there. The key point here, of course, is that it's an instant.
Yeah, that card is all about the type line, because I'm sure players out there are very familiar with active treason-like effects, which is good for borrowing a creature and you attack with it. Maybe if you're lucky, you have a sacrifice effect. You can use it as a removal spell if you put something together. But man, you haven't lived until you've taken one of your opponent's creatures and blocked one of their attacking creatures. It's really, really, really good.
Get the shivers thinking about it.
Oh yeah, old school Ray of Command style there.
Also, it's devoid.
It is devoid.
It just works together with those nettle drones. It kind of starts to add up.
A lot of colorless spells, whether it looks like it at first glance or not. One of the really nice things I want to just point out, because players out there haven't had the cards in their hands yet, but they will this weekend. The devoid frames are really nice because they serve a lot of different purposes. One of them is during draft. The tops of those cards kind of hint at the color that you need to cast the spell, although the rest of the frame
how it
is
looks
very
right
colorless. Here. Yeah.
Like if we look at the turn against, you can see that it's red.
Yeah, this looks like, if you're evaluating like how many lands do I need, what is my mana curve like, I'm thumbing through a pack, oh, that's red, I'm playing red, I can cast that. But then the rest of the frame, when it's on the battlefield, it looks colorless. So really excellent job by our team.
Wow, that was a great idea.
Designing those frames. Yeah, they did excellent work. We went through a lot of different variations.
That's super cool.
I think they really hit on a good solution there.
Good job. I'm giving you full credit for it.
I give myself a 4.
You're...
Reckless Cohort, pretty aggressive. Tunneling Geopede.
Oh, man, you can't say that.
I can't say what? I'm going to get yelled at later, folks.
No, you probably won't. They'll probably pat you on the back.
Viewers at home, I just want to say it's been fun. This is great. I'm clearly never doing it again because they're going to get rid of me. But I hope you guys are having as much fun as I am.
I'll keep you if I get the choice.
Sweet.
What is that card on the left? Something nursery? Is that what that says?
See if we can slide that the view over.
We cannot. That's Kenji's screen we're looking at. Let me see if I can. There it is. Molten Nursery.
It is Molten Nursery.
So it's 2 and a red enchantment devoid. Whenever you cast a colorless spell, it does 1 damage to a creature or player. That's kind of interesting. I don't think it's quite good enough, even in Kenji's deck, though.
No shortage of colorless spells, but we'll see if Kenji decides that makes the cut. Shatterskull Recruit, pretty efficient. 4/4 Menace for 5. Kind of a good beater, but Mindraker is there.
Yeah, it looks like Kenji's taking the curve choice there.
That's a good call.
Yeah, and his curve is awkward. He's got way too many 3-drops to be happy here. He really would prefer the 2 to be the spot. And from what I can tell, he's got 1 creature at the 2-drop slot.
And you can see that in this pick here, the Valakut Invoker, which is a really solid 3-drop, but I think Kenji's just a little overloaded in that column. Goes for the Boiling Earth instead.
Another Transgress the Mind, although that would be his second copy. I don't know how many of those you want to run in the main deck. My guess it's somewhere between 0 and 1.
Yeah, I've honestly never played with that card in limited, so
Yeah. I mean, it seems okay, right? Like, you'll hit some stuff, but
there are definitely some archetypes I could see bringing that in. I'm not sure if
yeah,
it
that
makes
that,
the
that I
main.
like. That makes sense.
Volcanic Upheaval, Inspired Charge might be a good defensive pick here, just to get that off table. But again, passing to teammates, maybe defensive drafts are not all they're cracked up to be.
Yeah, you know, I just saw in our chat that it looks like Doc just cut a mythic rare.
Oh, yeah?
Because he knew he was passing it to
Right.
Wizards.
You'll cut a Rolling Thunder with his first pick in his third pack.
He did?
Yeah.
Because he knew where it was going?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's
a whole nother layer, you know?
It's kind of an underappreciated facet of the team drafting aspect here at the Community Cup.
I agree. Oh, good. Another 3-drop. Kenji, I think, has seen just about enough of those. But, you know, that is 23 cards there for Kenji. He's got 15 creatures. And, I mean, I think he's ready to rumble. You know, the kid doesn't need much. You know, you can give him a deck like this, and he'll pull wins out with it all day.
Yeah, no, this looks like a very fine deck shaping up.
It's just fine, right? Like, this isn't a deck you wouldn't screenshot this and email it to me as check out what I drafted last night.
Yeah, I'm not, posting it on my Facebook feed or anything,
Right.
but
it's okay.
Yeah, I'd be happy with this deck going into battle against the Wizards team.
Yeah, and like I said, this really is the type of deck that Kenji can kind of get maximum value out of. He's really good at taking medium decks like this and maximizing on them.
It's interesting to me that both Transgress the Minds are there. City doesn't. Kenji, of course, light on 2-drops, so may not have a whole lot of things to do on turn 2.
Yeah, his deck's going to play a little more mid-range.
Yeah, looking at a mid-range deck here, but if they can get some of those early threats, some of those large Eldrazi out of his opponent's hands, that'll be to his advantage.
Now, one thing I want to remind you of if you're just tuning in here is that this is the booster draft, and this is the last portion of the Community Cup. And what's going to happen now is they're going to play 3 rounds, and we're going to have a champion. The current score?
Yes.
Wizards is ahead by 2 points.
Correct.
2.
Wizards of the Coast needs to tie or win to take it all. The community team must win this event.
Why?
To overtake, because if they tie, then they're still down by 2, right?
Oh, you're saying if they tie in the draft round?
If they over the
I
next
thought you meant
3
if the
rounds.
score was tied.
No,
I'm like,
no.
What is
I'm
this,
sorry.
home court advantage?
I
or-
apologize. I meant over the next 3 rounds, community must win.
Yes.
Wizards can play for the tie. They won't. They want to win just as badly as anybody.
Oh, yeah, I talked to Forsyth a little while ago. By the way, we've switched over to Staborski here. This is the Stibs, Adam Staborski, who is trying to figure out what he wants to do with this blue-white deck.
Breaker of Armies floating around late. Normally, 8 drops give you pause in limited.
Yeah, looks like he's already got one with the Eldrazi Devastator down there, but actually he's just replaced it with the Breaker.
Yeah, that's interesting. 10-8, of course. Not the flashiest of abilities, that lure, the all creatures must block it if so. But
You don't think that's flashy?
It's not flashy,
Dear
but
God,
it's
just-
powerful.
it eats their whole team.
Right, but it doesn't have the cast triggers or
Oh, gotcha.
the replayability. It's simple, brutal. It gets on the battlefield and it gets people in front of it.
I get you now. Yeah, you're right. And that whole guy's kind of embodies that. Not flashy, but brutal.
Yeah.
10-8.
10-8. 10-8 is a force to be
Yeah.
reckoned with.
And that is going to do it for our draft portion. Now we're going to be checking in with our players and Tim Willoughby as he jumps around to see kind of how happy they are, what they've drafted, and what's going on with that. And after that, we're going to get our round started here in Renton. I'm assuming Tim Willoughby is going to be jumping around. Yeah, he's getting the camera set up and all that. So we'll be checking in with him and getting an idea from both of the teams on how happy they are with the decks. I'm curious to see. I mean, it's a little early, right? I mean, the format doesn't come out for another couple of weeks.
Yeah, we talked about the informational advantage the Team Wizards may have. They have seen this before. Now, to be fair, it's not a complete advantage. Wizards probably hasn't seen this in a while. We stopped working on Battle for Zendikar a little while ago. And the
What, like
community
a couple
team-
weeks ago you guys finished
like
it
that.
up?
The community team has had a few days to get some practice in. They've seen all the cards. Certainly the informational advantage is to Team Wizards. There's no denying that. But can the community rally together to pull off what I would call an upset?
I mean, they're coming in 2 points behind. Of course it's an upset.
I wouldn't be upset either way. This has been a fantastic event.
So you would call it an upset. You wouldn't be upset.
I wouldn't be upset any way you go.
I would. I want the community team to win because I want to get the bonus cards in my account.
Oh, yeah. Hey, if you guys are watching and you have not logged into Magic Online at any point this weekend, please do so because the community team is battling to win you guys prizes, but only if you log into Magic Online while we're broadcasting. So now would be a fine time. Just log in, and when the community team wins,
I heard what you said.
Everyone who logged in will be picking up. What will they be picking up?
So they're going to get some unhinged basic lands.
Those are sweet. Everyone likes those.
Gorgeous. And also a promo Thalia.
Oh, very nice.
Guardian of Thraben, yeah.
And even if the community team does not quite pull it out, there will be a card given for everyone who logs in, and that is...
Just Drown in Sorrow.
Drown in Sorrow. So less
you guys are mean.
Less exciting on that end. But still, free crads are free crads, as they say.
Indeed,
so
sir.
Please log into Magic Online. Maybe play a game or two while you're there.
All right, let's head down to the floor where Tim Willoughby awaits with an interview.
I'm here on the floor here as the Wizards of the Coast team are building their decks with Robert Schuster. Now, Robert, you came into this draft knowing that there was one archetype that you really wanted to be in.
Oh, yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about that one?
So the archetype that, the archetype that I really enjoy in this format is Red-Black Devoid. My favorite card in the format so far is a 3/2 for black-red that is devoid, and then also has this amazing ability for one colorless to give target colorless creature haste until end of turn. So if you can curve him into one of your 3 drops that starts just beating right away, you can get a tempo advantage that can be really difficult for your opponent to come back from.
And fortunately enough for Robert, it looks like you've been able to draft exactly the kind of deck that is your personal favorite. If you had to mark your deck out of 5, how do you feel about it right now?
It's definitely not the best version of this deck that I've gotten. I didn't get enough of the 3 drops that I wanted, and my boss told me that I was going to pass one of the certain 3 drops to him, so I definitely said yes. But I feel overall it's going to be a good role player in this draft. So.
Excellent stuff. Of course, the Wizards team currently just ahead in terms of points, so really it's a matter of having 8 solid decks that can hold that advantage rather than sort of swinging for the fences. So a strong deck here from Robert Schuster, but we'll send things back to the booth now and we'll be able to potentially get a little bit of a look in on some of the other decks of the Community Cup very, very shortly.
All right, so Tim's going to be kind of roving around for us and getting more and more impressions from the players. We're just going to kind of check out what Kenji's building here. I think we got a pretty good idea of what he's up to now.
Yeah, we saw this coming together as he drafted it. That curve, a little heavy in the 3 slot, like you said.
Yeah, I think he'd like about 3 of those to jump to the left a row and
yeah,
or a column,
I agree.
I should say. And yeah, that would be a lot better for his deck.
But still a very, very good deck he's put together here. We'll see if those nettle drones play a role here, those constant sources of damage.
I feel like they will. I just don't think that he's going to be able to get out to a quick start. I mean, even as it's laid out, we have to note here that only one of those 2s is a creature.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he has a 2-drop.
Yeah.
In the whole deck. One
of the
that is not good in an aggressive deck.
That is
you want
indeed
5 to 6, and he has 1.
Yeah.
But he does have ways to push through damage, even if his opponent gets stable on board. Like you said, specifically those nettle drones can do a lot of work.
And some of those 3-drops are pretty imposing bodies. That Vile Aggregate with the 5 toughness is, that can hold the line for a while until that mid-range can really start rolling. So
yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Let's send it back down to Tim, who is with somebody else on the floor.
I'm here on the floor with Megan Wolf. Now, Megan, community team, has a little bit of work to do in this final draft. It looks like there was a lot of kind of running around going on in this draft for the team. Talk us through a little bit about how the actual physical version of the draft went for you guys.
It was obviously very exciting and very athletic, especially since Kenji was passing to me for the 1st and 3rd packs and he is sitting over there in the feature match area. So we kind of wanted to make sure that we weren't in each other's colors, and then in the 3rd pack that he was kind of setting me up with a couple of things that I needed. So it was a lot of just like them booking it over here and then booking it back over to their decks to make their draft picks. It was a lot of fun.
And in terms of what you've ended up with, you just kind of finished up your build. Are you happy with the deck?
Yeah. When we were doing a couple of practice drafts, I've been practicing drafting Landfall just because it's actually, I feel like going into this, I knew a little bit about Devoid, I knew a little bit about the Ingest decks. I was a little bit more familiar, and so I was sort of like, well, I don't know if Landfall, is that a deck? Is it any good? And I've ended up in a landfall deck, which I'm pretty happy with. I do think that it's a viable deck. It's a little bit more aggressive, really designed to take advantage of people trying to cast really big spells.
It looks like a solid deck that you've got there. Best of luck in these last 3 rounds. We'll head things back to the coverage area, though, because everyone's just finishing up their build here. We'll have some matches for you here at the Community Cup very, very soon.
Yeah, thank you, Tim, for that. We're now taking a look at Stibsy, Adam Staborski, and to figure out what he's come up with, though, it looks like he's not cooperating with us.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get Stibs to give us a little bit of a better look at his deck.
We're getting a look. Oh, look at those lands.
But he does get to add some gorgeous lands to that deck.
Yeah, there we go. He helped us out.
For a moment.
He then is not. What do you think about from what you've been able to see from the deck, Matt?
Well, let's see.
There we go.
That Benthic Infiltrator is fantastic.
What does that do? Is that the
so that's the 1/4
unblockable?
Unblockable Ingest and Devoid. So like we saw with Nettle Drone, kind of a constant source of damage that isn't easy to interact with in combat. Of course, it can't be blocked for the Infiltrator, just tapping to deal damage for the Nettle Drone. Stibs is kind of, good. So we got a couple sheer drops. Very powerful spell. Good to see those. The sheer drop, of course, is 2 and a white. It's destroy target tapped creature. It also has Awaken, so you can cast it for 6 and get a 3/3 land creature out of it.
Am I to assume that this is a sorcery?
You are to assume correctly. Yes,
Okay.
That is a sorcery. It's kind of a take on Assassinate, but of course the Awaken twist. And the white-blue deck has a lot of good Awaken cards that, especially good in the mid to late game. So of course, Awaken has an additional cost, and in addition to the spell's normal effect, you also get to target a land you control and turn it into a 0/0 elemental land creature with haste. But there's a number, and that's the number of +1/+1 counters you get. So it doesn't stay 0/0 for very long. And of course, the second and subsequent Awaken spells can target that same land to make it huge, or you can go wide and target different lands to just increase your creature count on the battlefield.
Would you call this a control deck here?
Well, let's see.
I mean, I do see he's got, some high drops there, a 6-drop, an 8-drop.
So he's got 2 Kozilek's Channelers, which are nice. That's going to help him ramp up into things like Breaker of Armies. Getting a look at his early game here.
Breaker of Armies is a great name for a Magic card, by the way.
Yeah. So Sibs is kind of playing the long game here. One card I would like to point out is his 2-drops Coral Helm Guide. So it's a 1U 2/1 efficient, small, early game creature, but its ability 4U : target creature can't be blocked this turn. So it's a great way to push damage through in the late game.
Especially with those bigger creatures in the end there.
Yeah, so certainly Sibs is going to want to hide behind the sheer drops, the Clutch of Currents, kind of stymie the opponent long enough to either get his really large creatures on board, get his unblockability moving, or both. Breaker of Armies, if you can make that can't be blocked, you can ignore the lure. Just send it in for 10. That's a fine strategy.
Yeah, heck with the armies.
Yeah.
Breaker of Opponents.
Breaker of Opponents. So
That looks pretty cool. I like it.
Yeah, all the decks we've seen drafted here are solid here.
You got something over there, BDM, in the red zone?
I've just got how Joel's deck turned out.
I'm curious.
Yeah, it is a 4-color. It is a 4-color brew.
Wow, we were wondering what 3 colors he might decide on, and it turns out he didn't.
It is 4-color blue. He's got 4-color brew, but brew is spelled BRUE. He's got 2 Lifespring Druids. He's got a natural
splashing
connection.
for 2 double white cards, PDM?
He's splashing for 2 double white cards and for a black card. He's essentially a green-blue deck.
God, that's greedy.
Yeah,
How
but
in the
3
world is
actually, and 3 white cards total. Right? He's got the Noyandar Royal Savant, which, if he ever gets to,
I see a fortified rampart there, and then a couple of planar outbursts for white.
Yeah. If he ever gets to, make a couple of lands into creatures, he has the ability to really take over the game.
This is a fascinating deck. Lifespring Druid, of course, is the key here, I think.
Is that the one? Is that the 2/1 that taps for any color?
Yeah. Evolving Wilds is going to help out a lot. Canopy Vista is going to help out a lot.
Natural Connection, too,
We
right?
could see our first full 5 counter Skyrider Elf.
Oh,
in this deck.
That is absolutely true.
He does have the capacity to pay 5 different colors of mana to cast this.
Make it a Skyreach Manta
and
elf.
make it full Skyreach Manta, yes.
Cool.
Skyrider Elf is an interesting little card. It's a blue, a green, and X for a 0/0, and then it enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it for each color of mana spent to cast it. Also has flying, not irrelevant. So that X is kind of weird. You can say X is 0 and just cast it for a green and a blue and get a 2/2 flyer. Good deal. You can actually make X any number you want. You can say 7. I wouldn't recommend that. Saying 3 is a good option, though. Cast it for 5, use 5 different colors, get a 5/5 flyer. So a lot of options with Skyrider Elf, especially in a deck like this, where maybe he'll only see 3 of his 4 colors. Who knows?
Well, again,
But-
Lifespring Druid makes any color of mana that
yeah,
you want.
Lifespring Druid can help. Of course, he's got Evolving Wilds. He's got Pilgrim's Eye. I love this deck.
Marshall, you and I yesterday, we got a chance to play with Clutch Occurrence.
Mm-hmm.
And,
we both loved that, didn't we?
Yeah.
Especially that time when we cast it 3 turns in a row.
It wasn't the same one, which was kind of sweet.
Yeah, that was the best part.
But, this card is, it looks like a spell, but really it's a, 3-power Mana War.
Yeah, I call it's a 5 mana spell.
Right.
Right. Like that. It's so rare that you use Clutch of Currents for just the blue mana. And
sometimes you do. You're going to rush through for the win.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, bounce that. But a lot of time you really want to be patient. You want to make a 3/3 land.
yeah. I mean, this deck is a control deck through and through. Like, there's 2 Coastal Discovery here as well.
That's more, and those are more cards that have Awaken. So that's more abilities for him to give himself, lands that will survive a planar outburst.
Oh yeah, of course. Wow, his deck is sweet. Now the mana could be an issue, but if it's not, I love what he's built.
That
Welcome back
deck
to the booth.
That deck looks like it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're actually getting players just about ready to start battle. Like we're going to be in round
the battle
one here
for
shortly.
Battle for Zendikar battle.
Yeah, and here at the Community Cup, it's going to be really close down the stretch. The Wizards team is only up by 2. Let's head down to the feature match area right now for the first round of action.
Here we go. All right, guys, welcome to the first round of Battle for Zendikar Draft. I'm Matt Tabak. I'm
Go
here
ahead.
jumping all over Marshall Sutcliffe.
Yeah, just jump in there. I like this. No, you were going with it.
And welcome.
Tell them what we're doing.
So we are checking out the first round of Battle for Zendikar Draft here at the Magic Community Cup 2015. On the left side of your screen, you see Worth Wolpert. If you can blame him for something, you can blame him for this.
It's funny because if you look at Kenji, he's wearing his Blameworth t-shirt.
Yeah,
right
we
now.
can't quite see it right now. His left arm's in the way, but Kenji is wearing the #Blameworth t-shirt, which I have to get one of those. Do they even make them in our size? I seriously need one.
Yes.
And so we're going to jump into it here in any second now. Players are just getting started.
And Kenji, with his Blameworth t-shirt, has cast Transgress the... What are we transgressing again?
That's transgress
I can look,
the you can
the mind.
Transgress the mind. This is that card we talked about. He drafted 2 of them. One of them, I believe, one of them made the main deck.
One did. That's correct.
Yeah, he moved one to the side.
Well, we know that also because he just cast it.
Right. I meant the second one.
Yeah, second one is in the board.
Is it really?
Yeah, it
okay.
is, yeah.
Awesome. So he's going to get a look at Worth's hand.
By the way, that artwork is horrifying.
It's, yeah, but purposefully so.
Yeah, no, I mean, Cynthia Shepard, well done.
Cynthia Shepard, an excellent art director for Wizards of the Coast. Also produces finer. She does, yes.
Oh.
I sit like 50 feet from her. Who knew? So we're getting a look at both players' hands. We see those Nettle drones in hand for Kenji.
All right, so let's see what Worth Wolpert's up to here. He's got a McKindy Slide Runner. Well, things are happening quickly here. Here's a Nettle drone. For Kenji, it's a 3-1. I know you couldn't see it quite on the bottom there.
So it
looks like both of them are willing to kind of slug it out here. Kenji's just going to take 2. Not going to block with that Nettle drone. It's too important to his long-term game plan. Again, he tried to draft an aggressive deck. It ended up being a little bit light on the curve. He only has 1 2-drop in the deck, so he's leaning a little harder on these kind of synergistic things that he has with like these nettle drones to get the job done, but they can do it. I mean, look at the amount of damage he's going to be able to start piling on here every single turn.
Yeah, once both of these get online, each colorless spell is going to mean 2 damage heading at Worth's face. So that pressure is beginning to mount.
There's a land off the top for Wolpert, which is going to grow his McKindy Slide Runner, and it looks like this Valakut Predator also goes from being a 2/2 to a 4/4. So when it's Worth's turn and he's playing lands, he is rumbling and rumbling hard here.
So Worth is certainly on the landfall angle now. Now he does have an Evolving Wilds on the battlefield.
Wow.
Which is going to let him put a land onto the battlefield at basically at will.
Yeah, if there's no blocks here, I wouldn't be surprised to see him just crack it right now. It represents an additional 3 damage getting through guaranteed. What it also does, though, is it means that he may not have landfall next turn. He might want to save it.
Right. Worth is out of lands in hand.
So he's going to have to weigh it out. Also, he may need the land for mana next turn. If he's going to do that, then you just crack it now.
Yeah, I was going to say he's probably not content to sit on 3 lands to tap for mana. So no surprise there.
Yeah. But it's a huge hit for him. That's 10 damage.
That is a very mighty swing.
This is what Kenji likes to do to his opponents in draft, and not this time. Whoa, wait a minute. Is that a natural connection up there for Worth as well?
It is.
Wow, so he could hit for 13?
Let's see if he goes for it.
Do it.
I definitely would. This is too much to pass up.
Well, this is interesting because he has the fight card, unnatural...
Aggression,
and he can just take out one of these nettle drones right now that he's got all these landfall triggers up. Yeah, he's going to do that.
Okay, that's reasonable. Now he's got the 6/6 creature.
Yeah, the nettle drones are annoying, right? And he knows that one of the ways he can fall behind here is by taking too much damage from one of these
Right,
things.
if
So
every
he's gonna
spell
take
is
it
2
out.
more damage. Well,
Right.
Kenji's time being at double-digit life is over.
Yes, he's at 8.
So he follows up with Dominator Drone.
And what is this? What does Dominator Drone do?
Dominator Drone is
When it
readers can see a
ingests,
screen.
you can make people lose 2 life. Okay.
Yeah.
So Worth is at 13, but there's a land drop. Now it's 7 damage, which is nearly lethal, and he's got that natural connection. Now, the natural connection, I can't zoom in on it, but it's rampant growth at instant speed.
That's
for 3 mana.
Basically correct.
Kenji just has to block something here, right? The really ugly part is that the McKindy Slide Runner, it's got trample.
It does.
And he's got a 1 toughness creature and a 2 toughness creature, just Kenji. So this is a tough spot for him.
So we're seeing the red-black deck. Traditionally a more aggressive archetype, but Kenji's build didn't quite have the early game power that we are used to.
Oh, here comes a pretty nice 2-for-1, I suppose. He's going to double block, leaving up just a couple of mana. But even as it sits, Worth can just say, sure, trade. Why take any risk? He's going to go ahead and natural connection because he wants the land untapped next turn anyway, and it gets him an extra point of damage through. But he doesn't. He could just say, sure, I'll take a 2-for-1. As it stands, it ends up being a chump. And
yeah,
a
that's
trade.
going to bring that up to 6/6, correct?
Yeah, which means that it's going to die still.
Yeah.
So. And he has another McKindy Slide Runner as the follow-up.
So 2 2-power creatures with trample that, of course, are going to get +1/+0. If Worth can find a land.
That thing can get first strike, but unfortunately for Kenji, he is way too far behind now. A couple of trades offered up here by Worth. Kenji's going to
2/1
oblige him.
crashes in.
Yeah.
And Worth is on the trample plan.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, he didn't go with the trample plan. I stand corrected. We have the 4/3, so he's on the slightly increased power plan, and it's enough.
Yeah, and Kenji just could not put it together that game. Worth was the one with the 2 mana plays. He had the McKindy Slide Runners. They got off to an edge, and Kenji never caught up.
Yeah, a little more aggression out of 3-color Worth Wolpert there.
Yeah, I mean, I liked where Kenji was at. Like, even though his deck doesn't have the quick starts, he does have a powerful mid game with the 3s and the 4s, but it's a little slow. And you know what? They don't play that great at defense either. And Worth, with the much more streamlined aggressive deck, is able to just run over Kenji.
Yeah.
We've seen that from this format. I got the draft last night a little bit. And you can beat down here. I kind of view this as a mix between Rise of the Eldrazi and old Zendikar in from my mentality, but it
Oh,
actually
sure.
plays out like that a little bit too. Like, it doesn't feel like old Rise of the Eldrazi, which was a very slow format, but it doesn't feel quite as fast as Zendikar. But you can thump. If you want to thump, you can thump.
Yeah, there's definitely some thumping available.
Yeah.
Rise of the Eldrazi, just one of the classically slower formats. You're
Super
building,
slow.
battle cruiser magic, like we say, building toward those huge, powerful late game plays. Zendikar, very fast and aggressive. If you didn't have a turn 2 play, you were often hopelessly behind. This does sit somewhere in the middle. It can kind of shift back and forth. The black-red aggressive deck, like you said, wants lots of 2-drops because it needs to get out to a fast start, and if it doesn't, we see basically what we just saw. So,
All right, well, let's get back down to business for these two players here as, again, we're in the first round of Battle for Zendikar draft here in Renton. Hey, Kenji drew his 2-drop. He did it.
He's got his 2-drop. He's got plenty of land.
Oh, yeah.
Worth
Worth is
mulliganing.
Look at the smile on Kenji's face. How dare he?
Worth is super excited to take advantage of the new mulligan rule.
Look at he says Kenji's asking him right now. So do you blame yourself for this or? All right, Kenji's going to get to show off that culling drone a little here. Yeah, he draws a 6. Not necessarily what he wants to see at this point, but he'll take it.
So there's a nettle drone over on Worth's side of the table in his hand.
Oh, it'll make Kenji jealous at least.
Not sure how much synergy that has with the rest of Worth's deck, but still an efficient pinger.
Wow, this is a good draw for Kenji here. Look at what he's got multiple 3-drops to choose from. He's going to choose with the Vile Aggregate here. It's got Trample, Ingest, and its power is equal to the number of colorless creatures you control. Which means that next turn, it will be a 3/5 with Trample and Ingest.
Yeah, Kenji may not realize it right now, but he's actually racing Omnath, I'm pretty sure.
Wow, there is an Omnath in Worth's hand. I just saw that.
Yeah.
Now, that thing costs 7 mana, though, right?
Does cost 7 mana.
I think Kenji can race that at this point.
It's a 5/5. And that landfall ability of Omnath puts 5/5 red and green elemental creatures onto the battlefield. So
does that sound like fun?
Sounds like fun if you can get that much mana. I'm not sure Worth is going to get there, though.
And it looks like he's got Retreat to
Valakut,
which is +2/+0 to a creature, or target creature can't block. Unfortunately for Worth, Retreat to Valakut is not what he wants to see, really, in any capacity at this point, as it's effectively an aggressive card only. It really only matters if you're on the beatdown. And since he's creatureless currently, that's not going to do it. And it's only going to be a couple of hits here, especially with Nettle Drone.
The colorless creatures just keep on coming for Kenji.
Wow, this has just been a thumping. Worth got off to a slow start this game, and Kenji's really capitalized.
It wouldn't totally surprise me if Kenji draws Crater Hoof Behemoth at this point.
Just hoofs him.
Yeah. It's been that kind of game.
Yeah. Take 6, go to 2, and I doubt that Worth has many outs at this point.
Kenji squeaking out a little bit of information with the ingest. Worth is playing Mountains. Maybe not the most useful information. And that is all she wrote.
That's all she wrote for that one. So Kenji with a big smile from Worth there. And they're going to get a game 3 going here. Now, when we came into the round, the Wizards of the Coast team was ahead in the standings, but only by 2 points. They were about as close as you can get in this competition.
Yep.
And but it does mean that the onus is on the community team to finish out here. And if you've never watched a Community Cup before, the community team has lost. This is not a situation where it's some set up for they lose. It does happen, and there's quite a bit on the line for them too. Nobody wants to be the team that comes in here and loses it.
Yeah, you might think Wizards is kind of running the show here. The team Wizards might have an advantage because of that, but history would not be on the side of that argument.
No.
Wizards has taken a pasting from the community, and rightly so. The community is what makes Wizards what it is. So,
this draws a lot worse for Kenji here. First off, he's going to need to find a land. Now, if he does, he can play a couple of 3-drops back to back, and he did. Nice draw there for Kenji, and thankfully for him, a pretty slow start from Worth here too. Hasn't really done much. Both players with slow draws this time.
Yeah, Worth is going to ramp up his lands. He's got all 3 colors. There's no worries there.
He needs a creature.
Yeah, as we get to the mid game, Worth's hand is going to come alive there. There's the 3/4 Devoid Trample. Tunneling Geopede for Kenji.
Landfall pings your opponent for 1. Okay.
So we've got some reusable sources of damage, none of which online right now.
And this Vestige of Emrakul is a 3/4 with Trample and Devoid.
Yeah, it's just holding the line now with that 4 toughness.
It's doing a good job, though, because Kenji did miss on the last draw. He got lucky to draw that 3rd mountain, but unfortunately he drew a black card for the last turn, so a little unlucky for Kenji there, and he is going to have to try to hang on. And the real thing that I'm wondering here is can Worth capitalize, right? This is the time for Worth to really try to beat down. He's so far ahead on mana that he needs to be able to just get through and get Kenji. And it looks like he had a removal spell there, too, to kill one of his creatures.
Yeah, I think
Touch
that was
of the Void.
I believe that was Touch of the Void.
3 damage to target creature or player, and it also exiles a creature if it dies after taking that hit. But more importantly, that cleared the way.
Right, so we saw the retreat to
Vestige of
Valakut.
Emrakul.
We saw land drop after the retreat to give his creature +2/+0, and then remove the potential block.
This is pretty cool, too. What's happening now is Worth actually didn't play a land that turn on purpose. Ooh, a swamp off the top for Kenji. He might be back in this. Worth waited until he had this little guy, the Snappy Gnarlid here, because now he gets 2 different landfall triggers. He gets 1 from this and 1 from this, and that's really nice for him. In fact, he's actually going to wait an additional turn because his draw step was a Valakut Predator, which is another landfall creature. And he says, well, you know what? If I'm just going to hold on to my land for a couple extra turns here and really maximize on getting that landfall. And I think that's going to work out for him, too, because he's got Kenji way on his back heels here.
Yeah, Worth is also sitting on a Swell of Growth in his hand.
What does that do?
So it's target creature gets +2/+2
no.
until end of turn.
Kenji just double blocked, Matt.
Oh, but here's the thing. Not only do you get the +2/+2, but you can also put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. So if he wants, that Plains could come down.
Wait.
I think he's going to hang on to it because the +2/+2 is enough to get a good outcome here out of this combat.
Yeah, and then he can play his land next turn and still get his Valakut Predator triggered as well. So he is going to go ahead and hold on to it. But that was a huge blowout, and Kenji finds himself falling further and further behind the better mana draw here for Worth Wolpert.
Now, a nice draw for Kenji in this situation, Radiant Flames.
He can do 2 to everything with this.
That's going to clear a couple creatures out.
That was a really nice draw. Now, a couple of lands in a row, though, and Kenji's going to be dead if he can't put up a big defense. But another fortunate draw for him. And once again, we see Worth hold the land in hand. He's got, he's got this retreat to trigger, which can make a block non-existent, and then there's a McKinney Slide Runner, though it now hits the bin as well due to another draw from Kenji.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Kenji that he didn't have 5 lands on the battlefield in a previous turn because he could have done the Flames and also Boiling Earth.
Man, Kenji just has to hold on until he can get up to enough mana to start casting those fatties.
Yeah, I guess he would have needed 7
Turn
land really
against
to take everything out.
Is he going to use Turn Against as a fog, as we say, just steal the creature so it can't attack this
He
turn?
might have to.
It's a lethal attack.
Yeah, he's going to have to. Maybe there was a chance Worth played a creature spell pre-combat, but that's unlikely.
It's unlikely, but, you got to wait and hope. Oh, he actually kind of is, isn't he? He's Boiling Earthing with Awaken.
Worth getting a little greedy here.
Oh, no. Is Kenji going to blow him out here with
he is.
Turn Against?
He's definitely walking into a blowout here.
Oh, Kenji. Oh, he had it. Look at this. Block.
Worth attempting to rip defeat from the jaws of victory.
And he finds success at it as well.
The battlefield is clear and Worth's hand is empty. Kenji, if you're going to come back, the time is now.
All right, he's going to start with Mindraker, though it's not actually going to get any cards here as Worth is fresh out of him, and Worth has to find a burn spell or something. What did he find?
It's Stone Fury. That's creature removal.
Okay, so he kills a creature, but there it is,
All
the
right.
6th mana, and now the 5/8's going to come on.
Worth holds serve, but a 5/8. This will buy Kenji some lands also.
Theoretically, and it did.
How do I
Oh my God, is Kenji actually going to win this game?
He's poised.
Worth played around a single removal spell by awakening that turn.
Worth was just a little greedy there, I think.
Well, I mean, look, if Kenji has a removal spell of some sort, then he'd want to have the redundant attacker, right?
Yeah, sure. Makes sense.
But at the same time, he played right into the hands of what Kenji actually had, and what a blowout.
There was even a Ray command in the format.
Tunneling Geopede, Ping You, all this extra mana, and he's got places to put it. Now it's a Conduit of Ruin.
The floodgates have opened on Kenji's side. That battlefield's filling up. What does Worth have? Resolute Resolute Blade Master, excuse me.
Okay. Well, it's lethal.
Not the Beastmaster.
I mean, there's no way that Kenji's actually going to let it kill him, but it is lethal.
Yeah.
Actually, he must chump block here anyway, right?
So it's a 2/2 with double strike on the rally ability, but that's just not going to do anything this turn.
But Kenji just gets to rumble with the team here, and Worth is obliged to chump block.
Yeah.
And that's it. Kenji does win the match.
Wow, unbelievable.
And peels one out for the home team there. I shouldn't say the home team, for the visitors.
Yes.
Wow, that
for
was
the
close.
defending champions.
Yes.
Woo. That was amazing. Worth played around the wrong thing, like sometimes you have to do.
Sometimes it happens. Welcome back to the booth here. What a close one. Kenji, Numot the Nummy picks it up here. Do we have any red zone? Nothing?
Well, we don't have any completed matches. If you want it, we can catch the third game between Allison Medwin and Joel Larson.
Okay.
If we want to look at that, that's been. I can go back. I would love to show you guys game 2 from that when it's when
but
the match
you
is
have to wait till it's all.
You have to wait for the
ready.
match to be complete. Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah,
we'll just watch that
absolutely.
game. Sure.
Okay. Yeah, we have a live look in now on Joel Larson.
Whoa, Yoel likes his cards very tall. I kind of even them out on Magic Online.
Joel, if you watch the replay later, let me just say thank you for that. We in the booth appreciate it.
No, I don't. We can't see the ones on the back.
Oh, right. No, they're too big.
It's a zero-sum game, this one.
So he's got a Pilgrim's Eye in play.
I just see tall things. I get very excited.
There's a Colostria Healer and a Core Castigator in play for Allison.
So I'm sorry, Brian, which game is this?
This is game 3.
Okay.
And Joel's lands have done a lot of attacking in this match thus far.
Yeah, I see Joel has the Lumbering Falls there. One of the new lands that can animate themselves. That one, the green-blue one.
A couple Core Castigators attack into a pair of a reach creature and a flyer, but Tandem Tactics takes them both down. And I think Joel was okay with that. He's got just a plain old-fashioned planar outburst there to throw. He's just like, I'll 3-for-1 you here.
Yep, battlefield clear, 5 lands to 4 in favor of Joel. And wave 2 begins with Incubator Drone.
Yeah, and he's been sitting on this plummet for a while, so the first flyer that Ali played after the Wrath is not long for this world if Joel wants it to die.
Yeah, I wonder what flyers Joel saw in the previous games that Plummet came in.
He saw a lot of flyers.
Okay.
Is really what it comes down to, and it's largely just the Shadow Gliders.
Okay. Well, they make fine targets, so...
You know, he was reasonably certain he would be able to find a target for that spell. And there it is.
Nobody ever plays around the second one,
No.
so we'll see how that prediction works out.
There goes the big vampire.
So Ali with 2 cards in hand. We'll see how patient Joel can be on the Planar Outburst. 8 mana gets the Awaken out of that. Needs 3 white, though.
He's holding a Natural Connection, though. He can get
Yep.
that if he needs it. In the meantime, he's happy to race back and forth here.
Yeah. Lumbering Falls turns into a 3/3 creature with hexproof, if memory serves. So you're happy to get the 4/5 out of the way on Allie's side with the double block. The Incubator lives through. Core Castigator is the follow-up, 3/1 that can't be blocked by that Eldrazi Scion that Yoel has.
This is where you see where Joel's deck is able to just sort of take over. It's like, okay, I'm going to bounce your stupid Core Castigator, because that's how you talk about your opponent's cards, not saying anything about the card itself. And then I'm going to make a 3/3 haste creature in the process.
Yoel correctly animating one of his islands, which is the...
You say that correctly just because islands are the best?
Just color he has the most redundancy on, and islands rule.
Yeah, he does not want to risk any of his planes. So what's kind of nice about Planar Outburst, again, destroy all non-land creatures. So that island will live through the Planar Outburst and maybe make a friend.
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
go into the red zone with. So Allie's down to 1 card, replays the Castigators.
So Yoel happy to sit back for a turn, looking for the natural connection before his next turn. That's going to find him probably a 3rd source of white.
Yeah, and this happened also. He's also going to get one of the better cards in Allie's deck here with the Planar Outburst, the Hero of Gomafada.
Indestructible for the moment over on Allie's side, but that's not going to last forever.
See, and anticipate from Yoel. He's trying to decide what he wants to take here. A couple of the removal spells or the Skyrider Elf. He's like, I've got a pretty good removal spell here.
Yoel setting up very nicely for an outburst. Okay, I'm told on this live look-in that we don't have the hands right now, but we know that Yoel is holding a second Planar Outburst. He cast one earlier this game.
There it is. Second Planar Outburst. This one's foil. Little style
That
points
is
there.
foil.
Look at that. That is disgusting.
And of course, Yoel correctly diversifying his threats. He could have targeted the land that was already animated and ended up with a 7/7 creature, but
why didn't he attack?
Yoel correctly
with the other one.
That's a fair question. It does give it haste.
Yeah, it says right on it. I mean, is he playing around? What's his life total? 10?
Life
yeah,
total's
not playing
10.
around anything on the crack back here.
Now there is he's probably defending against the Shambling Vent.
Against the Shambling Vent, the land there?
Yeah, that's one of the ones that animates. It becomes a 2/3 with lifelink. So my thought is, yeah, he's probably was defending on that play. So there we see the Skyrider Elf, 4 colors that time, so 4 mana for a 4/4 flyer. Nice. So we see just the multicolor nature of Yoel's deck coming to the fore there.
I mean, a fair number of colors from Allie as well here.
Oh, sure.
God, I just can't not look at that plains. When it's on the battlefield, it's gorgeous.
Isn't that nice? So right now in Yoel's hand, looks like a forest.
Am I going to have to play white cards?
That was my thought, too, when I saw that card.
God, I guess I do.
I have to play all 5 colors. I want to play with all the Noah Bradley lands, actually.
Is that a Noah Bradley
Oh,
land?
yeah, that was the one he did on a big canvas. That's a painting. It's a painting about the size of the backdrop behind you.
Holy smokes!
He did it on canvas. It's gorgeous. If you look on, he posted a long post about the original artwork to that. To all 5 of those.
Hang that thing in my
yeah,
living room.
it's gorgeous.
Canopy Vista was the draw from Yol. Attack coming in with the 2 islands. There we see Allie animates the Shambling Vent into a 2/3 with Lifelink. We'll see what blocks she has set up. She's at 13. She does have some flyers, of course not as large as Yol's flyer. There's the block. Allie's hand is empty. So we have the block on the island. That's going to take out one of those creatures. My guess would be the Griffin, and that is what happens.
Drana's Emissary just keeps ticking away. That card seems very powerful to me.
Yeah. 2/2 flyer drains your opponents for 1 life every upkeep. The white-black deck in Battle for Zendikar loves life gain. And there's a thing, Blood Bond Vampire.
Look at this combo.
Easy for me to say.
This is a great combo.
One of those cards that's the payoff for the life gain effects that you can find.
Like Drana's Emissary?
Like Drana's Emissary. It's going to need a turn or 2 to get large enough to block those 4/4 creatures, but once it does, we're going to have an interesting situation on our hands. Yol drawing a lot of land here in the late game.
What's in his hand right now?
So right now, 1 card in his hand is a forest.
Oh.
Again, Allie with no cards in hand, so cards on the table, as they say.
What's the non-basic land in there for Joel?
So Yol has Canopy Vista and an Evolving Wilds. That Evolving Wilds would probably see just to get more lands out of his library. Only 15 cards left in Yol's library. So we may not see an ageless battle as we have seen previously. But
feels like it.
Yeah, I thought once he cast the second planar outburst,
They should have done it.
That should have been the game.
By all rights.
Planar outburst, make a 4/4.
I thought you just got up from the computer or walked away at that point.
Yeah, his follow-up draws were not strong.
I mean, that was certainly how he drafted those cards.
Yeah.
He reserved the planar outburst, walked away, helped his teammates. By the way, when we're done with this, I have Jimmy Wong versus Sam Stoddard queued up.
Cool.
All I know is Sam Stoddard's played a turn 1 Scythe Leopard. That's all I got.
Okay, we move to Yol's attack. Looks like that island is coming in, 4/4. I think Yol will be happy to get the vampire off the table if there is such a trade.
Either vampire.
But there was not. And Allie falls to 9.
I mean, they're both pretty annoying.
Oh, sure. I meant the Blood Bond, but yeah, you're definitely correct.
Yeah, and Allie doesn't fall to 9. She goes up to 9.
Oh, I'm sorry. She failed at 8 and went up to 9.
Yeah. That thing is just going to chip away. Like, he needs to find an answer.
Action
Oh, no.
is fast and furious. Ah, there's sheer drop.
Allie with some nice draws. That was off the top of the deck right there.
Absolutely. -1 creature for Yol. Island down. +1 creature for Allie. Interesting that she animated the Cinderglade, if that's correct?
She did. Does she not need that mana anymore? Well, doesn't look like she's used it.
She does have 2 Cinderglades in the deck. One of them's an Expedition.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a mountain forest elemental.
Speaking of getting rid of that pesky Drana's Emissary.
I haven't had a look at her deck list, so I'm not quite sure why the red-green is there. Could be for Converge. Could be for a splash.
Yeah, but to the point here.
Could be
Complete Disregard just took out that Drana's Emissary. That was a huge play.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
That was off the top of the deck for Larson, so he had a nice rip there,
So we're
too.
trading top decks here in the late game.
But he only had one more turn to get rid of that thing, or else that Blood... What is it? Blood what?
Blood Bond Vampire was just going to be too large.
Yeah. Wow, this is aggressive.
So Allie crashes in with a 2/3.
This is to get the vampire up to 5/5.
2/3 with lifelink. Fascinating. So that's 1 life gain event. So even though Allie gained 2 life, it only puts 1 counter on Blood Bond Vampire, up to 5/5 now.
Uh-oh, what did Larson rip this time?
Coastal Discovery is
So
my
we have
guess.
Coastal Discovery on Yol's
Don't say
side.
that. Oh, man. That has to be the best card in his deck right there.
It's very Zendikar up in here. Lands are waking up and smashing, and he drew a Rising Miasma.
What is that one?
So that's all creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. Another Awaken spell.
How much does that cost?
So it's 3 and a black to cast it normally, 5 and 2 black, 7 total to cast it with Awaken.
He also drew that Defender there to gum things up a little bit.
Fortified Rampart.
Nice 0/6.
Yeah, that actually helps out quite cleanly against the vampire, doesn't it? Wow. This game's great.
All right, so Yol hanging on to that Rising Miasma in his hand. Of course, Allie's creatures are quite large, 3/3 and 5/5, so... All right, Allie with 2 cards in hand at 7 life. Let's see what she casts here.
Take a look at it. It was Unified Front.
Okay,
So she got 3 core ally.
Right. Explains why she tapped her Cinderglade to get the 3rd color out of it.
Oh, Smite the Monsters for Larson.
That came in out of the board. That was not a main deck card for him.
And came right off the top of the deck.
Yeah,
nice.
he's down to 9 cards in his library.
Yeah.
It does look like he's going to be able to finish up here, though. Is he going to cast that Miasma?
Yeah, that
Miasma
Miasma's going to come into play. So goodbye, cores.
And he gets in for 4 damage here. Setting up potentially lethal next turn.
All right, drops Allie to 3.
Oh,
that
and
is
Larson
it.
gets it.
Allie packs it in. Victory for the community team.
All right, I've got Sam Stoddard and Jimmy Wong all queued up here. Sam Stoddard has played a turn 1 Scythe Leopard. And
is that the 1/1 with landfall +1/+1?
It is.
Okay, so it's kind of a 2/2 on turn 1 in some scenarios?
Yes, and it is up against an Evolving Wilds from Jimmy Wong. Let's pick up the action from that point. So there you see a Fertile Thicket. Give a landfall trigger to the Scythe Leopard. There you see a Blister Pod. Pretty aggressive looking deck here from Sam Stoddard.
By the way, BDM, I'm looking at the point totals.
Yeah.
It's 117 to 116 for the community right now.
Holy cow.
Yeah, this is about as close as they get.
Dominator Drone comes down. Endless One. Wow. A 4/4 Endless One from Jimmy Wong. Oh, from Sam Stoddard. I'm sorry. Yes.
That's Jimmy on the bottom?
Yeah, Jimmy's on the bottom.
Okay.
Smothering Aberration. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice a creature. Oh, that's really sweet with Blister Pod. How often are you going to want to do that, Marshall?
Well,
sacrifice Blister Pod to smother to
do
the
that?
Smothering One to draw a card to get a token to
Oh, I'm in. I'm in for that.
Wow. Wow, Swarm Surge. Look at this.
Wow, that's aggressive.
Game has ended. He's just that was a huge. That is definitely an information advantage there from Sam Stoddard. Let's see. Take a look at the final game here, or the second game. I don't know what the final game. So there we go. And there we go with game 2. Jimmy Wong. He leads off with a Lava Step Raider. So both players very aggressive. Blister Pod from Sam Stoddard. McKindy Slidewinder. So lots of 1 toughness creatures here. Jimmy's on Anticipate. Gets a landfall trigger for his Sidewinder. Oh, a Swell of Growth.
Is that the pump spell?
It is the pump spell, and then he lets him put a Fertile Thicket into play.
Oh. Draw that land?
Yeah. And here is an Eyeless Watcher. Puts 2 Scion tokens into play. So 4 mana for a 1/1, but you also get 2 additional 1/1s with it. Herald of Kozilek for Jimmy. Jimmy's shown blue-red as a preference for himself pretty early on in this format. But oh my gosh, look at this. Zulaport Cutthroat, Alter's Reap to draw some cards, and a 5/5 Endless one. Can Sam Stoddard deal with the Endless one? Can he get away around it? Well, how about Kiora? Let's take a look at the new Planeswalker. Kiora, Master of the Depths.
Whoa, that's shiny too.
Oh, wait a second. How many octopus tokens do you get?
Infinite.
That's
Infinite.
infinite.
It's infinite.
Infinite
Oh, yeah.
octopodes.
No, you just
It's
get
not-
the 3.
It's not infinite, folks.
Here's Chajura Warcaller.
But it's enough.
Oh, look! Wow, this card is unreal. Have either of you guys had a chance to play with this yet?
I've had it played against me
Creatures?
several times.
Yes.
No, I have
It's just-
not. I will avoid that card.
The guy's
Unless
got
it's in my deck.
The guy's got an overrunning suit.
Yeah, nice. Don't be fooled by the 2/1 body on Tajuru Warcaller.
It's 4/4 enough for you.
That guy's a battle.
Oh my god! And again, yeah. Well, Sam Stoddard 2-0 over Jimmy Wong. Not like Jimmy Wong had like unreasonable draws in either game. It's just Sam Stoddard was doing fairly unreasonable things.
We've got one match outstanding here now. It's Melissa DeTora versus Adam Staborski, and they're going to game 3.
Well, do we want to check in? I can check in on another match here. I heard that game 1 here between Wedge and Mike Turian was pretty good.
Okay, yeah, we'll come back here for a minute. We're actually going to get a word from Tim Willoughby down on the floor in just a minute here, so we'll jump down to him in just a moment, and then we'll come back up and see what we can show you from our last match. All right, why don't we send it down to Tim right now?
I'm here with Gabriele. You may know him as SG Doc on Twitch, and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the nature of the Battle for Zendikar format that the community team faces here, because the full set, the full card reference only became available first thing Friday morning, and by Saturday afternoon you were playing with Battle for Zendikar. Now you've got a Battle for Zendikar draft going on. On the face of things, that looks pretty tough for the community team, because various members of the Wizards of the Coast team, they worked on developing this set. What were you looking at to kind of redress the balance a little bit?
Well, we basically got down to business and just crunched everything we could over the last 2 days. I have some close friends that are a lot better at Magic than I am back in New York in Team Draft League, and they basically decided to compile all the numbers that they could. So we have a list of every single common and uncommon. We have a full pick order that we've edited personally, and also had a lot of experienced members of pro teams put in input on. We feel confident that we made the right picks today, and we got to help our teammates out. That was a huge factor, being able to sort of run around. I burned a lot of calories during that draft, let's say.
Yeah, I could see yourself, Kenji, Joel, all kind of spending just the bare minimum amount of time at your seats, really, as you went around to check everybody's drafts, make sure that everyone was kind of on track and helping each other out where they could. I mean, actually speaking to Wedge after this round, Anthony DeConto, he was basically saying, thanks, Doc, for winning me that round, because a lot of it was about coordinating the draft and making sure the community could do as much as possible to help each other out. And also, of course, the community back in New York and various others that have helped about getting a strategy together for this format.
Yeah, it was a huge help just having, actual members of the community, not us, just putting in whatever they could. And that came from all over the place. Came from Europe for Yoel, and for me from New York. That's been a huge help for preparation.
Yeah, so community at home, do not forget to log on to Magic Online at some point this weekend, because if the community team is able to pull this out, there will be something.
When?
There will be something pretty nice in your Magic Online account if you manage to log in this weekend while the Community Cup's going on. If things go wrong, it might not be quite so exciting, but at the moment that is very definitely not the plan, right, Doc?
We're up this round. It's either an elevator up or just a rocket ship up. It's either going to be 6-2 or 5-3, and we're making up those points.
Awesome stuff. This round is just closing out now. We'll have another round for you very, very shortly, but for now, we'll head things back to the booth.
At the Community Cup, we are ready to finish off this round 1 of our booster draft here. We've got the Stibbs versus Melissa DeTora. So that's Adam Staborski and Melissa. And they're in the early stages of their third game here, and it looks like Melissa's the one who's beating down here. She's got a few 1-1s that are rumbling against Stibbsy here.
Yeah, like Doc said, things took a good turn for the community.
Oh,
in this round.
wow. She got a From Beyond. So jealous. For Awakening Zone fans from a few years ago, it's back and better. Costs 4 mana now. But
Does cost 4 mana, but those tokens you get are 1/1s.
And it also
which are
lets you
nice.
tutor for your big Eldrazi.
yeah, the card's amazing. Screw that. I'm just going to beat people down with the 1/1s, right? It's like, have you ever played against Bitter Blossom before?
I don't know if it's quite Bitter Blossom.
It's just a random question.
I have played with and
All right, well,
against
From
Bitter
Beyond is
Blossom.
exactly Bitter Blossom, so
Maybe even better Blossom.
it's Better Blossom. Thank you, BDM.
Yeah, here's another one of those retreats that I was talking about earlier, Retreat to Emeria.
Oh, no. Look at this combo.
With all those Eldrazi Scions under Melissa's control.
You mean the 2/2s that she
yeah,
has
pumping
now?
them up to 2/2 is nice.
Gosh, she's going to get a new one every turn, and in every landfall she can just pump them all? That's insane.
So a tide of destruction is raining down upon Stibbs right now.
Remember we were talking about that card Tajara Stalwart before?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty good if Melissa played one.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Giving her team +2/+2. Pretty solid.
Or +3/+3
Right.
on landfall.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Her
She has one in her deck.
Oh, no. Her ever-growing team here, it must be said as well. The From Beyond is just spewing out tokens, and even Retreat from Emeria can if she wants it to. What's a Hedron Archive do? Oh, yeah, right.
It's double Mind Stone.
The in between, yeah.
Double Mind Stone, 2/3 of a Dreamstone Hedron.
That's right.
Is that right?
That's correct. I mean, it's not a bad Magic card, but Stibbs is going to need a little more board-affecting presence if he's going to get the job done here. All right, that helps. A sheer drop. Stem the bleeding a little bit.
A little bit.
Not a lot.
The tide of tokens is on the move.
And the thing is, he just doesn't seem to have an answer for the From Beyond, and it's just going to every turn keep generating her real advantage on the board. Stibbs decides not to attack. Seems unlikely that he's going to be able to win a race by attacking, but at the same time, it seems like blocking isn't really going to be a great option for him either. Could take another 6 damage this turn. Yep,
And
there you go.
The anthem effects keep coming.
Wow, is that a Cliffside
Cliffside Lookout just hit the table on that
BDM,
side.
are you seeing this? She's just assembled like a do-it-yourself every turn overrun here.
So Melissa, with any number of ways to pump up her team.
She could pump them all right now. If they go unblocked, that would leave Stibbs at 2.
If they go blocked, his guys are just going to get eaten.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess Stibbs could double block one of them and trade, but it's still taking up to 6 in that scenario.
And that's it. 9 down to 2 goes Stibbs, and he's going to be dead next turn.
Not a lot of good options.
Without some type of sweet sweeper here. He plays his land right away. Now, you got to figure if he doesn't have it now, he's going to crack that Hedron Archive.
That's going to leave him with just...
Oh, no, he didn't. He
Drowner
played a
of Hope.
Drowner of Hope. Okay, that's going to spew out a couple of 1/1 Eldrazi's as well as a 5/5 and help him stabilize his board a bit. Actually, he's just dead on board, isn't he?
Well, he has enough blockers.
Does he, though? 1, 2,
He has
3,
5.
4, 5. Okay, yeah. Okay.
But not...
Not enough, but
not
enough.
enough.
Yeah.
Only the Drowner itself, I think, is large enough to survive the attack. And Melissa's at a comfortable 16 life, so I think...
She can just rumble with the squad
She can
here.
just rumble. Even if she loses the Cliffside Lookout, I think it's fine because Stibbs is going to lose all 4 of his other creatures. Or excuse me, all. So there we see a landfall trigger, retreat to Emeria. Yeah,
And
Melissa
Stibbs-
will take it.
Stibbs is just going to scoop it up, and Melissa DeToro wins one for Wizards of the Coast. So
Melissa's
that
deck
does it for the...
looks
It looks great.
really good.
Yeah, From Beyond is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Retreat from Emeria seems like it might be pretty ridiculous.
Yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
I agree. Yeah, in any type of a stally, mid-rangey scenario, that card's just going to spew out value, and if you happen to be ahead already, it's going to keep you there.
A smile from Melissa.
And
Head,
why
a
not?
shake of the head from Staborski.
Staborski, yeah. It's a, ooh, hey
He
now.
says that card's tough to beat.
It's all right. I'll take some notes maybe for the next round. He's got 2 to go.
And welcome back to the booth here at the Community Cup. So I don't have the full deal, but we're kind of getting it all together. Let's head over to the red zone and Brian David Marshall.
Sure, guys. We're gonna pick this thing up on turn 4 here between Wedge and Mike Turian, and turn 3, I should say. Sorry, a Felidar Cub has just attacked. Shadow Gliders come down, and Mike Turian's trying to hide behind a blister pod. So McKindy Patrol comes down. Its Rally ability gives Wedge's creatures vigilance. And there's a Hadron Archive for Mike Turian. This is not a very Mike Turian-y deck. Here's another McKindy Patrol double vigilance. Little known ability.
Has Turian attacked for 2 yet this game?
No, he hasn't. He's chump blocked
That's
once.
what?
Yes, he has chump blocked
I didn't even know he knew how to do that.
So there you see he was able to cast Grip of Desolation and take out one of Wedge's lands and one of Wedge's creatures. But Mike is still in pretty desperate shape here. Yeah, the game is over. Wedge wins game 1, despite Mike Turian getting to cast Grip of Desolation. So let's take a look and see what the next game there was. Oh, or we could go to an interview. Sounds like you guys have something ready on the floor.
All right, yeah. So we're getting Tim Willoughby set up for a quick interview down on the floor, so that we like to keep you in touch with the players on the floor, directly rather than just a speculation. Let's go down and see what Tim Willoughby's up to on the floor.
I'm here with Sam Stoddard down on the feature match floor. Now, Sam, the Wizards of the Coast team, overnight, well ahead. Had a slightly rough ride of it in terms of Ironroot Chef, and basically everything was locked up coming into the draft. This round, the community team has just edged ahead of you, but you yourself won.
I did. Yeah, I played a black-green splashing blue deck. Got a little Kiora in there, you know. It's not the, not the greatest card to splash, but it's very good. It's very good. You know, often you want to splash for like a, some sort of giant removal spell or a huge finisher. This one's really good. It's not the greatest my deck, but my deck is basically based around having lots of spawn, lots of ways to pump my spawn, and it's a pretty aggressive deck with a few tricks up its sleeve.
Now, with 2 rounds to go, everything really hangs in the balance here. Have you had a chance to have a look at the other decks in the Wizards of the Coast team? Do you have a feel for how you feel going into these last couple of rounds?
Overall, after the end of the draft, I was pretty happy. I've seen some of the decks running around the other team. I'm pretty terrified of Yoel Larson's deck. I mean, he apparently has 2 planar outbursts and another, the Infest, the Awaken, so... knowing they're there helps out a lot, but it's still a lot to play against. So
yeah, a lot of different ways to kill off lots of creatures and indeed awaken lots of lands. So Yoel Larson, Pro Tour champion, looking pretty scary. But the community team did well that round. Everything hanging in the balance with 2 rounds to go. We're going to head back to the booth for now because soon enough we've got the second to last round here at the Community Cup.
Thank you, Tim, for that. And let's see what BDM's got going for us over in the red zone.
Game 2 here of the match between Mike Turian and Wedge. And we're going to pick things up. Mike Turian has just made his play for turn 2. It's a Carrier Thrall. There you get a look at it. And we're going to pick up the action. Turn 2 is a Colostra Healer from Wedge. Take a look at that card. It's a Vampire Cleric ally. And whenever you get to do a little draining of your opponent's life whenever you play an ally creature. So there you see 2 healers over the first couple turns. Natural Connection for mana for Turian, a Territorial Baloth. This is such a non-Turian-like deck. Courier Griffin, a little life gain there for Wedge. In comes the Baloth. And Wedge takes that big hit and just falls to 19. Plays Hedron Archive, Call of the Scions, And then we get on with this crazy vigilance nonsense.
Looks like some crazy draining nonsense there also.
Yeah. The ally, not only gives it vigilance, but he gets to two rally abilities there from the healers. So Mike's amassing a little army there, and he casts. We see a grip of desolation from Wedge. Ooh, Sire of Stagnation is an exciting card. 6 mana for a 5/7. Oops, never mind.
It was exciting.
It was so exciting that it fell to a ruinous path almost instantly. So Mike a little under the gun here. He can't really deal with that flyer. He's been getting sort of nibbled to death by ducks with the life drain ability, and then there's a Defiant Bloodlord. Wow. So whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. That's going to be nice with the Calastria healers if they get to live that long, but he doesn't. Oh, how about ally Gideon, ally of Zendikar? Immediately instant emblem.
I mean, he kind of bounced off the ground and into the graveyard.
He bank shotted him right into the graveyard.
Yeah.
So that's a permanent crusade there now.
That was game.
Yeah, that's it.
You fast forward it. It is done.
That was real speed. So Wedge takes down the Pro Tour champion, the Hall of Famer, in Mike Turian.
Hey, welcome back to the booth here at the Community Cup. We're in Renton, Washington, and we've got a scoreboard up to you.
This is what I've been waiting for.
After the first round of Battle for Zendikar draft, who's in the lead? Let's find
check it out.
Boom. Community has taken the lead. Now, it's not by a lot. It's by 4 total points, which is, interestingly, a match. It's 2 matches, basically, to overcome that. You need to pick up 6 match points.
We're doing 3 points a win here.
No ties on Magic Online. It doesn't work like that.
No draws. We are 1 fall to a finish.
Yeah.
Here.
Now, what you can see, though, is that it was 15-9 for that round, which was kind of the key there, right? They won 5-3 as far as match wins
as
go.
Doc predicted.
Yeah, which isn't. I mean, he knew.
Knew.
He said 5-3 or 6-2, so I think he knew that.
He's a wizard, that one.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here from the Community Cup. When we come back, we'll have more live Battle for Zendikar action for you. Don't go anywhere.
Enlist the land itself in the battle against the Eldrazi with Zendikar Expeditions. See more amazing previews of Battle for Zendikar at magicthegathering.com. Gathering set Battle for Zendikar. Join the battle at pre-release events on September 26th and 27th. Visit locator.wizards.com to find a store near you. Face unnatural disaster in the newest Magic the Gathering set Battle for Zendikar. Join the battle at pre-release events on September 26th and 27th. Visit locator.wizards.com to find a store near you. Watch the best players in the world battle for fame and glory on October 16th to 18th at Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar. See the impact of the new set on Standard and Booster Draft, with complete video coverage streamed on twitch.tv/magic. Watch the best players in the world battle for fame and glory on October 16th to 18th at Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar. See the impact of the new set on Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Put your game to the test at a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix include Madison, Sydney, Quebec City, and Beijing. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule. Watch top players compete to become the Super League champion. The current season features players such as Luis Scott Vargas and Cedric Phillips playing Modern. Watch every Tuesday night on twitch.tv/magic. Face unnatural disaster in the newest Magic Online set, Battle for Zendikar. Join the battle at pre-release events October 9th through 12th on Magic Online. Download Magic Online at mtgo.com to play. The Legacy Cube returns to Magic Online from September 23rd until October 9th. Draft with the best Legacy cards throughout Magic's history. Download Magic Online at mtgo.com to play. Qualify for the next Pro Tour on Magic Online. Go 5-0 or 4-1 in one of 10 preliminaries to advance to the finals. See the full schedule at mtgo.com. In The Art of Magic the Gathering Zendikar, you can experience the danger and beauty of Zendikar like never before. This lavishly illustrated hardcover book features the award-winning Art of Magic the Gathering and gives you an insider's look at the secrets of Zendikar, its people, continents, and creatures. Available everywhere January 5th.
Come on. I know what you're doing.
Oh, hi. How you doing? We're back.
So we tried to take a break. We decided we missed you dearly. Came back to you, then left, and came. Yeah, anyway.
Hi, we're back.
So we're back. Now, we're coming down the stretch here at the Community Cup. Things are getting pretty serious down in the feature match area. We're ready for the second round of action. Let's head down there right now.
Let's do it.
Hello and welcome to coverage of the Magic Online Community Cup. Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Matt Tabak. And we're ready for the second round of draft, and that makes this, Matt, the second to last round of action here at the Community Cup.
Indeed.
Now, down in our feature match area, we've got Allie Medwin. You see her on the left. She's playing on the Wizards of the Coast team, and just below her there is Adam Staborski. We lovingly call him Stibbs.
The Stibbs. We got a glimpse at his deck before.
Yeah, blue-white deck looks pretty good, and you can see it on your screen here. And he's going to start things off with a Coral Helm Guide.
Fine turn 2 play. Definitely has relevance in the late game. Can make things unblockable for 5 mana. Allie responds with Core Castigator. 3/1 can't be blocked by Eldrazi Scions.
And it looks like Stibbs is going to go ahead and offer up a trade here. It was declined, but that's okay. He's got a follow-up play. What is that thing, a Halimar something? Halimar Tidecaller, a 2/3 for 3. When there's a battlefield, you may return target creature or target card with Awaken from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. And then it gives land creatures flying. So it kind of goes into what maybe is hinting at an Awaken theme deck or something like that. Or
yeah, the white-blue deck has some very strong Awaken cards, as we've seen. So the Tidecaller is a nice play pattern there. If you have to cast one of those spells early, if you can't afford the Awaken cost, then you get to buy it back. And then in the late game,
you can like use that clutch that BDM and I liked quite a bit. Bounce a creature, then play this, get it back. Wow, that's really nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Clutch Occurrence, one of those very strong blue Awaken cards.
In the meantime, it looks like both players think that they're racing here. Allie attacked with her 3/1, and Stibbs crunches in there for 4, but now he's used sheer drop out of his hand here. No Awaken cost on it there to take out the 3/1 from from Allie. Now she's going to rumble in with the 2/3 or the 2/2 flying creature here. And there's another Castigator. So pretty aggressive here from Allie. She's played a couple of 3/1s and a 2/2 with flying. Definitely looking to beat down.
And there is an Angel of Renewal hanging out in Allie's hand that I can see.
Which one is that?
It's a 4/4 flyer for 6. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 1 life for each creature you control.
Okay. So reasonable.
Yeah, 4/4 flyers always a good thing in draft.
All right. So it looks like Allie says, okay, enough of this back and forth punching. I'm going to go ahead and block here. Is this another Halimar?
And there we see a Halimar Tidecaller. So just what I talked about before, sheer drop. Use it early to destroy a tapped creature. Now we can have it back.
Wow, that does seem sweet. BDM, take note, buddy. We're going to draft that one later.
That's a good way to go. I was going to comment earlier that the sequencing was a little unfortunate for Stibbs with that first Tidecaller because he had to use the sheer drop beforehand when the Tidecaller was already out. But number 2 came by.
Now, Stibbs is getting a little nervous here because of the land situation. He's on 3 lands and has been there for a while. The good news is his deck's been functioning pretty well without it. But as we see here, now Allie gets to start playing bigger threats like Hero of Goma Fada, the 4/3, and it gives everything on your side indestructible.
Yeah, indestructible attackers are very hard to deal with.
Can we go to 19 land in this format?
He said he did a couple of times.
I've seen it done. Yeah, I've seen it done well, too. As we're seeing with Stibbs, he's got cards like Drowner of Hope.
Ooh, this is a big one here. Titan's Presence is going to take down the Hero of Goma Fada here while the shields are down for Allie.
I mean, what's really tantalizing in Stibbs' hand right now is that Hedron Archive. If he can just get to 4, then he can get to 6. So,
but for now, he's been able to play a spell a turn, and he's affected the board. He's removed some stuff. He's played 2 removal spells and 3 creatures, and he's just kind of trucking along here.
Yeah, and he's got more gas. That sheer drop is back in his hand. Of course, Allie knows that this time. But he's got at least 1 more creature he can cast, and Mist Intruder.
Well, this is a good turn for Allie, though. She gets to play 2 3-drops here, including Drana's Emissary, which has really impressed me so far. And then she's got another one of these, what is this guy called? Shadow Glider, which I'm sure everybody's going to call Shadow Gilder.
Sure.
Now, does she attack here? Probably, right? If Stibbs wants to use his sheer drop, he's going to get something with it.
Yeah, I mean, Allie can't hold back forever. That's for sure.
Still, that being said, looking at the life total, she does have an interest in blocking here as well, as her life total's fallen down to 8. So she has fallen pretty behind in the race. So she may just want to hold it back for blocking purposes too.
Right. Now, Stibbs still does have that Coral Helm Guide, so he has what we call inevitability. If nothing else changes, the they can't be blocked effect from the guide is eventually going to take Allie out.
Now, you mentioned this a minute ago, Tabak, but the Hedron Archive has now hit the battlefield, and all of a sudden Stibbs' mana problems are at ease. He now can kind of do what he wants here. No attack there for Stibbs. Kind of interesting. He has a 2/3 that could have traded for any of these creatures from Allie. Suppose he wants to keep them around to maybe get some unblockable going, but in the meantime, it looks like she's going to gain some life here off that Angel you mentioned a little while ago, Matt. There we go, Angel of Renewal. So she gets 1 for each creature, so she's going to gain 4.
nice little 4 life boost here, which is really going to help.
And like you said, the 4/4 flyer is certainly important here as well. Oh, geez, look at her hand. Resolute.
Oh, it's a Resolute Blade Master.
Yeah, now that's going to give all of these flyers double strike if she can find a red mana source, right?
That is correct.
Oh, man, that would kill Stibbs in 1 shot. Lucky for him, she hasn't found that red mana source yet.
Now we're setting ourselves for kind of an interesting sequence here. We might see the Drowner from Stibbs, and that's going to give him 3 creatures because he comes with 2 Eldrazi Scions, and then he can sacrifice a Scion to tap target creature.
He's going to need to do that. She has lethal in the air.
That's going to come in handy if Allie's team is all of a sudden double striking.
No,
she just has enough straight up.
Yeah.
So Stibbs does not have enough mana to sheer drop right away.
No, but this has him falling down to 3 after the Drana's Emissary trigger, so he's not in a good position here. That the flyers on Allie's side have really done her well. Now he's going to be able to use the Drowner to keep a couple of these at bay, And then he can use his sheer drop next turn to take out the Angel as well. But he's taken damage in the process, and his clock is getting short. And thanks to the life gain from the Angel, Allie's at a pretty comfy 14 here.
There we see the tapping of the 4/4.
Must happen.
Yeah, we knew that was going to happen.
And realistically, he has...
I would have expected another creature to be tapped.
The problem is that now he has to use his sheer drop on Drana's Emissary, or else he just dies on her upkeep.
Correct.
But that leaves the 4/4 Flying Angel at bay here. So this is going to get ugly for Stibbs. I don't see a lot of ways out of this.
Adam's got, I have to count here, like at least 99 problems and not enough answers. In fact,
that was it.
Allison won't even let it get that far and just ends it right away.
Yep, and you see her kind of nod the head like, we got him, fighting back for Wizards. Now, Wizards took a little bit of a beating in the first round of this draft. It wasn't a bloodbath by any stretch. It was one match gap, but it was 5-3. And that did give the Community Cup team, the community team, the lead, even if it is by a fairly narrow margin of just 4 points.
Not a comfortable lead.
Not at all. Like this round is going to dictate a lot. You know, we're going to go into the third round after this, but this round could really set up either team for victory or for defeat.
Oh yeah, we are absolutely going down to the wire. So sit back, hang on tight. Whatever it is you do with your laptop, we're gonna have a fight to the finish here to award this Community Cup to one of these teams.
I took your advice. I'm sitting back.
Yeah, sit back, relax. Lean with it, rock with it.
No, I'm
whatever
not
it is you
taking
do.
that much advice from you.
Okay.
Looks like she's just splashing for that double strike guy. What was his name again? Sorry, I haven't quite learned the new names yet.
Oh, the Blade Master.
Yeah,
Resolute Blade Master. Yeah, we saw the land that produces red or green in Allie's deck that she animated in the game from the last match. Yeah, that Angel is nice. Hero of Goma Fata. Some nice cards there in Allie's deck.
Stibbsy taking a minute to stay properly hydrated.
Something I recommend for all Magic tournaments, even those that happen in your living room.
Yeah, he knows he needs to win back-to-back games against Allie here, and she's not going to make it easy on him, that's for sure.
All right, game face is on for game 2 here.
Now, how does this hand look for Stibbs?
This is looking good. He's got sheer drop to hold off early aggression. He's got an early creature and Mist Intruder. He's got the Channeler and the top of his curve, Breaker of Armies, all set up. So looking good on the bottom there for the community. Allie's hand, plenty of land, which is good to see. Also some early creatures.
This is what finished off Stibbs in the first game, by the way.
Absolutely. There it is, Claustro Healer. Castigator's a nice early aggressive creature.
How about a Benthic Infiltrator?
A very nice pickup.
Really nice.
Stibbs hits it on curve. And Allie's got to be feeling good about the Smite the Monstrous in her hand. Looking forward to the mid to late game.
Core Castigator's what she's going to settle with here. Now, is that an ally? Oh, jeez. Could have a nice little black-white splash-red ally curve out here from Allie Medwin if she can keep the creatures hitting the battlefield. In the meantime, you know, Stibbs has a pretty good start here, but when you look at it, it's not amazing, right? You know, he's played 5 mana worth of creatures with a grand total of 2 power.
Yeah.
You know, they're evasive. They're going to be pecking away and doing their thing, but he kind of needs the payoff for this type of strategy to make it really good. I wouldn't be surprised to see him attack here. He kind of wants to encourage Allie to attack so he can use his sheer drop potentially. He also can just attack with one of his creatures and leave the other back to block pretty cleanly here too. Let's see what he exiled from Allie. Oop, over here. 2/3 flying Courier Griffin is what he ended up taking away with that first hit. And he's just going to attack with the Infiltrator here. Yeah, I think if you want to attack, it's probably just with the Mist Intruder, if he's going to rumble.
Yeah, that 1/4, even though it can't be blocked, looks like a nice defensive card against a 3/1.
Agreed, yeah. I think I would just attack with the Mist Intruder there, as it's unlikely to do any blocking anyway. Well, just as I say that, well, no, I guess not. So this Shambling Vent becomes a 2/3 with lifelink. For pretty cheap, just 1 and a green-white. And really, there's no good block here. I mean, he can block with the Benthic and she's just going to gain 2 life.
Relatively safe attack for Allie, even with untapped land on Stibbs' side. Says, I'd like to gain 2 life. Stibbs has no choice but to oblige.
Yeah, she would have been much happier being able to cast a creature that turn, but she just didn't have anything to do with her mana. Kozilek's Channeler goes on the stack and hits a battlefield for Stibbs, and all of a sudden, the Breaker of Armies you see sitting in the lower left side of your screen is starting to become within reach here. In fact, he can cast it next turn. Sorry, he needs another mana.
He's getting 1 more land. It's kind of an interesting question now. Allie is on Smite the Monstrous. It could happily take out the Channeler. I wonder if she has her eyes on a larger threat.
You'd think she'd probably just take out the Channeler with it. Like, it means that Stibbs doesn't get to untap with a bunch of extra mana, and frankly, it's bigger than anything she's doing anyway, so it's a real threat. I don't blame Allie for just immediately killing the Channeler.
No, she would have had to have committed at least 2 smaller creatures to take it out. It's unlikely it would have attacked, given that it's can be tapped for mana, so it's interesting.
Well, no, I mean, also it's a 4/4, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Stibbs easily could have just been like, Rumble. Take 4.
Yeah, sure.
It happens. But it does mean that Stibbs is now marching his way up towards that Breaker of Armies. He's only 2 mana away from it after drawing a land this turn.
Yeah, Stibbs will have to wait a couple more turns for that. But see, Felidar Cub.
On average, it's going to take 3-point-something turns to get that thing down. But, he might find land.
And looks like a sheer drop just came off of Allie's library and into exile.
Oh, she's got another one.
So perhaps a bit of unfortunate luck on her side.
Is she going to use this sheer drop here? Oh, Hero of Gomafada. That looks pretty nice. Doesn't enable an attack from her. No, not currently.
No, even if her attackers are indestructible.
No good attack.
Stibbs has the size right now, so the 1/4 doing a fine job holding off the 3/1 Core Castigator.
Now that's a weird card, isn't it?
Which one?
Calastria Nightwatch.
Yeah, this one is kind of unusual. It plays into that white-black theme that we've talked about gaining life.
Yeah, you weren't kidding.
Yeah, absolutely. There are plenty of good rewards for life gain in this one, and this black vampire gives the team flying, so...
And, she's got another copy of that card in her hand as well.
I do. So, Halimar Tidecaller for Stibbs, I believe.
Does look like it. Now, does he have any Awaken cards in the yard?
I don't believe so. He bought back his sheer drop once. That's still sitting in his hand. Allie with no good attacks has not provided
I have a rules question.
A lot of tapped. Brian is right there.
Can he cast sheer drop?
So now, to cast a spell, you have to be able to choose legal targets for it. So if there are no tapped creatures available, then no, he can't.
He can't just Awaken.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, some of the spells with Awaken don't require targets, and then the Awaken ability, if you choose to cast it for that cost, adds a target, namely the creature you control.
Land.
Yeah. Correct. Sorry, not the land creature. The land that you're going to turn into a creature.
Right.
So what's interesting about those spells is that if you choose to cast it for Awaken, and now this spell that normally has no targets has one target, the land you control. It can then be countered if that land becomes an illegal target.
Right. And
So
we've seen a
prevent
few
you from
ways.
drawing cards with Coastal Discovery by,
Right, exactly.
by wastelanding the land you're targeting.
Correct.
And there's an instant speed land destruction spell in the format, too.
Yeah, and it's not unusual in this format that the land you target is already a creature. If you just want to pile on more counters, we see that on occasion.
All right, so it's time for sheer drop because you know what? Allie's got a really nice little combo set up. She cast this Calastria Nightwatch the turn before. Then the next turn she casts this one, and you think, okay, whatever, there's another, but the healer lets her gain a life whenever an ally comes in onto the battlefield. So that gave the other one flying and let it rumble. Now, Stibbs sees where that's going. And and he's going to just go ahead and use his sheer drop right now. Now, he had the previous turn decided he wanted to use up some mana and just cast the Halimar Tidecaller. That does mean, though, that he's not going to be able to dig back up that that sheer drop with the Tidecaller. But it looks like he's got that Oracle down there, which can.
Yeah, Stibbs got a lot of mileage out of that sheer drop. Maybe not quite as much as he could have, but definitely an efficient use of that card. And, of course, the land that he woke up does have flying, thanks to the Halimar Tidecaller.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately for him, Ali Medwin's at 21. Oh, and here's Hero of Goma Fata, and this is just piling up on Stibbs.
This is some very excellent ally strategy for Ali.
How do you pronounce her name again?
Ali, Ally, Rally.
Rally.
I don't even know words anymore.
So check it out. They're all flying indestructible now. Look at this.
Stibbs
Ali
hanging out.
Medwin not messing around here.
I like being in the red zone so I can contribute such things as.
Well, we appreciate your support, Brian David Marshall.
It looks like Stibbs has decided to chump block with his Mist Intruder. Meaning that he's only going to take 3 damage this turn, dropping to 8.
Down to 8.
Man, he needs to find mana. He just hasn't drawn a land since that turn. Ali, snapping off that creature. The Kozilek's, this guy down here, Kozilek's Channeler was huge. Stibbs is still on 6 mana and just needed that Breaker of Armies a long time ago.
And did you see what he drew?
Oh, nice.
That sheer drop, I may have said he got a good amount of value, maybe not quite as much as he did. But he's going to go around for another time, and that sheer drop looks like that other 4 or 5 creatures. So now the flying is going to be turned off.
Which is huge for him.
That's going to allow him to block.
Nice draw there from Stibbs, and here's Kenji Egashira to lend a hand when needed.
Unfortunately, there at the top left of your screen, you see Ally Medwin has no allies around her to help.
Oh, jeez.
But that's okay. She's going it alone. So Stibbs has removed the flying capabilities. Let's see if it's enough. Ally with a sheer drop of her own.
Is she going to take out a land here?
It's probably a very good play, given that land is also a 3/3 flying creature.
I think you're right. Also, it puts Stibbs really woefully far away from playing the Breaker of Armies for 8 mana in his turn, leaving him with just 5 available mana. Well, here comes Hero of Goma Fata. Anyway.
There's no way to say that card's name without sounding like a novelty record, right?
What do you mean a novelty record?
Oh, if
Sorry,
you don't know,
man. Sorry, man.
If you don't know it, I'm not going to inflict it upon you.
I'm sorry, I didn't get it.
This is like if you're sitting in your living room and you're playing Magic Online, and your parents are giving you a hard time. You're like, Goma, Fata.
Jeez.
No?
Look, there's a serious tournament happening here. I just had
I got notes from Rich Hagon before.
Yeah,
taking
I can
this
see
gig.
that. I just got a note from Graham. He says it's very quiet and very tense out there.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll go rile them up.
No, you don't need to do that. They're concentrating right now. We'll unleash Tayback on them at a later time. For now, you're stuck in this room with me. But
okay.
But as you can see, I mean, look at their faces, right? These aren't people just gleefully having fun playing Magic. They want to win.
No, these are people very seriously having fun playing Magic.
Yeah, and that's a big deal. And it looks like Stibbs is going to kind of call here and line up a massive triple block on the Hero of Goma Fata.
Tandem Tactics from Medwin.
No. What does that do?
So up to 2 target creatures each get +1/+2, and you gain 2 life.
So she used a double combat trick, though in this case it just killed an additional creature rather than keeping her Hero of Goma Fata alive. But that turn worked out really well. She was able to sheer drop away that land that you talked about a minute ago. Nice follow-up here, though, for old Stibbs is he's got a 3/5 Oracle of Dust.
It's a big body.
It's a big body. That's really what's important here. He can start looting, maybe just get rid of that Breaker of Armies. It's probably time to just say, okay, let's move on past that plan.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd happily trade that in for a castable card at this point.
Exactly. And he's got 5 cards in exile for Allie. But here's the key: it's okay. Now he's hit his 6th land again, and now we're starting to think maybe that that Breaker of Armies is looking a little better. But anyway, it's a 3/5. It's actually just clogging up the ground, so it looks like Stibbs has actually turned the corner. He's not only stable, he's slightly ahead now with that flyer.
Allie had no good attacks on her last turn. This is letting Stibbs crawl back into it.
Wow, that was a huge swing, that last attack step there. Even though Allie was able to play the pump spell, it wasn't enough to save her hero.
Yeah, I think Allie picked up a Core Blade Whirl. So this is a 1W 2/2. This is the rally ability that grants first strike.
Okay, that doesn't look intensely relevant at the moment.
Not at the moment.
Although she'll take it. It's a spell.
It's definitely great in those early turns.
It's
when
also
you probably
another
have creature.
drain here, down to 7.
Okay.
Now she could just send the team in here, but she would lose a creature of some sort. But she would also incentivize, like she could send Core Castigator in the Plains. Plains gets blocked, and then Castigator might or might not get blocked. It's a little risky. Basically, her plan at that point would be to try to draw enough allies to drain them out with that, with this drain Colostria Healer.
Yeah, I don't think you can risk the Colostria Healer in combat now.
No, you certainly can't.
Sending a 3/1 and a 3/3.
It's
one of
not
them's gonna
terrible.
Get eaten.
Yeah, she loses one, but then she probably forces Stibbs to chump block. It's not an actual force; it would drop him down to 4, but he'll be nervous.
Yeah,
I think her best play is just to pass a turn here, but
I
she's
agree.
just got to evaluate here as well.
If he comes with both of the 3 power creatures, I think the Oracle blocks the 3/3, and then the other 2 creatures step in front of the Castigator, and this goes for a trade. You can see they're serious. They are intent on this game. They know what's on the line here. All right, so Breaker of Armies, the lone card in Adam Staborski's hand. Plains, the lone card in Ali Medwin's hand.
Yeah, I was looking at the main map. I could see what. Okay, but
It's like the players are attending to something off screen for just a moment, then we'll get back to Ali's main phase. Pre-combat main phase, I should say. Yeah, I don't see a good attack for her here. I think she can trade with the 2, either the flyer or the 2/3. Maybe that's not the worst plan, though. I'm not sure. But Stibbs can afford the hit and go to 4.
I can tell you that 4 of our matches are finished this round.
Okay.
I'm not going to be specific about who did what, but I will tell you that it's 2-2.
2-2. All right. So community hanging on to that lead.
Yeah, so she's still thinking about this attack, and I do think that this warrants some amount of thought. I think the solution here is just do not attack, but it's close. She's really trying to whittle Stibbs down and finish him off, but she's got to draw too many allies, I think, to really make this work before he can turn it around. So yeah, I think she comes to the same conclusion and just passes the turn back.
The thought of getting the 3/2 flyer,
he's going to loot here, which is correct,
off of Stibbs's.
I think I would just discard the land.
Yeah, no reason to hang on to the land, I think.
Like, I think at this point, the Breaker of Armies is enough within sight that I'd rather have it than a random card off the top of my library. And
especially when that random card is Hedron Archive.
Fully rewarded for looting there is Stibbs. And next turn, that Breaker of Armies is going to come down. And if Ali doesn't find something very quickly, that will end the game.
Yeah, this is going to allow Stibbs to cast Breaker of Armies on the next turn, and on a following turn, cash in that.
Yeah, and she found nothing. Look at this.
So more land for Ali.
Now, she does have the ability to wake up Shambling Vent here and attack 2, which is, again, a little bit of a desperate attack, but she's not going to do it. And now we're going to see an Eldrazi hit the battlefield here for Stibbs. He's going to go ahead and loot anyway. Now he doesn't want to see any lands, but yeah, Breaker of Armies. He's going to hit hard. Hey, he even got a land off the top. How lucky. And he should leave that land in his hand now because he wants to loot that away for a spell later on. But for now, boom.
There it is.
10-8. Everything has to block it.
Now, Marshall, do you always loot in that situation? You have the one
No.
card that you definitely want to hold on to. You don't loot.
You don't have to.
Okay.
I just tend to loot whenever I can because there's no downside and there's sometimes a little upside. Sometimes there's a lot of upside.
Right.
Like in that scenario, he found the Hedron Archive instead of a land. But he was pretty happy before doing that with either a land or a spell off the top. So with no flexibility, it's probably better. But still, I don't blame him for looting. It doesn't actually change much. And now he's got an island in his hand as well. What is this?
So this
Allie
is
done?
United Front that Allie drew. This is the sorcery that makes the white core ally creature tokens.
She can make 2 of them?
Looks like 2 right now.
Can she do 5 damage this turn before doing that? And keep her Calastria healer alive?
Even if she wakes up the Shambling Vent, she cannot. She doesn't have enough creatures to push through. She might be able to force...
GG.
She might be able to force some chumps.
I'm giving up on her. I'm done.
You're just off of it?
Yeah, good job, Stibbs. We'll see you in game 3, buddy.
So, she is at 25. If she attacks with everything, all those tapped creatures obviously won't have to block the breaker.
Yes.
So she won't get completely wiped out.
Of the ones that survive.
Right. They will have
of
first
which
strike.
One will survive, probably.
Well, they will have first strike.
Oh, okay.
Presuming she makes
the
tokens.
The Unified Front pre-combat here.
Right. She'll have the tokens to chump block.
That would put her at 27, Stibbs at 5.
It's not a hopeless situation.
It's close.
It's better than just getting blown out.
Agree. If she does it and attacks with everything, what happens? I mean, 2 creatures, 3 creatures would just outright get eaten. And the other one would either get blocked or not blocked. But it looks like she's just going to do nothing here.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just a tough spot because the Breaker of Armies is just going to wreck. Is that the clutch?
That is the clutch.
Yeah, I don't think he actually wants to play that here. Like, he'd rather just have them all get gobbled up by the Breaker of Armies, right? Why save one?
If anything, maybe there's a play where he bounces his own Tidecaller to get Sheer Drop back.
That's kind of interesting.
Or
also he could bounce the Plains now that I think about it because he's not putting a spell back in her hand. He doesn't have to worry about that.
Right.
And let's see, that's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. If he takes that off the table, it's 3, 4, 5. It's only 6, so actually he can't profitably block either. He's going to cash in his Hedron Archive instead, though.
Yeah, there's some
Royal Spout too.
Oh wow.
Well, he played his land.
Yeah, if you have enough mana, there's some great plays with like Clutch of Currents with Awaken, bouncing the Tidecaller to buy back the Clutch of Currents. You can just go crazy.
Well, I think what he should do is probably bounce the land and then attack, because right now the creatures actually do gang up to eat the Breaker of Armies.
Oh yeah,
3,
sure.
4,
Why?
5,
Yeah, why?
6, 7, 8, 9. He's got 8 toughness.
Right.
So I think I would just go ahead and get rid of the Plains, and it looks like that's what Stibbs has decided here as well. He played that land so that he could awaken here. Now, if he's feeling a little brave, he could also just attack with the team. You know, if the Breaker were to get somehow messed with before blocks, it could be a disaster for him. But if not, he does get in for an extra 3, 6, 8 damage, a pretty significant amount here.
Yeah, Allie can wake up the Shambling Vent to, I think, have enough power on board to kill the Breaker.
Okay, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 exactly. You are correct.
And I think Stibbs saw that, which is why we don't see the attack with everybody, maybe?
Yeah, that makes sense, sure. The problem is that, now
yeah, all 4 of those, that doesn't
all
even...
dying.
So this is clearly a huge swing for Stibbs.
This is massive for Staborski. This is going to put him into game 3 without a savage top deck or 2 from Allie.
Allie's going to fall to 24 here.
And look at Stibbs' hand. He's still got Royal Spout and Sheer Drop in hand, too.
There we see that.
He almost wants her to cast a creature. Well, she drew another Unified Front. So she can make 4 1/1 tokens here, but they just all get eaten.
But to what end,
Yeah,
right?
to what end indeed.
They could chump. They could maybe gang up on
I mean, I
one
think
of
you
the
do
attacking
it, right?
creatures.
Yeah.
Maybe they could take out a Tide Caller, but... Yeah, I think you have to do it. We see Ulamog's Despoiler.
Do we know what that guy does?
So Ulamog's Despoiler is one of the processors that we've seen. So the all the cards that Sibs has exiled from Ali is going to come into play here. It's a 5/5. As it enters the battlefield, you can process 2 cards of your opponents from exile into the graveyard. If you do, it enters with 4+1/+1 counters. So you get a really good deal, a 9/9 for 6.
And she, in fact, has 3 cards in exile from earlier.
That is enough.
Yeah. When you're so far ahead,
So Stibs on the march now. Just a matter of time, unless Ali can draw something pretty impressive off the top.
Stibs being conservative, leaving back one of his creatures here. This does knock her down to 15. You can see behind him, I see a Megan Wolf. I see a Doc. And Stibs picks up the game. Sigh of relief for Stibs, but he's still got one more to go here. And boom, back to business. They're going to get in the heel on the sideboarding plan here.
Sorry, you can see the look of elation on Doc's face. That's just sheer joy,
Pure
really,
joy.
at tying that up. Ally on the left, still devoid of allies. We'll see if she has to go it alone here in Game 3. As players are sideboarding.
Yeah, that makes a huge difference.
And Marshall, as you told us earlier, 2-2 in the 4 matches that are
That was
complete.
before.
Oh, you have an update.
Yeah, now there's actually 6 matches in.
Okay.
And if I count them, it is Community,
I'm set here, right? Yeah, I'm fine.
Community, Wizards, Community. That's 3-3.
That is 3-3.
So we're all tied up here still, which of course favors the Community. They came in with a slight lead here. And Stibsy is probably going to use his one time here.
All right, so we see Ali has mulliganed down to 6 cards. Stibs has mulligan down to 6 cards.
His hand looks good, though.
That's a fine 6-card hand.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I'd take that hand.
Both players are going to scry 1 before we get going. All right, Ali has 2 planes available, some core castigators in hand, so she'll have some early plays.
There's Ulamog's Despoiler. Okay, that's about as aggressive as it gets here. Like, Stibs is probably going to need to trade this Misintruder off, right?
It's possible. He's going to see no 3rd land from Ali, so that's...
Is that the first strike ally?
It is.
Uh-oh.
That's Core Blade Whirl. So the whatever chumping plans or whatever trading plans he may have had, those are out the window.
Yeah, now you're right. He's going to note that there's no 3rd land, but it doesn't look like she needs one at the moment. She's casting another Castigator next turn, too.
We might see the sheer drop here, just to take some of the pressure off. There's a Halimar Tidecaller in hand.
Which I think actually makes me more likely to want to sheer drop.
Yeah,
here.
me as well.
Because the whole point of the Tidecaller here is to block anyway. Oh, he's going to rumble. He's planning on Ali drawing another ally here.
Stibs is banking on Ali not having an ally to follow up with.
I think he's actually planning on her having that.
Oh, you think so?
Well, otherwise he could have just blocked the Castigator with his 1/2 flyer, right? Because he would surely like to make that trade if he had the option.
Sure.
Wow, this is aggressive. Oh, she has the tangent or
Tandem tactics.
Tactics. Uh-huh.
You have to think Staborski will sniff this out. He has seen the card.
But here's the question. Even if he does sniff it out, doesn't he just block anyway?
Oh, I think so.
Yeah. Oh, he didn't want to play into it, but this
Okay.
is playing into her plan here because she's going to get to follow up with another core castigator.
Stibbs has to be careful here. He's down to
Yeah,
12.
he's already down to 12. She's stuck on 2 lands, but has proven so far that she does not need more.
Okay, now for sure we're going to see a removal spell from Stibbs.
Yeah, sheer drop City here. Wouldn't be shocked to see him sheer drop the, is it a Blade Whirler? Is that what you said it's called? Here, I can actually just
Oh, the one that grants first strike?
Yeah, Blade Whirl.
Core Blade Whirl.
Yeah, and then that's exactly what he did.
I think that's the correct move.
All right, Stibbs looks like he has stabilized. Oh, he's going to attack again, though.
Let's see what daggers are awaiting.
That's interesting.
Plains has entered the exile zone. I'm sure she's not thrilled to see that.
She has, of course, 2 Plains, the card that she wants to see off the top of her deck. Now, she does draw one, though.
Okay.
All right, she's going to rumble with both. They get +1/+2, the tandem.
Yeah, so this is going to be enough. It's going to push it to a 4/3.
So even with a block here, which now Stibbs is going to block.
Okay.
Stibbs is going to absorb 4 more damage.
Lose a creature. Down to 8.
Down to 8.
Can Allie really pull this out on a two land draw, just having hit her 3rd mana now?
Another sheer drop.
Okay,
Very
that
timely.
is going to help. Yeah, a land would have been great for Stibbs there as well. He's also got Titan's Presence. I think Stibbs is going to be able to pull this out. Now he's going to leave his Mist Intruder back to block, and Allie misses another land drop. She doesn't really need to trade here. And she has to just pass the turn, and there's the big draw step for Stibbs.
Finds his 5th land and finds an Oracle of Dust.
Pretty sure he's turned the corner now. He can start attacking with that Intruder again if he wants.
And if Allie's luck holds, we'll exile another land card.
Definitely a swamp. Oh, well, a castable
Shadow Glider.
spell, yeah. And she drew a swamp. All right, her luck is turning.
Ah, the whims of variance. Always makes these games exciting. So Allie finds her 2nd color.
Plays a Drawn's Emissary, but I think that Staborski's going to just snap that off with the Titan's Presence here. He's got a colorless creature to reveal here, right? Yeah, there it is.
And one that's large enough.
Yeah, Despoiler.
Titan's Presence is going to compare powers here. And 5/5, big enough.
Now, of course, that does mean that Allie gets to know about Ulamog's Despoiler. So she may want to save that sheer drop for it. Let's see what Stibbs ingested here. It was a swamp. Shadow Glider?
Yep. Stibbs correctly playing a little conservatively, leaving his 3/5 back to prevent the core castigator from attacking. At 8 life, has to respect Allie's possibilities there.
Oh, no. Stibbs draws Royal Spout off of the loot. Immediately plays his land because he's looking to awaken here. This is kind of a neat mechanic that we're going to see here too. He can Royal Spout it to the top of the library and then exile it with Ingest.
That's a fine combination.
Yeah, it's actually
Really
kind of
good.
interesting here because I wonder if he'd rather just have her redraw that rather than have a chance at a land and give up a damage point for it. But he doesn't. He wants to gobble it up.
Oh, when we get rid of it permanently, right?
But he made himself a 4/4 island, which is, of course, key here. It's tapped for now, but next turn it's going to do work.
I don't think it's going to do any work.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's interesting there is...
threat of work.
Threat of work.
Was enough.
When you cast the spell with Awaken, does give the land haste, but sometimes you just need to do it on that turn, even though it taps the land. And we saw that from Stibbs, and of course it left it open as a target for sheer drop. Stibbs continuing to filter those cards, use the exiled cards of Allie's as fuel for the processor.
These things that we have to worry about.
Now, Stibbs is taking a while getting his beat down on. After that quick start for Ali, he's just hung back, pecked away in the air a few times, and he does have Ali down to 17, but that's not a particularly low life total at this juncture. He is going to need to find a way to kind of turn the corner before she draws out of this. She's got a 4-drop and 2 5-drops in her hand, 1 mana away from starting to slam those 4/5 flyers, and those are going to be an issue.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. You wonder how long this window is going to be open.
No. Yeah, just this. Yeah.
Also, we note that Stibbs' clock just turned red. That means he's under 5 minutes, which is plenty of time.
Yep.
Probably won't be too much of an issue. We see Coral Helm Guide enter the battlefield on Stibbs' side. So
Ooh, there's a land for Ali, and here comes some
She has 2 of those. Yeah.
some Calastria Nightwatch action here.
Really big body.
This is huge, actually, because she's going to cast another one next turn, sending that one to the skies and taking half of his life total if he doesn't chump block.
Now, this triggers whenever you gain life. So, Ali's
Oh,
gonna be
sorry. That's
no
the
problem.
gain life. I thought it was the ally trigger.
Yeah, Ali's
rally.
So, kind of a crossover there with that strategy. So, we see the white-black life gain coming into play.
Yeah, so he actually can't gain life, or she can't actually gain life at this juncture, right?
Not as it stands, but we've seen lots of cards in Ali's deck capable of doing that. So, that threat could come at any time.
Okay.
And correctly, the Mist Intruder is going to respect that.
Yeah. Now, interestingly, she has found it. The problem is she doesn't have the mana she needs to actually cast it.
Right, so we're going to see another 4/5.
Yep. Yeah, this is getting close now.
Ali is gaining control of this game slowly but surely. That I go back to the sheer drop on the tapped island before that knocked Stibbs down to 5 mana available for so long.
Totally.
And how we saw the Despoiler just sit in his hand.
Yeah. He finally found a Kozilek's Channeler
Yeah,
to be able
Channeler
to
last
cast it,
time. We finally see that Despoiler. It's going to be 9/9.
I see Sam Stoddard, has just appeared. You guys will notice on the left, the player cams, a lot of people huddled around. And like I said, Graham was just down there in the feature match here, and he told me it is quiet and tense. That's how he described it. And I have to say, for the most of the weekend, nice. She's just showing off at this point. Look at that.
Angel
Boom.
of Renewal?
Yeah, that's not the pawn. I was talking about this.
Oh, sure.
But still, that is huge for her. She found an untapped mana source, and now she does get to gain life and a lot of it. And these Calastria Nightwatches are up in the air. She can attack with both of them and force a chump block here, and then she has lethal next turn.
We're going to see a chump.
This is huge. Stibbs is way up against it. I don't think he can get in for 18 this turn. He can loot here, but it's going to tie up 2 of his mana. And even if he gives his 9/9 unblockable, it's not enough to kill her. She's got a 4/4 flying in the air right now.
Yep.
Ready to attack. Stibbs has to find an answer.
Last turn we said Ali was waiting on for some life gain effects to give her team flying. No longer needed. That Angel is ready to go. Can Stibbs draw out of it? He still has a loot. That is not an answer.
And Ali's going to win this. Just to keep this thing as close as can be.
He's looting again. Now he didn't leave an island untapped. I guess Clutch of Currents might have been not even then you bounce the Angel, it's life gain, so many flyers.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think it like the life gain is huge here on 2 fronts, and mainly she's bolstered her life total up to 18 this turn and just can't really die.
Yep.
And
there
she
it is.
does it. Ali Medwin defeats Adam Staborski to take one back for Team Wizards of the Coast. And that actually does it for the round.
Check out our players there. An intense game.
Yeah, that was super intense stuff, and we're going to have more of that as you, those of you joining us here. We're down the stretch here at the Community Cup. We've got just one more round to go. Let's head over, though, to Brian David Marshall and the Red Zone.
Hey, guys, we've been talking a lot about the Awaken mechanic in this set. I watched Joel Larson draft. We looked at his deck. We saw him last round. He was up against Aaron Forsyth, the head of R&D this round. Here we go. we're underway. You see Joel Larson playing a 4-color deck. He plays Evolving Wilds, there's a McKindy Sidewinder, and now he's got all 4 colors of mana on turn 3 with a Lifespring Druid off of the Natural Forest Plains Island draw, and then he has a turn 4 Kozilek's Channeler, which he doesn't want to get in the way of the Skitter Skin. He plays Tightening Coils on the Skitter Skin. Coastal Discovery, Awakening an Island. How do you feel about that, Marshall?
I feel very, very good.
So now he's got a Coastal Discovery, an Awakened Island, and a Kozilek's Channeler. There is a Menace creature. It's a Shatterskull Recruit, but he's able to double block with a pair of 4/4s. The Kozilek's Channeler lives. The island dies, but that's okay. And now Drana comes down. Drana, the Liberator of Malakir. Add a Silent Skimmer to the mix. And Yol is in chump block mode, and you see him tapping a lot of mana. And now he gets to cast Planar Outburst and make another 4/4 island. He gets to clean up the board and make a 4/4. So now Aaron, he regenerates his Skitter Skin. He plays the Sludge Crawler, plays a Mindraker. But you know what? There's another Planar Outburst. Again, another 4/4 land in the process. He attacks for 8. Aaron falls to 4. Plays a Lifespring Druid, and that's the game.
That's it.
That's it.
Aaron didn't play around the second Planar Outburst.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, no, it was, I mean, I don't even know that you can play around the second Planar Outburst. I don't think it matters.
Nobody ever does.
Anyway, sending it back
Nobody
to you
ever
guys.
does.
I think it sounds like there's an interview queuing up.
Yeah, thanks, BDM. And that is the case. In fact, we have got Tim Willoughby down with Kenji Egashira on the floor.
I'm here on the floor with Kenji Egashira, and the tension in the room right now is palpable. The community still leads, but it's real close.
Yeah. Apparently we're up by either 4 or 7 points. I think we need to go either 4-4 or better to maintain our lead. But, some real grinders. I think everybody's tired, excited, frantic, I guess. We're just scrambling around trying to help each other. A little bit PJ salty, but that's the way things go sometimes. I lost my last round, so I'm 1-1 right now. My deck's pretty sweet. I know a lot of people were excited about my win over Worth, wherever he is. It was an insane game, and including a turn against where that was the only way I could get back in that game is if he made a brutal attack with 2 creatures. I was able to take one, kill it with the other creature, and then Eldrazi. Get him. Don't tell him I kept a 1-lander that time. So
sweet.
Kind of got there. Yeah, it's, like I said, we're all tired, we're all excited. One more round to go. I'm looking forward to it.
It's a big one, but I mean, looking at the community decks, it looks like you've got some pretty good tools to bring to this fight for this last round. High expectations, high hopes, I know, but just one more round. If you can just take this, evens is good enough, but obviously you'd like to really stick it to them this last round, right?
That's the game plan. If we can go 6-2 or better, yeah.
Well, with that, we need to head back because there's one more round to go. Please do not step away because this last round is what's going to absolutely be the final determinant of who wins this year's Community Cup.
Thank you, Tim. We all love Worth, right? Come on.
Where can I get an I Love Worth t-shirt?
Yeah.
I think Worth has them on his website.
Yeah. On his stream.
Right.
All right, let's take
Back
a look
of
at the
his car.
scoreboard. This is important stuff. We're down the stretch here, and we have a really tight race coming to fruition here. 135 points for the community. That means, and this is critical, the difference between them being up 3 points and 4 points is huge here. That's effectively 2 matches clear of the Wizards team. So Wizards is going to need to 5-3 this last thing to steal it. If they don't, they're done, and our community is going to win.
Yeah, for those of you just tuning in, it's 3 points for a match win. Now, you may be wondering why the scores are not evenly divisible by 3. That is because of the Ironroot Chef round, where judges graded the competitors' decks based on flavor, and those judging was from 0 to 5 points. So that accounts for the sort of inequality there, the fact that this will not end in a tie, no matter what we're looking at. And it's a 4-point lead for the community as we head into this last round.
All right, well, I want to remind you to log into your account on Magic Online if you haven't yet. If you do that and the community manages to win, for free, you're going to get a set of unhinged basic lands and a promo Thalia. If the Wizards team pulls it out in the end, you also get a prize, though. It's a Drown in Sorrow.
Yeah.
Kind of a dagger.
You might have been watching yesterday and you saw the Wizards team was up by a lot and you thought, I'm not going to log in. I'm not going to get a Drown in Sorrow. I'm not going to play your game, Wizards. You're not going to give me your booby prize. Well, guess what? The community is taking over and they're well on their way to victory. So if you've been waiting, wait no longer. Log in now to Magic Online and get those free cards. We want to give them to you. Log in now.
There you go. For now, though, we're going to take just a moment for a break. We'll be back after these messages.
Enlist the land itself in the battle against the Eldrazi with Zendikar Expeditions. See more amazing previews of Battle for Zendikar at magicthegathering.com. Face unnatural disaster in the newest Magic the Gathering set, Battle for Zendikar. Join the battle at pre-release events on September 26th and 27th. Visit locator.wizards.com to find a store near you. Watch the best players in the world battle for fame and glory on October 16th to 18th at Pro Tour Battle for Zendikar. See the impact of the new set on Standard and Booster Draft, with complete video coverage streamed on twitch.tv/magic. Join the battle with the new mechanics like Rally and Converge to help the people of Zendikar rise up against the alien threat of the Eldrazi. See more amazing previews of Battle for Zendikar at magicthegathering.com. Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Put your game to the test at a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix include Madison, Sydney, Quebec City, and Beijing. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule. Watch top players compete to become the Super League champion. The current season features players such as Luis Scott Vargas and Cedric Phillips playing Modern. Watch every Tuesday night on twitch.tv/magic. Face unnatural disaster in the newest Magic Online set, Battle for Zendikar. Join the battle at pre-release events October 9th through 12th on Magic Online. Download Magic Online at mtgo.com to play. The Legacy Cube returns to Magic Online from September 23rd until October 9th. Draft with the best Legacy cards throughout Magic's history. Download Magic Online at mtgo.com to play. Qualify for the next Pro Tour on Magic Online. Go 5-0 or 4-1 in one of 10 preliminaries to advance to the finals. See the full schedule at mtgo.com. In The Art of Magic the Gathering Zendikar, you can experience the danger and beauty of Zendikar like never before. This lavishly illustrated hardcover book features the award-winning art of Magic the Gathering and gives you an insider's look at the secrets of Zendikar, its people, continents, and creatures. Available everywhere January 5th. The world's best strategy game is now letting you play free. Magic Duels Origins delivers an entirely new digital Magic experience. Available now on iPhone, iPad, Xbox One, and PC via Steam. Visit magic.wizards.com/duels to download the game today.
Hello there. Welcome back to the booth here at the Magic Online Community Cup. We're in Renton, Washington, and it's all come down to one land. That's Matt Tabak. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. We've got one more round to go.
This is it.
The community team is ahead by 4 points, 4 match points total. There's 3 match points per win. There will be no draws here. We're going to determine a winner after this round. Let's head down to the feature match area. Hello and welcome to coverage of the Magic Online Community Cup. We're in Renton, Washington at the home of Wizards of the Coast. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe with Matt Tabak in the booth, Brian David Marshall in the red zone, and we're ready for the last round of action. This is Battle for Zendikar draft, straight up, no stipulations, no ingredients, nothing like that. The winner is our champion this round, and there's only 4 points to divide the two teams right now. Matt, community up by 4 coming into the round.
If you were drawing this up, you could not have asked for a better finish than this. The very last round, look who we have on screen, or the match we're going to go to. Mike Turian, Yoel Larson.
Two Pro Tour champions?
Yeah, Pro Tour champions, Pro Tour Hall of Famer, Mike Turian, the most recent Pro Tour champion, Yoel Larson. This is one round for it all. This is awesome. Let's get to it.
All right, so we are underway here, and it looks like a mulligan for both players.
Yoel with some impressive cards in those two planar, that card, the planar outburst.
Planar outburst, yeah. He's got two of those, destroy all non-land creatures. It's also got Awaken itself.
Yeah, which we've seen used to great effect. It allows you to wipe the board clean, except for possibly a land creature on your side.
Wow, that was a good draw for Yoel. He just drew his Lifespring Druid, I want to say.
Yeah, that's the 2/1. It taps for 1 mana of any color. We see Yoel has 4 colors in his deck. He has cards with Converge, so he'd love to produce all 5 colors on occasion.
Does he also have his Royal Savant there on the end?
That's Noyandar.
Yeah.
Is that what that is?
I believe it's a Royal Savant.
Oh, okay.
So every time you play an instant or sorcery spell, you can basically put 4 +1/+1 counters on a land and make it a creature.
Wow.
Right.
It awakens the land every time you play
Yeah,
it.
Every time you play an instant or sorcery.
All right, well, now check it out, though, because Mike Turian's not sitting still for this either. You can see the creature he's cast is one of the most efficient ones. It's called Catacomb Sifter. It gives him a 2/3 and a 1/1 for 3 mana, and it has Devoid. And on top of all that, whenever a creature he controls dies, he gets to scry one.
This is really going to help smooth out his draws from here on out if he can take advantage of that a few times. Kozilek's Channeler is huge.
And that is going to be Natural Connection there for Mike Turian in response, which looks like a counterspell when you tap it in response to a creature, but actually it's just rampant growth and instant speed, so he's going to get a land out of the deal.
Yeah, there might have been a small moment of panic from Yoel as he wondered what the response could possibly have been, but just some more land for Mike.
Now, what is that Mike has up in his hand there? Grip of...
Is that Grip of Desolation?
It is Grip of Desolation.
That card is going to be very good against Yoel. It is 6 mana, instant, destroy target creature and target land.
What?
Yeah.
Yes.
That is going to be a blowout.
So,
you know what? He's going to cast it right now.
That seems fine, actually.
I think he's going to take out a mana source and maybe a white land here.
That does not seem terrible here. I mean, he could take out 2 mana sources, right? But either creature takes away mana.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is that he has to decide if he wants to take out 2 sources of colored mana or just the amount of mana.
I wonder how much the 4/4 body of the Channeler was the deciding factor.
Well, I think it was a lot for him because it meant he got to attack this turn, and that's really all Mike Turian wants to do in this world.
That's true.
Now, the interesting thing here, though, is that the planar, what was it, Outburst or whatever, is still around. All right, it looks like he's going to go with Noyandar instead, though. So we'll get a look at this card. Creature, Legendary Merfolk Ally, 4/4, and whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you may put 3 counters on a land. You basically get to awaken a land. And he's just going to rumble right in there, though. As it turns out, Turian does have the combat trick this time. But he's kind of infamous for just making you figure it out. and he rumbles there. And now Territorial Baloth is the follow-up play. At some point, are we going to see this planar action go here?
Look what Yoel just drew.
What is it?
So he can produce many colors of mana, 4 in this case, for Brilliant Spectrum. Draw X cards, where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast, then discard 2. So he's going to draw 4, discard 2.
Jeez.
And he's going to make his
careful consideration,
land.
anybody?
Yeah, that's what that's what Yoel's been calling that card this weekend. He loves the 4-color archetype in this format.
And Yoel not only gets to make one of his lands into a creature, which is going to set up for planar outbursts later, because those creatures are not going to be destroyed. So very nice play from the community team's Yoel Larson.
Hey, weren't these guys our first feature match of the weekend as well? Yeah, it was. It was the two Pro Tour champions, round 1, and they're going to end it here in round 12.
Yeah, you can see the team standings on the lower left part of your screen there. Community team's up by 4 as we started the round, and as the results come in, you'll see now. Matt Tabak, how many match wins do they need then in order to lock this thing up?
So they're looking for a record of 4. The community, right? All they have to do is.
Hey, you run the numbers. You're the rules guy here.
All they have to do is if they tie this round and go 4 wins each,
then they win for
sure.
sure.
Then the community team will
what
hang
if they
on to
get
their
3
lead.
wins?
If they go 3 wins, they're going to lose 4 points in the They're going to lose not only their 4-point lead, but another 4-point lead. It's going to be an 8-point swing, and Wizards will take it out.
So let's see what happens here. It looks like the first planar outburst is on the stack here. But like you said, that's just creating more and more of these awakened creatures, and it's going to be a pretty massive blowout here. I don't see how Turian gets back from this one without drawing a couple of removal spells back to back.
Yeah, Yol has a huge advantage after that sweeper comes through. 3-3, 2 3-3s on Yol's side to just lands for Mike Turian. And if Mike can draw out of this and get his board presence back, Yol is more than happy just to do it again.
All right, but you know what? Mike Turian's not done yet. He's got a nice follow-up play here with Deathless Behemoth, 6/6 Vigilant, and he can get it back later if he finds some Eldrazi Scions. But for now, Tightening Coils is just going to shrink it down, basically make it an 0/6, and let Yoel Larson continue the beatdown plans. We may see him just play Coastal Discovery without awakening something as well if he just wants to draw some cards to keep the land drops flowing.
Yeah, it's true that Yol's down to 3 lands that aren't also creatures. So if he wants to keep up that aggression and use those as creatures, that does sort of limit his options.
So Turian looked like he was ready to put 3+1/+1 counters on his creature and get in for 3 here. And yeah, I think that is what he's going to do. Now he keeps changing his mind.
Yeah, it's an effective combat trick on defense. I wonder, tapping and untapping his lands, what kind of signal that sends to Yol.
Probably a pretty strong one.
Yeah, it does telegraph that he has something.
Yeah, Yol's actually just not going to attack this turn. He's not going to give him the satisfaction here. And instead he's going to use his Coastal Discovery to awaken 4 and just pass.
So I think
to draw another Coastal Discovery in the process.
Yeah, he did. It didn't even leave his hand, did it?
So I think we'll see those counters from Mike.
Yeah, he put him on end step there.
Yeah, no.
And he's also going to follow up, but he's attacking for 4 because this creature, Ruination Guide, gives his other colorless creatures +1/+0. That's going to drop Larson down to 5.
So if he fires off the other planar outburst, Mike's down to 1 card in hand, but it is Bane of Balagad.
And what does that do?
This is the one that's kind of the throwback.
Is this
to,
the Annihilator and Air?
Yeah,
in
this
air
is
quotes?
the 7/5. Whenever it attacks,
Wow.
defending player exiles 2 permanents. Now, the defending player chooses which permanents. It's not target.
What is that he just drew there? Oh, that's it makes 2 Scions.
Yeah, that's called the Scions.
Okay. But in the meantime, he's just going to start rumbling here. Wow, Mike Turian has really hung in this game well. I mean, you look at the cards that Yoel Larson's played on him. He's played Coastal Discovery and Planar Outburst, and Turian's just sort of slogging right through it. Oh, no. Oh, no, Mike. He played out his Bane of Balagad, and now it's just ripe for the picking here.
Well, nobody ever plays around the second one. We've seen this. And
I wonder, yeah, remember, this is the 3rd round, and like I said, there were notes exchanged between players. He may have known, and look at him, he just sort of gives the shrug like, yeah, what are you supposed to do?
Nobody's ever not griped about getting planar outburst twice in one game.
Rightfully so.
Yeah.
Right. And he's going to go to 10, and it's pretty hard to imagine him surviving through this. Now, he can get that creature back by playing the Scion, sacking them, and getting it back into his hand here, but Is it too late is the question. He's down to 5, and he's facing a pretty daunting board here.
Scour from Existence, often a great draw in the late game, but too little too late by itself.
So this guy,
there we see.
You can sacrifice 2 Eldrazi's to return it to your hand. You can only do it at sorcery speed, but he actually wouldn't be able to recast it that turn anyway, would he?
Yeah, because the Scions that you're sacrificing to get the Deathless Behemoth back, you can't at the same time sacrifice those for mana. So
yeah,
he
So-
doesn't have quite enough land to pull off that play. So it looks like Scour from Existence is the play. He's gonna get through the turn. It looks like.
Looks like he's just going to die here. I mean, that's 6 damage, right?
Oh, sure.
Oh, he gained life.
Yeah.
How did he gain life there?
Well,
What do
Yol couldn't attack. He went from 14 to 10 on the last attack because Yol had to use some of those land creatures to cast spells.
I see.
Especially one of the planes for the Scour. So he's... I think he'll be at 1 after this.
God, this is so tough. Larson rumbling, putting Turian down to 1 life. Hedron Archive doesn't look like the kind of draw that Mike had in mind here.
No, Archive might find him some cards, but it's going to cost Mike precious mana to get there.
Yeah, now he does look like he could survive another turn here, though. I think he's a mana short on being able to activate. Yeah, he's just going to have to give up there. So Yoel Larson picks up the game here for Team Community.
Too many attackers. Too many attackers.
Too many things.
We see some of the sideboarding action going on now.
I've got some updates. Should I just be blasting those off here?
We can give some, I think. I don't think we
I mean,
want to
don't
give
we?
all.
What don't we just want to give them all?
Do we?
I think so.
Okay.
Well, now we've teased people, so.
Yeah, well, we can do that and still not. I don't know. Well, I see that there's one win in for the community team. Maria Bartholdi has smashed Sam Stoddard 2-0 already,
Nice.
picking up one of the necessary matches that they need to finish this thing off. That was fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking at some pre-game 2 sideboarding here, and that match it was fast. That's amazing.
That gives the community a 138 to 131 lead now.
Yeah, like we said earlier, I was fumbling through the math. The community does lock up the win here with 4 wins in this round. So they are 1/4 of the way there. And Yoel Larson is 1/2 of the way towards winning his match. So we'll see what happens in game 2. All right, so both players kept. Turian is on the play with a couple of lands that enter the battlefield tapped. Lumbering Falls.
Constructed over there. A little slow, but pretty reasonable. I mean, whatever.
And we see Yoel Larson has the Lifespring Druid.
Yeah, that was a huge draw for him in the first game. I don't think any of that would have been possible without that Lifespring Druid. And I'm curious to see if it survives this time or how that actually plays out. We know that Turian is going to respect it here. Interesting, though, it looks like a 3/3 flyer is what Yoel Larson wants to start things off with. Looks good.
Skyrider Elf, yeah, pretty efficient at any value of X. So 3 for a 3/3 flyer.
Yeah, even 0.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
it's fine at that casting cost, too.
Ooh. So Mike is sacrificing his Scions. He got a nice little bump.
Is he doing the Bane of Balaged here? 2, 4. So he's only got 6
Going
mana.
for 6. I think it's the Sire of Stagnation.
All right. What does
Yeah,
that
there
do?
it
Let's
is.
take a look at Sire.
5/7 Devoid. And you can see there the
all right, that's fine.
kind of a reverse landfall.
It looks like Clutch of Currents is going to take care of that. That was a nice one there for Yoel Larson.
Yeah, very nice.
As, Mike can't recast it.
Right. Mike does not get a refund on those Scions he had to sacrifice for mana.
He's got a nice follow-up here with Territorial Baloth, though. A 4/4, bigger than anything that Yoel Larson's doing.
Very true. Let's see how Yoel responds.
I didn't see anything in the first game. Yeah.
See, the Territorial Baloth can become a 6/6 with landfall. It's a reprint. Tightening Coils is going to ensure that it doesn't get much bigger. And there's an Incubator Drone as well. So, once again, things looking really good for Yoel Larson, who's able to kind of curve out. He's got pressure going. But there's a land off the top now for Turian, putting him up to 6 mana, and meaning that he could recast that Sire.
I'm pretty sure that's what we'll see.
It is a 5/7. One of the best power and toughness combinations, obviously.
Sire of Stagnation, kind of a reverse landfall effect, is really going to make Yoel think twice about playing lands, should he draw them in the future. There we see Noyan Dar, the Royal Shaper, in Yoel's hand. Used that to great effect in the last game.
That explains why we want to keep calling him the Royal Savant.
Oh, sure.
Shaper Savant.
So you have to prep me on these beforehand. I got nothing.
It wasn't a gag. I was just I was just crossing wires on a card I've seen 3 times.
Got it. Okay. That is apt to happen. This is, of course, the first time that many of us have seen this set this weekend.
So, with Maria, with her win, she 3-0'd the draft.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Really great for Maria there. I know she didn't do as well in the sealed, and she
Are
was
they
kind of
going to have to
about
change
it.
the name of their podcast? So it's no longer a lie?
It could be.
Maria and Megan from Magic the Amateuring. They're going to have to change that to... I don't know. Is it pro? Do we get pro status out of this? No.
No,
But they certainly have played like pros all weekend.
All right, Turian's going to drop to 15 on the attack here, but he's done a good job of putting forth some pretty nasty stuff. You can see that he's wary of the sweepers again, even though this time Yoel Larson doesn't actually have it. Question is he going to cast the breaker? Or, the Bane
The
of
Bane of
Balagad.
Balagad.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great card that can really clean up the game. If he could see Yoel Larson's hand, he would just windmill slam that thing.
I mean, Yoel has pretty much committed to his battlefield presence, right? We saw Noyan Dar come out.
Yeah, and I think that's what that's what Mike has seen here too, as he does cast it, because he says, look, if he wipes the board away here, everything's dead.
Right. Now, as we saw, Noyan Dar is a nice setup to Planar Outburst.
Yes.
So it's not a crystal clear signal one way or the other.
Evolving Wilds off the top, and this draw has gone a little flat here for Yoel Larson.
Yeah, and you see those lands are staying in his hand. One good reason is the Sire of Stagnation over on Mike Turian's battlefield. If a land enters the battlefield under Yoel's control, Mike will get to exile 2 cards from the top of Yoel's library and also draw 2 cards.
That's unreal.
Definitely something Mike would love to do. Definitely something Yoel does not want to see happen.
All right, the community team picks up another victory. Kenji Egashura defeats Melissa DeTora 2-0.
That brings them just 2 wins away from securing the Community Cup. And Bane of Balagad is on the move. At least a half step forward. There it is. Mike says, Yoel, you need to lose 2 permanents right now. Yoel obliges with lands.
Interesting. And is he chumping?
He's offered up the 2/3, it looks like. as a chump. Mike has followed up to give it trample.
He gives it trample.
And I think he got 3 counters. Yeah, up to 10-8. So that's going to be down to 9 life for Yoel.
Only gets trample until end of turn. But
Yeah.
the counters stay.
You have another one? Goodbye. Goodbye, Wrath Mana.
Okay. Mike says, this is what I got. I got no cards in hand. You see everything.
Anticipate. This is a big anticipate, though. It looks like with the number of lands that Larson has at this point, he might just be too late anyway.
You'll have to play a land eventually.
It's going to trigger Noyandar,
Oh, you make a land a creature.
which doesn't feature, doesn't think to be totally relevant, at least right away. Yeah, Yoel Larson is running out of permanents, running out of cards, and running out of time. He does find a planar outburst, but that's a lot of mana he needs. And you can see Yoel Larson's battlefield is getting sparse. He's had to sacrifice his lands just so his creatures can live to chump block.
Yeah, he's trying to find a race here where, he can kill Turian.
Mike is at 7.
He has that land, though, right? Lumbering Falls that he can activate here. Does he have the mana to do that? Yeah, he does. So that thing can jump up and block, so 2 creatures can get blocked here. Oh, he found it, too. Did Larson just no lands left?
In with the Flyers is Yoel. That's 4 points.
That's just not going to do it here. Now, interestingly, though, does Turian have enough to kill Larson?
Well, even if he doesn't, I think that 2 permanents from Bane and Balaged's attack trigger.
Oh, you're right, because he can't sack the ones that are left over.
Yoel has no choice but to play a land, which is going to give Mike some cards.
And Mike has Scour, so this one's just about done now. Updates are rolling in here, and you know what? The community team is now 1 win away. Adam Staborski defeats Worth Wolpert, and they need 1 more.
They are 1 win away. All right, there we see Mike Turian. There we see Mike Turian wins game 2 to tie up his match with Yoel Larson. The community team, of course, is 1 win away, so we could be 1 game away. And we're watching it live here at the Magic Community Cup 2015. This is super exciting. We are down to the end.
Yeah, we are down to the final stretch here. Yoel Larson, if he defeats Mike Turian, they will be the champions. If he doesn't, then the Wizards team hopes and dreams stay alive of fending off the invaders.
Yeah. So we'll do some sideboarding options here.
1 and 1. Annihilated almost all of his permanents.
Mike's ready to go. Yoel's shifting around some cards.
Yeah, I game would have gone some. I had the 6 mana get 3 lands. Yeah. Like if I just
Yoel's hair is ready.
I'm like,
And so are we. Let's head to game 3.
Cards, I'll draw lands. Yeah.
All right.
Clearly not the right path.
Here we go, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for game 3 of this match.
Would you keep this hand?
Ooh, what is that? That's
5
natural
lands, natural connection, and a sweeper.
I think
he's going to be able to cast a sweeper.
Yeah, I think so.
It's putting a lot of faith.
I would glance at the top of my library.
Now he's drawn land, so Larson's going to be bummed to see this, but the good news for him is that Turian is discarding to hand size here.
Oh no.
Yes. He
Deathless.
has kept a 2-lander and has missed his land drops. Natural Connection is going to power something out. He just needs something to spend the mana on. That's not bad.
Joel Larson with a decadent amount of mana.
Oh, no.
Compared to Mike Turian.
Not like this, Turian.
Not drawing what he needs.
He is going to be discarding to hand size again. Another update, by the way, here. Wizards gets a win in this round.
Okay, Wizards on the board.
Ali Medwin defeats the Doc to take some more points back for the Wizards side of things.
It might all be for naught. The sun is setting. The window is closing for Wizards of the Coast. They need Mike Turian to draw a land, and he does.
He does. Now, Spell Shrivel's going to take out the first play that seems reasonable.
Yeah, Spell Shrivel. Sorry, counters.
Is going to
target
counter
spell.
Natural Connection here, it looks like. I don't think that Larson can wait to put that thing on the stack.
Yeah, I can't blame Joel at all for this.
I mean, but this does open the door for Turian to just draw lands naturally. Oh, he just can't do it. But he's got 3 mana now, so he can actually play a spell. He's going to get a 2/3 out of the deal. Lifespring Druid, so effectively more mana here for Larson, who hasn't been able to find one of his big payoff spells yet. And there's another land for Turian. Is he back in this?
He might be, at least for a while.
Hedron Archive's going to come down here, unless he has another creature he wants to play. No, he's going to play the Archive.
That is the jolt of mana Mike needs.
And more mana now for Larson. He has flooded out hard here from keeping a very floody hand.
Yeah, Tale of Two Draws here.
And what is Mike using his mana on here? Sorcery, creature, instant, creature. Plummet looks like the only... Oh, he could... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, he just doesn't have any mana to spend here. Right, attack. Now he can play something.
Maybe Territorial Baloth?
Yeah, there you go. What is that 6 or that 3/3 6 mana card he's got up there?
Brood Monitor.
What does that do?
So it's 4 GG. 3/3. You see, it's devoid.
By the way, right on time. There's Clutch of Currents. Go ahead.
So yeah, it's what we were talking about earlier. That's very interesting. Brood Monitor is a 3/3 for 4 GG. It enters the battlefield. It comes along with 3 Eldrazi Scion friends.
He's going to want to play that as soon as he can.
Can you sack those to some effect?
You can sacrifice them not only to add 1 mana to your mana pool, but I believe Mike discarded Deathless Behemoth was his first discard off of hand size.
That is absolutely correct. It's right here.
So if he makes some Scions, he'll be able to get the Deathless Behemoth back in his hand. And now that he's got the mana he needs, we could see some large plays on Mike's side. Now, Larson does have the Planar Outburst. So the more of his lands that he can turn into creatures, the happier he's going to be. We see Rising Miasma, the Infest variant. All creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn.
It's the Drown in Sorrow variant, isn't
with
it?
with Awaken. A quick note on those Awaken spells, they do resolve. You follow the instructions of the card in order, so the land that you turn into a creature does not get -2/-2, unless it was already a creature before you cast Miasma.
Good to know. Turian's going to rumble for a couple of damage here. And then what does he want to do with all this mana that he suddenly finds himself with? Call the Scions. Figure he's got more than that. I figured wrong. Guess he's just going to get back his guy.
Yeah, I believe that ability can only be activated anytime you can cast a sorcery.
Oh, you're totally right. So what is his plan here? He could scour if he wants to use a scour from existence.
My best guess is Mike forgot about the sorcery limitation. Maybe not. Yeah, scour it is.
Is he going to scour the land? Yeah, he's going to scour the land.
Yeah, I think knowing about the 2 Planar Outbursts in Larson's deck, he wants to get those land creatures out of the way.
Interesting play. Might want to hold that land, Mike. He's got a Territorial Baloth in his hand. All right, and has Turian turned this around? Now he's crunching in for 3, dropping Larson down to 11.
Rumble, young man, rumble.
Yeah, and he can cast something pretty big this turn, too. one of 2 Territorial Baloths or that Brood Monitor that you mentioned. Now, he doesn't want to get crazy about overcommitting, especially after seeing that block there.
Did Mike sacrifice the Scion token?
No, he just traded off for the 2-1.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was a bit behind there.
That's what I meant for the block there.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it indicates that it's possible that Larson has a planar thing in his hand, and he's actually got 2 now. Yeah, this seems like as good a time as any to use one. Another update. Ryan Spain wins his match for Wizards, and they're on the comeback here. Back-to-back match wins for Wizards of the Coast. So means that they are still in it.
So we see the outburst with Awaken. 4-4. Forest now is a big threat, dropping Mike to 13. Mike still with plenty of cards in hand.
Yeah.
Still has the Territorial Baloth, still has a Brood Monitor.
Wow, these matches are really close. All right, Brood Monitor is the choice here. Wow, that's a good card.
6 power worth of creatures. I think we're going to see maybe 2 of them get the Deathless Behemoth back. Yep, that is what we're going to see.
Now, can he actually cast it here?
Yeah,
he can.
He could sacrifice the Scion. He could upgrade that 1/1 to a 6/6.
Force another planar outburst. Look at Mike. He's like, do I really want to do this? He does have a reasonable follow-up play again.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's doing it. I like that play for Mike, but it is not going to work out beautifully for him here.
All right, looks like we're going to see...
That game, for sure.
Drawing 2 cards. We might have an update for you soon.
No, we sure don't.
Lanes, here we go.
So we see Yol continuing to turn his lands into creatures. That Deathless Behemoth again rendered relatively powerless to 0/6. Bane of Balagad. All right, so we're seeing this playing out very similarly. Mike with the Bane of Balagad, if that's going to fall victim to the second outburst from Larson.
Oh, yeah, no.
All right, I've got an update for you here.
You do have an update.
Before you give that update, maybe people should log into Magic Online.
Yeah, that's a good
Oh,
point,
yeah.
BDM.
If you've ignored...
This is your last chance to log into Magic Online, where if the community team were to win...
So for example,
hypothetically,
let's say they pull it out.
You would get some number of unhinged lands and a promo Thalia, Guardian of Thraben.
And that number is not
That brings
zero.
us to the update.
Oh.
Wedge has won his match, and the community are going to be victorious this year. Congratulations to the community team. We'll stick with this match and kind of ride it out here just because it's been an interesting game. But our tournament is effectively over, gentlemen.
Yeah, great job here by Wedge, Adam Staborski, Kenji Igashira, and Maria Bartholdi all winning 4 matches between them, which was what was needed to lock this down.
Yeah, Ryan Spain and Ali Medwin were trying to hold the fort for the Wizards team, but their teammates couldn't quite hold up, and they end up winning. Now, we still have 2 Pro Tour champions fighting it out on camera, and I'm pretty happy to watch that.
Yeah, this seems pretty interesting to me.
Robert Schuster and Jimmy Wong also still fighting.
They're at 1-1.
Would this would be like the closest Community Cup?
I wouldn't be surprised to see this be the closest. Yeah.
So you see Larson crashing in with his land creatures.
Giving up one of them in the process, even. Oh,
Yep,
you can see why
It's
here.
all to set up the Rising Miasma, which is kind of like Outburst number 2.5 for Larson.
Wow, but look at this. Man, Turian just refuses to give up here.
I guess maybe that was 1.5, and 2.5 might be on the way now that we have Turian's follow-up play here.
Can play another territorial Baloth here. He can get back that thing again.
Yep, Deathless Behemoth, true to its name,
Jeez,
not staying in the graveyard for very long.
Third time it's cast this game?
We've seen this kind of all weekend. Akum Firebird, Deathless Behemoth, these threats that can just return over and over and over again.
3 Deathless Behemoth trumps 2 planar outbursts.
Yeah.
What is happening?
Mike still packing some heavy hitters in his hand and soon to be on the battlefield.
He really is. There's an Evolving Wilds now for Larson, but he's decided to pull the trigger on his other planar outburst. Must be nice.
Yeah. I have to count some mana here, so he's going to be able to swing in with at least 2 4/4s, or exactly 2 4/4s.
Exactly 2 4/4s. It's going to put Turian down to 2 here.
Is this the first time Evolving Wilds has ever dealt combat damage?
Probably not, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen that before.
I've never seen it.
I've attacked with a lot of lands in my day.
But not an Evolving Wilds?
I don't know that I've attacked with an Evolving Wilds. I don't think I've ever turned it sideways in that fashion.
Right.
I've tapped it for black mana.
There you go.
Oh, sure. It is often a swamp. It is not often a creature.
Yeah, this had been in play twice as well.
Rude Awakening.
Natural Affinity.
Sure.
Me and BDM are thinking about Cube now. That
Yeah, you guys are
just
just
yeah.
building cubes to my left and right here.
Curious to see how Awaken cards go in Cube Draft.
Mike Turian, hilariously, is going to get to exile target creature and target land, but
And then die?
It is not going to be enough because there were 3 coming at him.
All right, so
That was sealed
Larson
out.
finishes it up just for good measure, though, as we know, the team has already won, and a big round of applause. I can hear it from the floor over there. And that is it. You know, our Community Cup has come to an end. That was fantastic stuff.
That was
I want to
really-
say
that was excellent.
congratulations, of course, to the community team. We're going to get some moments with them. We got a wedge game to watch. All right, let's watch the wedge game at the Red
Yeah.
Zone with Brian David Marshall.
Yeah, I'm as surprised. I'll be as surprised as you are, other than the outcome of how this plays out. I haven't had a chance to watch it, but here we go. This is game 2 of Wedge versus Aaron Forsyth, and Wedge. I'm sorry. This is game 3 actually. So they split the first 2. You see Wedge came like sort of turtling up behind a fortified rampart and a McKinley patrol, while Aaron Forsyth's being a little more aggressive with cards like Sludge Crawler, Kozilek Sentinel. Not exactly super. Here comes Gideon, ally of Zendikar. That, this is a nice source of creep. There's a Calastria healer. He's going to make an ally. He's going to trigger Calastria. Here comes the Silent Skimmer. Make another. Oh no, we're gonna actually make a Gideon a giant monster here. We're gonna play Nirkana Assassin. Whenever you gain life, Nirkana Assassin gains Death Touch until end of turn. There's a Griffin. Gain some life. Death Touch Nirkana. Animate Gideon. Jeez. Oh, Demon's Grasp takes down the Flyer.
It's been a swingy game.
Yeah, well, swinging. If by swinging you mean Gideon just has been swinging every turn since about turn 5.
Yeah, he woke up on the wrong side of the bed, that's for sure.
Oh, there's Deathless Behemoth.
Not that
We
guy
just saw
again.
this card quite often in the match with Aaron Forsyth. I'm sorry, in the match with Mike Turian. So here comes a Death Touch Calastria Assassin, a Felidar Cub. Yeah, Deathless Behemoth attacks, but there's a never-ending supply of 2/2 Knight Ally token creatures here if you want them. Oh boy. Here's a Defiant Bloodlord. Whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. That's it. Aaron Forsythe falls to Wedge. And Wedge, that was the game that really locked it up there for the community team.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, anytime you sit across from Forsythe, he is a beast. Let's take a look at our scores from the our total scores, our final tally. It's 153 to 137 for community. They really did pull ahead in that last draft.
No longer the closest.
Yeah, it was. We definitely thought Wizards might have the advantage coming into the draft. They had the information, they had the experience, but that's why we play the games.
That's
Community
right.
comes out on top.
And what we're going to do is we're going to actually have a chance to go down and see the community team all grouped together. And
Oh,
maybe
great.
they can get their trophy or something like that once they're ready. They're kind of getting – it's a lot of people. All right, let's go down
Must
there
be good.
right
Enjoy
now.
this, everyone.
Yeah.
Not straight away. You'll know when. Well, guys, community team, the sweat was real. That last round was pretty tense, but ultimately, you made it. Congratulations. Community Cup Champions 2015. 3 separate 3-0 drafters in Battle for Zendikar. A resplendent performance in Ironroot Chef. Overnight, it was looking a little shaky, but you guys did it. Congratulations. Everyone at home that's been supporting, thank you so much. Do not forget to go on Magic Online, because if you log in this weekend, you will get your community prize, some sweet unhinged lands, a sweet promo Thalia, all for everyone in the community. We really appreciate all of you for watching, for all the comments in chat, for all of the help that I know some of you provided with this team in terms of drafting. It has been sweet. Each and every one of you doing a lovely job. I'd love to just each one of you just let us know where we can see more of you, find out more of you, because this community team, they represent you because they do a whole lot for Magic right now. Jimmy?
Commander. We do a podcast about it. We like to be the best because we want to be the best. Check it out, my host, Josh Lee Kwai, and I. It's called The Command Zone. Just look that up, or at CommandCast on Twitter.
Wedge?
Yeah, I run a YouTube channel called The Mana Source, youtube.com/The Mana Source for everything you need Magic the Gathering related, and it'll get you so hyped.
Snips? You can get me on gatheringmagic.com and the Thursday Command Tower column on dailymtg.com.
Then we go Doc.
Late night East Coast limited streams at twitch.tv/sgdoc or on Twitter at mtgodoc.
Yeah, if you want to see more of my ugly mug, I'll be streaming tomorrow over at twitch.tv/Numathanami.
You can find Maria and I at MTAcast on Twitter.
And you can check out our podcast, Magic the Amateuring, at magictheamateuring.com.
Yeah, you can find me at mtgmintcard.com. I'm writing articles there. My stream is going to be up soon at Twitch TV/Joe Larson. And you can also follow me in Madison and the next Pro Tour in Milwaukee.
So there we have it. Our winning Community Cup team. And, you know, it is the Community Cup, so we do have a Community Cup. Bring it on, Graham. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2015 Community Cup champions. And we'll send things back to the booth.
All right, so much fun over there. You can hear the
That's
cheers
awesome.
in the background as they get their cup. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And what a great weekend, right? I mean, these events are so fun. They're so much different than the tone that we have like at a GP at our Pro Tour,
yeah.
where, you know, it's a lot of money on the line, a lot of pro points. And here it's all about fun, but there's still that, like, I really don't want to lose thing, which kind of carries it through. And I thought it was great. Did you have fun in the booth?
I had a great time. Let us do this again next year. I will book my ticket. I live 10 minutes from here. but
Yeah.
I'm ready. I'm set. Let's do it.
Well, thanks. You did a really good job,
Thank
Matt.
you
It was a
for
pleasure to
seeing
have
me
you in the
through it.
booth.
I appreciate it.
We want to thank you, of course, for hanging out with us all weekend as well. We had a great time engaging with you in the chat and keeping you updated to your favorite streamers and Magic personalities. We also want to thank Wizards of the Coast for hosting the event. It's super fun getting to come down here to Renton. And, you know, we're right in the heart of the building here, and I think that's really great. A lot of the employees will come through and say hi and kind of support things. So we want to say thanks to them. And that's going to do it from here. So for everybody here on the coverage team, Brian David Marshall's over there, Rashad, Ian, for Graham Stark. We had Cam out there with Tim the whole time. And that's Matt Tabak. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe signing off. We'll see you guys next time.